our Honorable Minister is getting delayed by 10 minutes. We are starting the session with Dr. A. Balaji Ganesh. He's the Dean of Research and Development, Velamal Engineering College, and the Director, IP, ever founder, Amensing Technologies Private Limited. So he's going to present on IPR and patents for startups. ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட்அப் எவ்வளோ முக்கியமோ அந்த ஸ்டார்ட்அப்க்கான சேஃப்டி முக்கியம். ஏன்னா இன்னைக்கு எல்லாமே ஃபண்டிங் எல்லாம் அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. பட் உங்களோட ஐடியா எந்த அளவுக்கு நீங்கள் ப்ரிசர்வ் பண்ணி வைக்கிறீங்க, எந்த அளவுக்கு நீங்கள் காப்பாற்றிக்கிறீங்கிறது இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். ஸோ அதை வச்சு இன்னைக்கு ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண போகிறோம் டேவை, பிக் டே. ஸோ ஜஸ்ட் கிவ் யோர் இயர்ஸ் டு தட். ஏன்னா நீங்கள் எல்லாம் ஒரு சைட் ஆஃப் இனோவேஷனுக்கு ஆல்ரெடி பீன் ட்ரெயின்ட். You had a wonderful boot camp. You had a one-to-one session, mentoring session with our industrialists. இதெல்லாம் முடிஞ்சிருச்சு. How to preserve your idea. That is the key point. இல்லைனா 2 மாசத்துக்கு அப்புறம் இதே வேற யாரோ பண்ணிட்டு innovation எடுத்துட்டு போயிடுவாங்க. So that is the reason today if you see, you have India in the top 3rd list in startups. Okay, but when it comes to patent, we are nowhere in top 45. We just have close to 14,000 patents. Japan is doing close to 44,000 patents. So நம்ம இன்னைக்கு ஸ்டார்ட்அப்ல நம்பர் 3rd இருந்தாலும் பேட்டன்ஸ் இல்லாததுனால we are losing track. So அதனால தான் this particular session we thought, okay, since my minister is not there, இதை வச்சு ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு we felt. So I welcome Dr. A. Balaji Ganesh to the stage. Yeah. Please. Dr. Ganesh has completed doctoral study in the area of sensors and instrumentation from NIT Trichy. So he was a recipient of Young Scientist under Fast Track scheme from DST and Career Award for Young Teachers from AICTE. The Department of Science and Technology has appreciated the efforts taken in completing the sanctioned projects on time, which is close to 2.5 crores, and also very successfully. So we welcome you, sir. Yeah. Privileged to have you here. Over to you. Thank you.
So, good morning. So, before anything, I would thank the organizer CII and Puducherry Incubation Center for giving me the opportunity. This particular the topic, of course, at the introductory session, they were mentioning it's so important. Unless otherwise we have the protection, we cannot move forward. With that confidence only, any startup, of course, they would grow better. You take any company right now, it has become an emperor now. Of course, it would have started from an idea. Not only that idea, of course, they got the protection for that idea. And the results and outcome that we are seeing now. Really, we do not know how many of you are in this group. They would evolve down the line, 5 years or 10 years down the line. They also would create the kind of the empire that we are seeing in other company. For that, idea is important, and the protection of an idea, eventually, it is so important. We are going to talk about how I would secure that protection, how I could create the confidence in my mind, my idea, my protection, and my own growth. That is what that we are going to talk about. And this won't be, I do think so, it should never be the one way, the communication. Instead, if it has been as an interaction, of course, you would learn very better, because the time that it has been given, it's a very short period. But the topic and the information, it's a very vast. So that how we could do means, if you do have any myth in your mind about an IPR, you could start ask that particular the question, then we would clarify from the experience that we got in this particular the domain. That is how that we could start. As per the or otherwise, we could go ahead with the plan. And intermediately, if you have any doubts or any further clarification required, you are most welcome. We are going to have the discussion on the tangible and intangible asset. And the other important thing that we are going to talk about, how I could secure the patent. what is the procedure are being followed, most importantly in India? And if I have created an idea, how I could ensure that that idea is so novel, it has an inventiveness. And what kind of the criteria the patent office would follow in deciding the patent or the refusing my patent. So how I could ensure that those components, what the patent office are expecting, whether it would be there in my patent application or not. In order to identify the patentability aspect as an inventor, to my level, how I could ensure that, how I could perform the search. Those very, the glimpse of information, it's going to be a very preliminary level of information that we are going to learn on today. Again, I was mentioning with a humble the manner, if you have any doubts or any further clarification, you are most welcome with your question. Imagine, or just to think about in your mind, with your honest the way, what you would do when you procure a vehicle. Any answer? Imagine that you are purchasing a vehicle or you got a vehicle on today. What would be the next immediate course of action that you would do? Registration. Immediately after purchasing a land or the home, the next course of action, it is going to be the registration. Because we wanted to ensure that I am the sole owner for the movable or immovable asset that I got, that I am the owner. I wanted to project it in that way. Anyone they are claiming that they are owner, then I could show that as a valid record that I am the owner. My humble request here, we need to show the similar attitude whenever an intangible asset, an idea conceptualized in our mind. The similar kind of the protection, the effort that we have to make. Of course, that we are visiting the appropriate office to register our immovable or movable asset. Similar way that we have to visit the patent office to secure the protection for an idea. The results would be the similar. Why we are registering the movable or immovable asset? Of course, down the line in the future, of course, the value creation is going to be more. In addition to the evidence that I am creating. Similarly, whenever you are creating, whenever you are protecting your idea, the value creation in the down the line, in the years to come, it is going to be more. Even when I do say the tangible or intangible asset, it has to be balanced. Some of you might be thinking that, sir, I really do not know whether I could impress my investor or not. Or I would say that my idea, whether it would be available in the prior art or not. Then why I have to promote and protect my intellectual property rights? If you have had that kind of the assumption in your mind, please look at the points. It has been gathered from the experience. It would give you some more clarity on why we have to protect and promote our intellectual property rights. It would protect the rights of owners from the competitor. Imagine you have an idea. That idea is so, it has the market potential. What you have done, you got the investor and you got the bank loan and you are spending your energy, time, money in creating a marketable product from that idea and you are entering into the market. And your competitor, after seeing the market, after seeing the product in the market and it does very well, then he wanted to copy the similar kind of the product. He also would involve the similar kind of the manufacturing facility and he also would develop the similar kind of the product. You cannot do anything. Why? You have never availed any protection for an idea, for the product that you have developed. But the similar situation, you imagine, you have an idea, you got the protection, then you later into the market. Not only in India, somewhere else, not only the whole product, even a small module in your product, someone they are misusing. If you come to know, you can file a litigation case against them because you got the protection and it would encourage the innovation. Right now that we have been seeing a lot of technological advancement, even day by day that we are seeing a lot of the new kind of the technological the advancement it is happening. Even you might be having the different kind of the prototype model in your hand, which would advance the technology. Why we have been doing all those kind of the thing? Because we all know that the kind of the time that I am contributing, that particular the outcome, it would be protected in my name. Even though the picture, of course, it looks, it conveys some funny meaning, but it conveys certain the meaningful information. Without real estate law, land would not exist. It means if we do not have any real estate law, no one would show any interest on putting their hard-earned money on the real estate. Because someone may encroach your land, then definitely that we would not spend our money on the land. But we all know that there is a real estate law, existence of real estate law, and that would give us the protection. Then we are investing our money on the real estate. Similarly, we all have to believe that there is an existence of the patent law. The moment that I got the protection, the moment even I have generated an application, that self that I could understand that I got the protection. Then no one, not only in the own territory, the land that we are living, but worldwide, I would get the protection.
Sir, myself Jagdish. Copyrights-க்கும் IPR-க்கும் இருக்கிற difference என்ன sir?
Copyright அப்படிங்கிறது any literary work, artistic work, or the drama, the play, or the chromosome, or the computer algorithm, that would fall under the copyright. Aspect which involves by system will fall under the patent.
Thank you, sir.
The kind of the thing that you have to differentiate the patent and the industrial design. For an example, any water bottle you take, the aesthetic look of the water bottle would be considered under industrial design. Whereas if the water bottle it has the functional aspect, for an example, if I do have a level sensor coupled with an IoT enabled device, whenever I have not touched the water bottle for a period of 1 hour time, then it would remain me. So the category called patent. Only the aesthetic look of the water bottle, its a dimension, its shape, that would fall under industrial design. Hope you could able to differentiate between industrial design patent and the patent. Any other questions?
I'll have a question.
Please, sir.
So since people here are young and in their budding stage, so when they get an idea and how to check it or validate it if it is already patented or it's already done by someone else. Yeah.
For that, of course, you have to depend on the literature, the search. For the literature, normal in cases when you are writing any paper, international journal or journal, you would be doing the search with the Google, right? So you would be having some keyword and you would start to search whether the similar kind of then articles are available. But in the patent, the keyword based search alone would not yield you the better results. For that, some other the strategies to be followed. For an example, cooperative patent classification number and strategies to be followed. If time permits, even in the afternoon session, I would explain you what would be the very minimum strategy that you would follow in order to verify whether your idea it is there in the prior art or not in the afternoon. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Please, sir.
Sir, this is Murugesan sir from Karaikal, Biomed
Please.
Services. சார் இப்போது என்னென்னா ஆல்ரெடி ஒரு பேட்டன் வந்து வாங்கியிருக்காங்க, அதில் நான் ஏதாவது மாடிஃபிகேஷனில் நான் ஒரு புதுசாக ஏதாவது பண்ணுறேன், அதை வந்து நான் பேட்டன் வாங்க முடியுமா சார்?
சார் இப்போ ஒரு விஷயம், நான் இப்போ வாஷ் பேசினுக்கு முன்னாடி நிற்கிறேன்னு நம்ம நினச்சிப்போம். அந்த வாஷ் பேசின் வந்து ஒரு ஹைட்ராலிக் லிவர் அரேஞ்ச்மெண்ட் இருக்க வாஷ் பேசின். ஸோ நான் இப்போ போய் பக்கத்தில் வைக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னா எனக்கோட ஹைட்டுக்கு வந்து மேட்ச் ஆகணும். இதே ஒரு சின்ன குழந்தை ஒரு 1 or 2 feet குழந்தை வந்து முன்னாடி போய் நிற்கிது அப்படின்னா the height it has to be scaled down. This is the invention that I have done. If I want to enter into the market with this hydraulic lever arrangement coupled wash basin, the answer is no. We cannot enter into the market. Why? I have invented only the hydraulic lever arrangement, not the wash basin. Wash basin, it is not my invention. நான் என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கேன், இந்த ஹைட்ராலிக் லீவரை மட்டும் வாஷ் பேசினில் அட்டாச் பண்ணி நான் வந்து மார்க்கெட்டுக்கு போகிறேன். என்னால் வாஷ் பேசின் இல்லாமல் போக முடியுமானா போக முடியாது. அப்போ நான் என்ன பண்ணணும், மார்க்கெட் போகிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி நான் வாஷ் பேசின் பேட்டன் ஹோல்டர்கிட்ட போய் எனக்கு டெக்னாலஜி ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் கொடுங்கன்னு கேட்டதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் I can enter into the market. So any patent, the inventor, they have to so careful when they wanted to enlarge their boundary, they have to get the prior permission from the existing patent holder. என்னோட லேண்டுக்குள்ளே நான் போகிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி வேறு யாரோட லேண்டே அதை நான் வந்து கிராஸ் பண்ண வேண்டி இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னா நான் அந்த ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி ஓனர்கிட்ட போய் நான் பர்மிஷன் வாங்கணும். நான் என் லேண்டுக்குள்ளே நான் போய்க்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு. ஏன்னா அவங்க லேண்டு கிராஸ் பண்ணாமல் என்னால் போக முடியாது. தென் ஆப்வியஸ்லி யூ ஹாவ் டு கெட் த ப்ரியர் பர்மிஷன் ஃப்ரம் தி அதர் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி ஓனர், இல்லைங்களா? அதே மாதிரி தான் நம்ம இப்போ ஃபார் அன் எக்ஸாம்பிள் கேமரா வந்துட்டு ஒரு த்ரூபுட் டைம் வந்துட்டு எக்ஸிஸ்டிங் மார்க்கெட்டில் வந்து 1 second இருக்குது. நீங்கள் என்ன பண்ணிட்டீங்க அப்படின்னா அந்த த்ரூபுட் டயத்தை வந்து 0.5 seconds குறைச்சிருக்கீங்க உங்களுடைய ஓன் மெத்தடாலஜியில். இப்போ உங்களால் டைரெக்டாக மார்க்கெட்டுக்குள்ளே போக முடியுமானா போக முடியாது. நீங்கள் பேட்டர்ன் வாங்கிடலாம். 0.5 seconds நீங்கள் வந்துட்டு யூ ஹவ் brought some kind of an improvement to the existing. Patent it's for either new or improvement of the existing. Yes, you can get the patent, but you cannot enter into the market because already one patent holder who is having the ownership for the camera. Even though his camera, which has the 1 second throughput, but you have to get the prior permission from them. சரிங்களா சார்?
தேங்க்யூ சார். அனதர் ஒன் கொஸ்டின் சார். இப்போ அந்த பேட்டர்ன் வாங்குறதுக்கு என்ன சார் காஸ்ட் ஆகும்?
சார் கவர்மெண்ட் ஃபீயை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸுக்கு வந்து 1600 ரூபாய் தான் சார். நம்ம ஆஃப்டர்நூன் கொஞ்சம் டீட்டெயில்ஸ் பேசலாம். அந்த ரெஸ்பெக்டிவ் இதெல்லாம் கண்டென்ட்ஸ்லாம் இருக்கு. நம்ம ஆஃப்டர்நூன் கொஞ்சம் டீட்டெயிலாக பேசலாம் சார்.
தேங்க்யூ சார்.
தேங்க்யூ.
Thank you for the wonderful session, sir. So let us welcome our Honorable Minister for Home Industries and Commerce, Mr. A. Namachivayam. Welcome you, sir.
போதுமா? அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய காலை வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். இந்த அருமையானதொரு நிகழ்விலே உங்களை எல்லாம் சந்திப்பதிலே பெரும் மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகின்றேன். நான் தொடர்ந்து நம்முடைய CII பல்வேறு முயற்சிகளை, தொழில் சார்ந்த முயற்சிகளை எடுத்து வருகின்றார்கள். அதிலே ஸ்டார்ட் அப் இந்தியா என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் திரு நரேந்திர மோடி அவர்கள் உருவாக்கி அந்த திட்டத்தை மிகச் சிறப்பான முறையிலே இளைஞர் மத்தியிலே கொண்டு சேர்க்கின்ற ஒரு பணியை மிகச் சிறப்பாக அவர்கள் செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்களுக்கு என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் பாராட்டுக்களையும் நான் இந்த நேரத்திலே தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir. So we welcome you once again for the inaugural session of third edition CII Puducherry Startup Summit 2022. So first, I would like to welcome our chief guest of the day, Mr. A. Namachivayam, Honorable Minister of Home, Industries and Commerce, Government of Puducherry. He doesn't need any introduction first. So, sir, நம்ம எல்லாருக்கும் ரொம்ப தெரிஞ்ச ஒரு பர்சனாலிட்டி. அண்ட் இன்னைக்கு இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸை தாங்கி பிடிக்கிறது சார் வந்து ஒரு பெரிய பெரிய ரீசன். அதுக்கு எனி இஷ்யூஸ் வி கோ சிஏ, அதுவும் சிஏ போகும்போது எனி இஷ்யூஸ் வி டேக் இட் டு ஹிம், தென் அண்ட் தர் அங்கே அந்த நிமிஷமே அதை சால்வ் பண்ணிடுறாங்க. ஸோ ஐ திங்க் வெல்கம் யூ சார். தேங்க்யூ ஃபார் கிரேசிங் திஸ் அக்கேஷன். தேங்க்யூ சார். ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் I'd like to welcome Dr. S. Surender, Chairman, CII Puducherry, Director, The Flavors India. Then I would like to welcome Mr. A. Kalachelvam, Past Chairman, CII Puducherry, Chairman, Innovation Contest and Startup Summit 2022, Managing Director of Manatech Electronics Private Limited. Then the next chief guest, who's at the backbone of fostering startup ecosystem today in Pondicherry. இவங்க ஒரு பில்லர்னா அவங்க ஒரு பில்லர். இவங்க நான் சொன்ன மாதிரி 5 விரலில் அட்வொகசி லெவலில் சார் எவ்வளோக்கு எவ்வளோ சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறாங்களோ மினிஸ்டர் சார், அதே அளவுக்கு இன்னைக்கு அட்டல் இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர் இன்னைக்கு பாண்டிச்சேரியில் இல்லைன்னா உங்களுக்கு ஒரு பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் இருந்திருக்காது. ஸோ டாக்டர் ஆர் சுந்தரமூர்த்தி, எக்ஸிக்யூட்டிவ் டைரக்டர், அட்டல் இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர் பாண்டிச்சேரி இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜ் ஃபவுண்டேஷன். அண்ட் தென் Mr. A. Joseph Rosario, Vice Chairman, CII Puducherry, Director, Metalscopes India Private Limited. So the session starts now. Handing over to Dr. Surender, sir.
Morning to all. Honorable Industry Minister, Government of Pondicherry, Thiru Namachivayam sir, Dr. R. Sundaramurthy, Executive Director, Atal Incubation Center, Mr. Kalai Chelvan, Chairman, Puducherry Innovation Contest and Startup Summit, and Managing Director, Menatech Electronics Private Limited, Mr. Joseph Rosario, Vice Chairman and CII Director, Metal Scope Private Limited, Mr. Franklin, Deputy Director and Head, CII Puducherry, Mr. Mohan Kumar, Under Secretary to Government, Department of Industries and Commerce, Government of Pondicherry, past Chairman, CII, co-committee members of Innovation Contest, members of CII, juries of Innovation Contest, Mr. Vishnu Vardhan and Kamesh from AAC, Mr. Christopher, Chairman CII Puducherry Chapter, Mr. Monish and Mr. Shankaranand and members of Young Indians, members from IWIN, Mrs. Sadhana Rajarajan, eminent speakers and moderators of different sessions, principals, SPOCs and other faculty members from member institutions, dear students and friends from media, a warm welcome to all of you for the third edition of Startup, which is titled as Startup Ecosystem in Pondicherry, Road to Success. ஸ்டார்டிங்கில் ஐ திங்க் பாண்டிச்சேரியில் தொழில் வளர்ச்சிக்காக 800 ஏக்கர் நிலம் பெற்று தந்த நமது தொழில்துறை அமைச்சருக்கு சிஐஏ சார்பில் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். கண்டிப்பாக சார் இட் வில் பி அ கிரேட் பூஸ்ட் டு ஆல் த இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ், எக்ஸிஸ்டிங் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ், அது மாதிரி ஒரு புது இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் வர்றதுக்கு ஐ திங்க் இது ஒரு நல்ல வாய்ப்பு. ரொம்ப தேங்க்ஸ் சார். இந்திய ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களின் எண்ணிக்கை நாளுக்கு நாள் அதிகரிப்பது மட்டுமில்லாமல் நாளுக்கு நாள் வலிமை அடைந்து வருகிறது என்றால் அது மிக இல்லை. It is strongly felt by the economist that the story of India in the next 25 years is going to be young startups, young entrepreneurs, and young administrators. They are going to play a key role in India's growth story when the country completes 100 years of its independence. With our Prime Minister's great initiative, Stand Up India, Startup India, our country now has 80,000 startups and ranked number 3 in terms of the startup ecosystem. Gone are the days when ISRO remained under the veil of secrecy. Now 102 startups are working with ISRO because of the great vision of our Prime Minister. Now 16th of January is declared as the National Startup to acknowledge as well as accelerate the growth of Indian startup ecosystem. Don't just keep your dreams local, make them global is the new mantra for the development of our country. As SUV, which is called as sports utility vehicle, is quite popular among car segments, SUS Startup Summit is the heartline of CII. In CII, one of the centers of excellence is CII, Center of Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups. CIES work with startups, enterprises, incubators, academia and government on capacity building, strategic connect, access to investments and family office. We have a speaker from CIES in the summit who will join virtually later to brief the participants more on the services offered by them for the startup community. Let us start small but think big. With these few words, once again, I welcome you all for this startup summit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to welcome Dr. R. Sundaramurthy, who would address the fostering startup ecosystem in Puducherry.
Honorable Minister for Education and Industries, Chairman CII, past Chairman Mr. M. Kalai Chelvan, Mr. Joseph Rosario, distinguished members from industries, faculty and student innovators from various institutes, startups, press and media, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to be a part of the third edition of Startup Summit 2022. Whenever we initiate the proceedings of Startup Summit, we normally start the proceedings with a birthday wish for Atal Incubation Center, because it is in this very venue in 2019, we kickstarted the operation of Atal Incubation Center and we formally launched. So I wish Atal Incubation Center a very happy birthday and many more happy returns in future. Gratitude is the biggest of all the virtues. I'll be failing in my duty if I don't express my gratitude to CII, who has extended unconditional support for fostering innovation and entrepreneurship, nurturing and handholding this incubation center for the past 3 years. In 2019, when I was meeting the then Secretary to the Government Education for getting formal clearance for hosting the launch of Atal Incubation Center in Startup Summit, I have to do enormous amount of convincing. And the crux of the discussion was this. When you wanted to play a game, and if you wanted to play the game longer, and if you want to play it really well, it is always advisable to play the game with the players who know the game better than you. So as an incubation center, as a head of the incubation center, I really don't have any second thought in getting the guidance and support from industry, because they know the rules of the game and they always play the game better than us. And you as an innovator, as a startup, if you want to play your game really well, I would strongly recommend you to get associated with an incubation center like us, wherein we provide you strong set of services, right from problem identification till you sell your product. India as a nation is having an enormous amount of growth in multiple sectors, especially during pandemic. India has shown to the world that it is the capital of pharma and IT. India is the third largest startup ecosystem in the country, with 100 plus unicorns functioning really well. I should really acknowledge and express my gratitude to Government of India for the efforts that they have put in bringing in incubation centers in academic institutes, because it is only in the incubation centers in academic institutes we harness the curiosity of students, innovative thought process of students, and in a systematic way we handhold and support them so that they can transform their innovation to a sustainable startup venture. We in Atal Incubation Center, hosted in Puducherry Technological University, have been providing this service to the startup community from 2019. And every year we organize 2 major flagship events. One is called Bridge. We organized Bridge 1.0, and we are in the process of organizing Bridge 2.0, wherein we take a batch of innovators, support them, and hold them for a period of 6 months, and then convert their innovations into a sustainable venture. We also have a flagship event called Startup Revive, wherein we take a bunch of startups who have already started their operations. For some reasons, it has not taken up. We provide them with the necessary mentorship support and help them to continue and strive further. This year, we are organizing an event called DAS, which specifically focus on UAV or drone technology. I am happy to tell you that last month, a team from Atal Innovation Mission from New Delhi, along with the mission director, have visited the Atal Incubation Center, and as many as 68 chief executive officers from 68 Atal Incubation Centers across the country, along with their directors, visited our incubation center located in Puducherry Technological University. They have witnessed our progress. They have seen the facilities that they have created and applauded enormously the efforts that you have put in for the 3 years. And this would not have been possible without the support of the industry members out here. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank CII and the industry delegates for their unconditional support that is being offered to us. We in Atal Incubation Center is committed, along with the support of industry, to foster and support innovation and to create a very strong, sustainable ecosystem, startup ecosystem in the UT of Puducherry in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. AAC has been such a support and home to many of the startups in Pondicherry. So next, I would like to invite Mr. M. Kalaiselvan, to past chairman, CII Puducherry, and the chairman of Innovation Contest and Startup Summit, managing director of Manatech Electronics, to set the context for this particular event and explain the significance of this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Monish. Honorable Minister for Industries, Thiru Namachivayam, Executive Director, Atal Incubation Center, PECF, Dr. Sundaramurthy, Chairman CII, Dr. Surender, Vice Chairman, Mr. Joseph, past chairman, office bearers, and members of CII Puducherry panel speakers that are here today for today's summit, and delegates from government, industry, institutes, and rest of the startup ecosystem, students and aspiring startuppreneurs, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third edition of CII Puducherry Startup Summit. In the first summit back in 2019, CII took the initiative to bring together the thought leaders of the ecosystem across various spectrum to share knowledge on startups, policies, incubators, funding option, and best practices. As Dr. Sundaramurthy said, Incubation Center also was launched during that summit. In short, the first summit was a step towards acknowledging the importance of startups in our union territory. The second summit last year focused on progress and steps taken on the ground in Puducherry startup ecosystem, and today is a significant day. This summit is CII initiative of creating a common platform to bring together all these startups or startup stakeholders of the ecosystem. When we talk about startup, who's typically a startup? Anybody, any youngster with a good idea and probably very, very less of resources. Gone are those days back in 90s or 2000s when an individual has an idea, he does not have any resource. He has to develop the idea on his own, probably develop a prototype and run to the bank for getting funding and so on and so forth. But today, that is not the scenario. You have an entire spectrum of resources around you to help you and to take you through the entire value chain. Like Monish was saying, the important stakeholders in today's startup ecosystem are aspiring startuppreneurs, incubators, funding investors, industry institutions, and the government. Let me also give a quick perspective of the country's progress in terms of startup ecosystem. For India to become a major economic force and achieve a $5 trillion economy, its GDP growth should be the fastest. And to achieve that, a significant contribution has to come from the startup space going forward. So government as a stakeholder understood this very important requirement, and back in 2016, the Startup India initiative was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister to build innovation and entrepreneurship in our country. The objectives are to promote entrepreneurship, to accelerate job creation, to create enabling environment of ease of starting business, capacity building, funding support and fiscal incentives, and facilitate all members of startup ecosystems to collaborate and connect. So since then, in the last 5 years, India has made a very impressive progress to become the third largest startup ecosystem in the entire world. And we are just after United States and China. And this is an impressive feat considering what we were prior to 2016. And more statistics towards this. We have more than 50,000 plus startups that are recognized by Department of Promotion of Industry, DPIIT, Industry and Internal Trade. And there are around 42 to 45 DPIIT recognized startups here from Pondicherry. And $31 billion funding since 2016. There are more than 400 incubators and accelerators across India, and 40% year-on-year growth. And I'm not sure if you know, 28 years is the average age of the founders of these startups, 28 years. So out of which 14% are women entrepreneurs. And today the country is boasting close to around 75 unicorns. And in terms of this number, we are far ahead of United Kingdom, whose unicorn number is 32, and Germany, whose unicorn number is 18. And all the major names like Ola, Byju's, Paytm, Swiggy, Zomato, all are valued over $1 billion valuation. More than about 600,000 jobs are created because of the startup ecosystem here in India. And the DPIIT's Startup India Vision 2024 envisages facilities of debt financing, setting up of 500 new incubators, and creating innovation zones in urban local bodies, deployment of entire corpus of 10,000 crores fund of funds, operationalize the credit guarantee scheme, and establish a seed fund. And if any of the startuppreneurs is starting, go for a startup today, you are eligible for 3 years of income tax exemption, angel tax exemption, patent application and IPR protection, self-certification under 6 labor laws and 3 environmental laws. I think this is tremendous considering the ease of starting business. I believe this is a very, very good move. The government wants you to focus only on the innovation, developing your product, make it commercially viable, and not be bothered about all the compliances around it. The government of Puducherry also did not lag behind in terms of coping up with the center's speed in the startup space. Our Puducherry startup policy, ideally titled Aspiring Puducherry, was unveiled on 11th of December 2019. And in that policy, you have the Startup Council, which is the apex body. You also have a startup cell under the Director of Industries and Commerce. Of course, Mr. Mohan Kumar is here to talk more about it. The fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, the startup fund is available. And the policy talks about active involvement of institutions and industry in various forms. I think the policy is very strong. And once the tenets of the policy are publicized and implemented well, I'm sure there is a lot of traction that will happen in the startup space here in Pondicherry. As we spoke, another important stakeholder is the incubators and accelerators. And of course, in Puducherry, we have 2 Atal incubation centers, one out of Pondicherry Engineering College, now PTU, and another one is a Pondicherry University. And they both are doing a very, very good job in terms of talent. And another important stakeholder is the institutions. And I've always been a proponent of every college having an entrepreneurship course or innovation cell. And today, I think there is a trend. Every college talks about it. Even in Pondicherry, I think we have so many colleges having this. I think every college, not by choice, but forcibly should have an innovation cell. And every school should have tinkering labs, the Atal tinkering labs. And they should conduct innovation contests. and colleges must also encourage the students to patent their ideas. Because what we saw with all these innovation contests organized by CII in the last 2 years is an amazing talent pool from students displaying their ideas. And some ideas are quite capable of making it to the next level. And the platform provided through this innovation contest should not be restricted only to CII going forward. I think every college should actively do that. Just like you're doing a sports day, have an innovation day, wherein you call up the students and try to encourage their participation. The CII's effort should be a consolidation of all the colleges' innovation contests, so that the quality of ideas, we can only imagine what it would be. And by then, we should have the incubation centers, enough incubation centers here in Puducherry, along with the funding ecosystem also. So I'm very sure we are going towards that path, and the whole ecosystem is getting strengthened. And I think that is a motivation that drives us year after year to do this activity even more better. And we are also looking at how further CII can cooperate in terms of furthering the ecosystem, probably with a startup forum or something. So these are some ideas which we are looking at, apart from the corporate incubators, which we are also considering. Mentorship is already happening through various forums, and R&D support and CSR support to the Atal centers. So these are some of the areas where corporates can actually pitch in more, which we keep talking within CII. The innovation contest that was conducted had more than 1,000 students participating this year, compared to about 600 odd students last year. And today evening, the 5 winners will be announced in the valedictory function. We have our Honorable Minister of Industries here, and like our Dr. Surendra said, he has been very forthcoming in listening to the industry's requirements, industry's requests, and what really impressed the industry is the way he acted immediately on many of the requests. For example, the long pending subsidies of industries were released under his leadership since last year. I think CII met him early last year, and within 6 months, the minister took up the effort. He saw the pending list, and immediately he took efforts to release the subsidies. And also, the startup recommendations given by CII was included in the startup policy. So that's another area where the government is keenly willing to listen to the industry and cooperate. And in fact, I was speaking to the minister on the newly acquired land, which is used for industrial purposes, to consult probably CII wherever needed to make sure, I think, we come out with an excellent SEZ or industrial clusters, so to speak. So these are areas which build a trust between industry as well as the government. We are very happy, sir, with the way the government is reacting to the industry needs. And some points which may need your attention, sir, is EV policy has been a long pending request. And so we request your involvement in that. And also implementation of the policy in full force, that is the startup policy. And obviously, sir, the EODB ranking is a matter of concern. I think the government is working on it, and the industrial estate infra. So these are some areas that may need attention. So the government has been very close with the industry. Now we would like to take that forward, and under the leadership of our Honorable Minister. Dr. Sundaramurthy spoke about how the collaboration between CII and the Incubation Center has been. Virat Kohli cannot always hit 100 centuries, Doctor. We also need Rohit Sharma's. So certainly it's all a collaborative effort. And thank you very much for the excellent support. Today's summit is going to focus on building successful innovation and startup ecosystem in Puducherry. And we are also going to have a panel discussion with the startups of Puducherry here. and to know about their journey. And another panel discussion on how can the institutions from Puducherry contribute in terms of fostering innovation, and of course, a presentation on central government and schemes and incentives for startups, award ceremony for the winners of the CII Innovation Contest 2022. All the panels are having eminent speakers. I promise you a very productive day with a lot of useful takeaways at the end of the summit. Thank you and have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kalachelvan. Who more can set the context for this speech? Because it was his tenure when this inaugural startup summit happened in 2019. So he was a brainchild at the time. So I think he's already set the context right for our Honorable Minister, Mr. A. Namachivayam. So let me hand it over to our Minister, sir, for the inaugural address, for the keynote address. We welcome you, sir.
Startup Summit 2022 இந்த அருமையானதொரு நிகழ்விலே வரவேற்புரை ஆற்றியிருக்கின்ற CII சேர்மன் மரியாதைக்குரிய டாக்டர் எஸ் சுரேந்திரன் அவர்களே, எனக்கு முன்னால் வாழ்த்துரை வழங்கியிருக்கின்ற முன்னாள் சேர்மன் மரியாதைக்குரிய கலைச்செல்வன் அவர்களே, மரியாதைக்குரிய எக்ஸிக்யூட்டிவ் டைரக்டர் அடல் இன்குபேஷன் சென்டருடைய எக்ஸிக்யூட்டிவ் டைரக்டர் டாக்டர் ஆர் சுந்தரமூர்த்தி அவர்களே, நன்றி உரையாற்ற இருக்கின்ற ஜோசப் ரசாரியோ அவர்களே, முன்னாள் சேர்மன் மரியாதைக்குரிய சகோதரர் விஜய் கணேஷ் அவர்களே, நம்முடைய தொழில்துறையினுடைய இணை இயக்குனர் மரியாதைக்குரிய மோகன்குமார் அவர்களே, இந்த நிகழ்விலே கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற தொழில் அதிபர்களே, அன்பிற்குரிய மாணவ மாணவிகளே, புதிதாக தொழில் முனைவோர் வருகை தந்திருக்கின்ற தொழில் முனைவோர்களே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய முதற்கண் வணக்கத்தை இந்த நேரத்திலே நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கின்றேன். இன்னைக்கு நம்முடைய 3வது ஸ்டார்ட் அப் சம்மிட் நம்முடைய CII மூலமாக இந்த சப்மிட் மிக சிறப்பான முறையிலே ஒவ்வொரு ஆண்டும் கொண்டாடி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். நம்முடைய தொழில் முனைவர்களை ஊக்குவிக்க வேண்டும் என்ற நோக்கத்தின் அடிப்படையிலே இத்தகைய இந்த சப்மிட் ஆனது இன்றைக்கு தொடர்ந்து நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. பாரத பிரதமர் திரு நரேந்திர மோடி அவர்கள் இந்த நாட்டினுடைய பிரதமராக பொறுப்பேற்ற பிறகு பல்வேறு திட்டங்களை அவர்கள் அறிமுகப்படுத்தினார்கள். குறிப்பாக நாம் சொல்ல வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் மேக் இன் இந்தியா என்ற திட்டத்தை உருவாக்கினார்கள். இந்திய நாட்டிலே இந்திய பொருட்கள் தயாரிக்கப்பட வேண்டும், நம்முடைய நாட்டில் உள்ள உற்பத்தியாகின்ற பொருட்கள் நம்முடைய இந்தியாவிலே உற்பத்தி செய்ய வேண்டும் என்ற அந்த ஒரு திட்டத்தை அன்றைக்கு ஆரம்பித்தார்கள். அதைத் தொடர்ந்து அவர்கள் ஆரம்பித்த திட்டம் ஸ்டாண்ட் அப் இந்தியா என்ற ஒரு திட்டத்தை ஆரம்பித்தார்கள். அதன் பிறகு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் இந்தியா என்ற திட்டத்தை ஆரம்பித்தார்கள். இந்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப் இந்தியா என்ற திட்டமானது நம்முடைய புதிதாக தொழில் முனைவோரை ஊக்குவிக்கின்ற ஒரு திட்டமாக இந்த திட்டம் ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்டிருந்தது. புதிதாக சிந்தனையில் உள்ளவர்கள், புதிதாக கண்டுபிடிப்புகளை கண்டுபிடிக்கின்ற அந்த கண்டுபிடிப்பாளர்களை ஊக்குவிக்க வேண்டும் என்ற நோக்கத்தின் அடிப்படையிலே தான் இன்றைக்கு அந்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த திட்டம் உருவாக்கப்பட்டிருக்குது. அந்த அடிப்படையிலே தான் நம்முடைய புதுவை நம்முடைய தொழில்நுட்ப பல்கலைக்கழகத்திலே அடல் இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர் என்ற ஒரு நிறுவனத்தை உருவாக்கி அதற்கான மத்திய அரசு நிதியை ஒதுக்கி அந்த நிறுவனத்தை அன்றைக்கு உருவாக்கி கொடுத்தார்கள். அந்த அடிப்படையிலே தான் இன்றைக்கு பல்வேறு விதமான கடந்த 3 வருடங்களாக இன்றைக்கு இந்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸினுடைய எண்ணிக்கை இன்றைக்கு அதிகரித்து கொண்டே இருக்கின்றது. புதிதாக அந்த கண்டுபிடிப்புகளை கண்டுபிடிக்கின்ற கண்டுபிடிப்பாளர்கள், முதலீட்டாளர்கள் இன்றைக்கு புதிதாக அந்த தொழில்நுட்பங்களை பயன்படுத்தி இன்றைக்கு புதிய தொழில்களை இன்றைக்கு தொடங்குவதற்கான ஒரு நிலையிலே இன்றைக்கு இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் நன்றாக தெரியும், இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய உலகமானது இன்றைக்கு மிகவும் வேகமான ஒரு பரபரப்பான சூழ்நிலையில் இன்றைக்கு உலகம் சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. புதிய புதிய கண்டுபிடிப்புகள் இன்றைக்கு புதிதாக வந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. அப்படி வந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த சூழலில் நாம் போட்டியுள்ள ஒரு உலகத்தில் நாம் வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம் என்ற நிலைமையிலேதான் இதை போன்ற புதிய கண்டுபிடிப்புகளை உற்பத்தி செய்கின்ற அந்த தொழில் முனைவர்களை ஊக்குவிக்க வேண்டியதும் நம்முடைய கடமையாக இன்றைக்கு இருக்கின்றது. அதனால்தான் சிஐ இது மாதிரி பல்வேறு முயற்சிகளை எடுத்து நம்முடைய புதிதாக தொழில் முனைவோர்களை ஊக்குவிக்க வேண்டும் என்ற அந்த உயர்ந்த எண்ணத்தோடு அந்த சிஐ தொடர்ந்து செயல்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அதற்காக பாடுபட்ட முன்னாள் தலைவர்களிலிருந்து இந்நாள் தலைவர்களுக்கும் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் பாராட்டுக்களையும் இந்த நேரத்திலே நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கின்றேன். நம்முடைய புதுவை மாநிலத்தை அரசாங்கத்தை பொறுத்த வரையிலே இங்கே தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி அரசாங்கம் புதுவை மாநிலத்தில் உருவான பிறகு மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் தேர்தல் நேரத்திலே புதுவை மாநில மக்களுக்கு ஒரு வாக்குறுதியை கொடுத்தார்கள். அது என்ன வாக்குறுதி என்று சொன்னால், நாங்கள் ஆட்சிக்கு வந்தால் புதுவை மாநிலத்தை பெஸ்ட் புதுச்சேரியாக உருவாக்குவோம் என்ற ஒரு வாக்குறுதியை அன்றைக்கு தேர்தல் நேரத்திலே அவர்கள் கொடுத்து சென்றார்கள். அதன் பிறகு புதுவை மாநிலத்திற்கு வருகை தந்த மாண்புமிகு உள்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு அமித்ஷாஜி அவர்கள் கம்மன் கல்லறையில் நடந்த விழாவிலே அவர்கள் அதை மீண்டும் உறுதிப்படுத்துகின்ற வகையிலே ஒரு உறுதிமொழியை திரும்ப கொடுத்தார்கள். நாங்கள் புதுச்சேரி மாநிலத்தை பெஸ்ட் புதுச்சேரியாக உருவாக்காமல் மீண்டும் உங்களிடத்திலே நாங்கள் வாக்கு கேட்க வரமாட்டோம் என்ற ஒரு உறுதிமொழியை கொடுத்தார்கள். அந்த அடிப்படையிலே தான் இன்றைக்கு புதுவை மாநிலத்திலே பெஸ்ட் புதுச்சேரியாக உருவாக்குவதற்கான அனைத்து நடவடிக்கைகளும் இன்றைக்கு மத்திய அரசாங்கம் எடுத்துக்கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. இந்த அரசிற்கு ஒத்துழைப்பாக அந்த பெஸ்ட் புதுச்சேரியை உருவாக்குவதற்கான அனைத்து நடவடிக்கைகளும் எடுத்துக்கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அதனால்தான் கிட்டத்தட்ட பல ஆண்டு காலமாக கிட்டத்தட்ட 6-7 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னால எடுத்த அந்த சேதராப்பட்டு இந்த லேண்டு கிட்டத்தட்ட 800 ஏக்கர் லேண்டு அப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னால் ஸ்பெஷல் எக்கனாமிக் ஜோன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அன்றைக்கி எடுத்தாங்க. சிறப்பு பொருளாதார மண்டலம் அமைப்பதற்காக எடுக்கப்பட்ட அந்த நிலமானது இதுவரையிலே நம்முடைய புதுவை மாநில அரசு அதை பயன்படுத்திக் கொள்வதற்கான அனுமதியை மத்திய உள்துறை அமைச்சகம் வழங்கப்படாமல் இருந்தது. இந்த அரசாங்கம் பொறுப்பேற்ற பிறகு அதை தொடர்ந்து முயற்சி செய்து சற்று ஏறக்குறைய ஒரு 15 தினங்களுக்கு முன்பாக மத்திய உள்துறை அமைச்சகம் புதுவை மாநிலத்தில் அந்த சேதராப்பட்டில் எடுக்கப்பட்ட அந்த 800 ஏக்கர் நிலத்தையும் தொழில் தொடங்குவதற்கு, தொழில் முதலீடு செய்வதற்கு நீங்கள் அதை பயன்படுத்தி கொள்ளலாம் என்ற உத்தரவை மத்திய அரசானது நமக்கு கொடுத்திருக்கின்றது. நம்முடைய அரசாங்கத்தை பொறுத்தவரையிலே அதற்குரிய அனைத்து நடவடிக்கைகளையும் பூர்வாங்க பணிகளை நம்முடைய அரசாங்கம் தொடர்ந்து எடுத்துக்கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. ஏன்னா கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 10 நாட்கள் முன்னாடி கூட சம்பந்தப்பட்ட அதிகாரிகளை அழைத்து அதற்கான ஆலோசனை கூட்டங்களை நடத்தி வெகு விரைவாக அது நம்முடைய தொழில் முதலீட்டாளர்களுக்கு அது சென்று செல்ல வேண்டும், அதற்கு ஒப்படைப்பதற்கான அனைத்து நடவடிக்கைகளும் நீங்கள் எடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று அவர்களை நாம் கேட்டுக்கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். அதை பொறுத்தவரையிலே எங்களுடைய அரசாங்கத்தினுடைய ஒரு சில கொள்கை முடிவு, எங்களுடைய எண்ணம் எல்லாம் நம்முடைய புதுவை மாநிலத்தை தொழில்துறையிலே ஒரு முன்னேறிய மாநிலமாக உருவாக்குவதோடு மட்டுமல்லாமல் நம்முடைய படித்த இளைஞர்களுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பை உருவாக்கி கொடுக்க வேண்டும். அதுதான் எங்களுடைய அடிப்படை எண்ணமாக இன்றைக்கு எங்கள் அரசனுடைய மத்தியிலே இன்றைக்கு இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. அதனால்தான் இன்றைக்கு அந்த இடத்தை மிக சிறப்பான முறையிலே உருவாக்க வேண்டும் என்பது என்னுடைய எண்ணம். அதனால்தான் அதற்கு முக்கியத்துவமாக அதற்கு எங்களுடைய எண்ணத்திலே இருக்கின்ற விஷயம் நான் உங்களிடத்திலே இந்த நேரத்திலே நான் பகிர்ந்து கொள்ள விரும்புகின்றேன். என்னன்னா, தொழில் முனைவோர்களாக நீங்கள் எல்லாம் இருக்கின்றீர்கள். எனவே உங்களிடத்திலே என்னுடைய கருத்துக்களை உங்களிடத்தில் பகிர்ந்து கொள்வதில் இந்த நேரத்திலே அது சிறந்ததாக இருக்கும் என்று நான் நினைக்கின்றேன். எங்களுடைய எண்ணத்தில் இருப்பதெல்லாம் புதுவை மாநிலத்தில் ஒரு சிறந்த ஒரு ஐடி தொழிற்சாலையை உருவாக்க வேண்டும் என்பது எங்களுடைய எண்ணத்தில் மிக முக்கியமாக இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. என்றால் நிறைய என்ஜினியரிங் படித்த நம்முடைய மாணவ மாணவிகள் நம்முடைய பக்கத்திலே தமிழ்நாட்டிலோ அல்லது பெங்களூரிலே சென்று வேலை செய்கின்ற ஒரு சூழ்நிலை கொண்டு குடும்பத்தை விட்டு ஒரு 20,000-25,000க்கும் போய் வேலை செய்யக்கூடிய ஒரு சூழல் இருக்கின்றது. அத்தகைய சூழ்நிலையை மாற்ற வேண்டும். அவர்களுக்கு புதுவை மாநிலத்திலே வேலை வாய்ப்பை உருவாக்கி கொடுப்பதோடு மட்டுமல்லாமல் நம்முடைய புதுவை மாநிலத்தை ஒரு ஐடி உள்ள அந்த தொழிற்சாலைகளை கொண்டு வருகின்ற பொழுது புதுவையினுடைய அந்த ஃபேஸ் லிஃப்ட் ஆனது மாற்றுவதற்கு அது ஏதுவாக இருக்கும் என்று நாங்கள் கருதுகின்றோம். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் இன்னைக்கு நீங்க பார்த்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னா நம்முடைய புதுவை மாநிலத்திற்கு அதிகப்படியான வருவாயை நமக்கு புதுவை மாநில அரசுக்கு கொடுக்கின்ற ஒரு தொழிலாக பார்மாசூட்டிக்கல் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் இன்றைக்கு இருக்கின்றது. இன்றைக்கு மருத்துவத்துறையிலே அதிக புதிய புதிய கண்டுபிடிப்புகள் இன்றைக்கு அதன் மூலமாக நம்முடைய அரசிற்கு உரிய வருமானங்கள், நம்முடைய இளைஞர்களுக்குரிய வேலை வாய்ப்பை உறுதி செய்கின்ற ஒரு தொழிற்சாலைகள் இன்றைக்கு புதுவை மாநிலத்திலே சிறப்பான முறையிலே இன்றைக்கு செயல்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்ற காரணத்தினால் அதை போன்ற ஒரு பார்மாசூட்டிக்கல் தொழிற்சாலைகளை உருவாக்குவதற்கான இடங்களை உருவாக்கி கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று நாங்கள் நினைத்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய இருக்கிற சூழலில் பார்த்தா இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய சுற்றுச்சூழலை பாதிக்காத அளவிற்கு இருக்கின்ற வாகனங்களை தயாரிக்க வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லி வெஹிக்கிள் என்ற அந்த புதிய திட்டம் இன்றைக்கு நாடு முழுவதும் அமலாகி கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. நாளுக்கு நாள் அதனுடைய மாற்றம் வெஹிக்கிள் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த எலக்ட்ரானிக் வெஹிக்கிளை உருவாக்குவதற்கான அந்த திட்டம் இன்றைக்கு பல்வேறு நாடுகளிலே நம்முடைய நாடு முழுவதும் அந்த திட்டம் உலக நாடுகள் முழுவதும் அதை இன்றைக்கு அமுல்படுத்தக்கூடிய ஒரு சூழ்நிலையை இன்றைக்கு உருவாக்கி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அதனால் அதை போல ஆட்டோமொபைல் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ், அதை போன்ற ஒரு தொழிற்சாலைகளை இந்த சேதராப்பட்டு பகுதியில் இருக்கின்ற அந்த இடங்களிலே கொண்டு வருகின்ற பொழுது அது மிக சிறந்ததாக இருக்கும் என்று நாங்கள் நினைக்கின்றோம். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் அதற்கு தனியாக ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸ் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய புதிய தொழில் முதலீட்டாளர்களுக்கு தனியான இடங்களை ஒதுக்க வேண்டும் என்று எங்களுடைய எண்ணத்திலே இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் சிறு குறு தொழில் செய்கின்ற அந்த தொழில் முதலீட்டாளர்களுக்குமான உரிய இடத்தை நாம் அதிலே ஒதுக்கி கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று இப்படி பல்வேறு நிலைகளிலே அனைத்து தரப்பு மக்களுக்கும் ஏற்ற வகையிலே அந்த இடத்தை ஒரு பயனுள்ளதாக நம்முடைய புதுவை மாநிலத்திற்கு ஒரு தொழில்துறையிலே சிறந்து விளங்குகின்ற மாநிலமாக உருவாக்குவதோடு மட்டுமல்லாமல் வேலை வாய்ப்பும் உருவாக்குகின்ற நிலைமையிலே அதை உருவாக்க வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் எங்களுடைய அடிப்படை எண்ணமாக இன்றைக்கு இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. அதை ஒட்டித்தான் இன்றைக்கு எங்களுடைய அரசாங்கம், எங்களுடைய தொழில்துறையானது இன்றைக்கு செயல்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. இந்த நேரத்தில் நாங்கள் இறுதி முடிவு எடுப்பதற்கு முன்பாக நம்முடைய CII உள்ளிட்ட அந்த நிர்வாகிகளையும் கலந்து ஆலோசித்து, அதாவது உதாரணத்துக்கு சொல்லுவாங்க நீட் பேஸ் என்று சொல்வார்கள், அவர்களுக்கு தேவைக்கு ஏற்ப என்னென்ன தொழிற்சாலைகளை அந்த பூங்காவிலே கொண்டு வந்தால் மிக சிறப்பாக இருக்கும் என்று அவர்களுடைய ஆலோசனையும் கேட்டறிந்து அதை அமுல்படுத்துவதற்கான நடவடிக்கையும் எங்களுடைய அரசு எடுப்பதற்கு தயாராக இருக்கின்றது என்ற உத்தரவாதத்தை இந்த நேரத்திலே நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கின்றேன். அதை போல இன்றைக்கு பல்வேறு நிலைகளில் சொன்னாங்க. இந்த அரசாங்கம் பொறுப்பேற்ற பிறகு கிட்டத்தட்ட நம்முடைய 2016 புதிய தொழில் கொள்கை உருவாக்கப்பட்டது. அந்த புதிய தொழில் கொள்கையிலே பல்வேறு அம்சங்கள் இன்று வரையிலே அரசாணையாக வெளியிடப்படாமல் இருக்கின்றது என்ற ஒரு கருத்தை CII நிர்வாகிகள் எங்களிடத்தை தெரிவித்தார்கள். அதை உடனடியாக நிறைவேற்ற வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லி அதற்கான உத்தரவுகள் பிறப்பிக்கப்பட்ட அந்த நேரத்திலே தான் நீண்ட நெடுங்காலமாக நம்முடைய தொழில் முனைவோருக்கான அந்த இன்சென்டிவ் ஊக்கத்தொகையானது கொடுக்கப்படாமல் இருக்கின்றது என்ற தகவலை எங்களிடத்திலே சொன்ன நேரத்திலே உடனடியாக அதற்கு நிதிநிலை அறிக்கையிலே குறிப்பிட்ட பணத்தை ஒதுக்கி அந்த பணம் உடனடியாக அவர்களுக்கு கொண்டு சேர்வதற்கான ஒரு நடவடிக்கை இந்த அரசாங்கம் எடுத்திருக்கின்றது. அது மட்டுமல்ல, இந்த ஆண்டு நிதிநிலை அறிக்கையிலும் அந்த உதவித்தொகை கொடுப்பதற்கு பழைய 2017 கிட்டத்தட்ட இன்னைய தேதி வரைக்கும் அதற்கான ஊக்கத்தொகை கொடுக்கப்படாமல் இருந்தது. கடந்த ஆண்டுகளில் கிட்டத்தட்ட 2017 2019 வரைக்கும் உள்ள யாரெல்லாம் விண்ணப்பித்திருந்தார்களோ அவர்களுக்கெல்லாம் அந்த ஊக்கத்தொகை 2019 வரைக்கும் வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. இன்னைக்கு 2019 2022 வரைக்கும் உள்ளவர்களுக்கு வழங்கப்பட வேண்டும். இன்றைக்கும் அவர்கள் மனு கொடுத்தவர்களுக்கு கொடுக்கப்படாமல் இருக்கின்ற ஒரு சூழ்நிலை இருக்கின்றது. அதற்கும் இந்த ஆண்டு நிதிநிலையிலே 10 கோடி ரூபாய் ஒதுக்கி அதற்கான கூட்டங்களை நடத்தி இன்றைக்கு இறுதி செய்திருக்கின்றோம். யாரெல்லாம் அதிலே தகுதி பெற்றிருக்கின்றார்கள், யாரெல்லாம் நாம் ஊக்கத்தொகை வழங்குவதற்கு தகுதியாக இருக்கின்றார்களோ அவர்களுக்கெல்லாம் உடனடியாக ஊக்கத்தொகை வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லி நம்முடைய அரசாங்கம் இன்றைக்கு நடவடிக்கை எடுத்து வெகு விரைவாக அது நம்முடைய முதலீட்டாளர்களுக்கு பயன் தரக்கூடிய நிலையில் அவரிடத்தில் ஒப்படைக்கின்ற ஒரு சூழ்நிலை கிட்டத்தட்ட 10 கோடி ரூபாய் இந்த நிதி அறிக்கையிலே ஒதுக்கி இருக்கின்றோம். இப்படி இந்த அரசாங்கம் வந்த பிறகு பல்வேறு நலத்திட்டங்களை இன்றைக்கு தொழில் சார்ந்த அந்த துறைகளை ஊக்குவிப்பதிலே இந்த அரசாங்கம் முனைப்பு காட்டிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. பாத்தீங்கன்னா பல்வேறு விதமான அந்த சூழ்நிலையில் கூட பாத்தீங்கன்னா இந்த ஸ்டாம்ப் டியூட்டி எக்ஸம்ஷன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு திட்டம் இதுவரைக்கும் எந்த நிலையில அதை செயல்படுத்துறதுன்னு தெரியாம இன்னுமே அது இன்னைக்கும் பெண்டிங்ல இருந்துட்டு இருக்குது. சற்றேறக்குறைய வருகின்ற டிசம்பர் 1ஆம் தேதி அதற்கான அதிகாரியுடைய ஆலோசனை கூட்டத்தை வைத்திருக்கின்றோம். 1ஆம் தேதி ஸ்டாம்ப் டியூட்டி எக்ஸம்ஷன் சம்பந்தமான அனைத்து துறை அதிகாரிகளும் கலெக்டர்ல இருந்து எல்லா அதிகாரி ரெவன்யூ செக்ரட்டரில இருந்து எல்லா அதிகாரிகளும் கூப்பிட்டு ஆன் த டேபிள் முடிவெடுக்கணும் அப்படின்ற ஒரு திட்டத்தை இன்றைக்கு நாம் உருவாக்கி இருக்கின்றோம். 1ஆம் தேதி அதற்கான ஆலோசனை கூட்டம் வைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. வெகு விரைவாக முடிவெடுத்து அதை அமுல்படுத்துவதற்கு இந்த அரசாங்கம் தயாராக இருக்கின்றது. அது மட்டுமல்ல, இன்னைக்கு பாத்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னா ஸ்டார்ட் அப் பாலிசியை கொண்டு வருவதற்கான நடவடிக்கை தொடர்ந்து எடுத்துக்கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். இ வெஹிக்கிள் பாலிசி, எக்ஸ்போர்ட் பாலிசி, ஈஸ் ஆஃப் டூயிங் பிசினஸ் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த ஈஸ் ஆஃப் டூயிங் பிசினஸ் இன்னைக்கு மத்திய அரசின் ஒப்புதலுக்காக புதுவை மாநிலத்திலிருந்து அனுப்பப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. சற்று ஏறக்குறைய 2 மாதங்களுக்கு முன்பாக அனுப்பப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. வெகு விரைவாக அதற்கான ஒப்புதலும் பெறுவதற்கான நிலைமை இங்கு அரசு உருவாக்கி கொடுக்கும் என்ற நிலையிலே நான் இந்த நேரத்தில் உங்களுக்கு நான் உத்தரவாதமாக அதை அளிக்க விரும்புகின்றேன். அது மட்டும் இல்லை, இன்னைக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னா எளிமையான முறையிலே அவர்களுக்கு உரிய அந்த அனுமதி பெற வேண்டும் என்று நீண்ட நெடுகாலமாக அந்த கோரிக்கை இருக்கின்றது. ரொம்ப நாளாக எங்களுக்கு குறிப்பிட்ட காலத்துக்குள்ளாகவே நாங்கள் ஒரு அப்ளிகேஷன் கொடுத்தா எங்களுக்கு அந்த தொழிற்சாலை தொடங்குவதற்கான அனுமதிகள் கிடைப்பது எங்களுக்கு தாமதமாக இருக்கின்றது என்று நெடுநாளமாக நம்முடைய தொழில் முனைவோர்கள் அதை ஒரு குறைபாடாகவே தொடர்ந்து சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருந்த இந்த சூழ்நிலையில் இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய அரசாங்கம் அவர்கள் ஆன்லைனிலே அவர்கள் அனுமதி பெறுவதற்கான நடவடிக்கையை உருவாக்க வேண்டும் என்று எங்களுடைய துறையினுடைய அதிகாரிகளுக்கு உத்தரவு போடப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. அது விரைவாக அதற்கான ஒரு கொள்கை முடிவும் அரசாங்கம் எடுத்து அதற்கான வழிகாட்டுதல் நெறிமுறைகளோடு அதை செய்வதற்கும் இந்த அரசாங்கம் தயாராக இருக்கின்றது. இப்படி நம்முடைய அரசாங்கம் நம்முடைய தொழில்துறையை முன்னேற்றுவதற்கு, நம்முடைய தொழில்துறையிலே இருக்கின்ற முன்னேற்றம் அடைவதற்கான அனைத்து வகையிலும் உங்கள் பின்னால் இருந்து உங்களோடு இருந்து உழைப்பதற்கு இந்த அரசாங்கம் தயாராக இருக்கின்றது. அது மட்டுமில்லாமல் நம்முடைய புதிதாக உருவாக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த மாஸ்டர் பிளான் நகரமைப்பு திட்டம், இந்த நகரமைப்பு திட்டத்திலே பார்த்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னா இப்போ இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸுக்கு என்றே தனியாக ஒதுக்கீடுகள் நீங்க பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நிலம் இப்போ அதெல்லாமே இப்போ நீங்க பார்த்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னா சற்று 2-3 நாட்களுக்கு முன்பாக இதற்கான கோப்பானது லேண்ட் கன்வர்ஷன், விவசாய நிலங்களிலிருந்து தொழில் தொடங்குவதற்கோ அல்லது குடியிருப்பு மனைகளாக மாற்றுவதற்கான அந்த திட்டம் இன்றைக்கு உருவாக்குவதற்காக ஆளுநருடைய ஒப்புதலுக்காக 2 தினங்களுக்கு முன்பாக அதனுடைய கோப்பும் தயார் செய்து அனுப்பப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. ஆளுநருடைய ஒப்புதல் கிடைத்தவுடன் உடனடியாக அதற்கான ஒரு நிலைமையும் இன்றைக்கு தொழில் தொடங்குவதற்கு உரிய நிலத்தை கண்டறிந்து அதை செய்வதற்கான ஒரு நிலைமையும் இன்றைக்கு உருவாக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. இப்படி அனைத்து விதமான நடவடிக்கைகளையும் நம்முடைய அரசாங்கம் தொடர்ந்து எடுத்துக்கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். எனவே உங்கள் பின்னால் தொழில் தொடங்குவவர்களுக்கு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய புதிதாக தொழில் முனைவோர்கள், தொழிலை தொடங்கி காலங்காலமாக தொழிலை செய்பவர்களுக்கு பாதுகாப்புள்ள ஒரு அரசாங்கமாக, பாதுகாப்பான அரசாங்கமாக உங்களுடைய எண்ணங்களை கோரிக்கைகளை நிறைவேற்றுகின்ற ஒரு அரசாங்கமாக இந்த அரசாங்கம் நிச்சயம் திகழும். அதற்குரிய அனைத்து முயற்சிகளையும் இந்த துறையினுடைய அமைச்சர் என்கின்ற முறையிலே நாங்கள் தொடர்ந்து எடுத்துக்கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். எனவே அவற்றை எல்லாம் நல்ல முறையிலே புதுவை மாநிலத்தில் ஒரு அமைதியான நிலையிலே நாம் தொழிலை நல்ல முறையில் செய்வதன் மூலமாக இந்த புதுவை மாநிலம் வளம் பெறுவதற்கும் நம்முடைய இந்திய நாடு வளம் பெறுவதற்கும் நீங்கள் அனைத்து வகையிலும் ஒத்துழைக்க வேண்டும். உங்களுடைய கண்டுபிடிப்புகள், புதிய புதிய கண்டுபிடிப்புகள் இந்த நாட்டினுடைய வளர்ச்சிக்காக நிச்சயமாக உதவும் என்ற நம்பிக்கை எங்களுக்கு இருக்கின்றது. இதில் சிறப்பான முறையிலே பங்கெடுத்து தங்களுடைய கண்டுபிடிப்புகளை கண்டுபிடித்த அனைத்து மாணவர்களுக்கும் மாணவிகளுக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் பாராட்டுக்களையும் தெரிவித்து நம்முடைய CII மிக சிறப்பான முறையிலே அனைத்தையும் இங்கே ஏற்பாடு செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் பாராட்டுக்களையும் தெரிவித்து விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir. ஸோ 2 பாயிண்ட் சார் சொன்னதே நோட் பண்ணியிருந்தீங்கன்னா, ஒன்று இம்ப்ளிமெண்டேஷன்ற வார்த்தையை சார் அடிக்கடி சொன்னார், மினிஸ்டர் சார் அடிக்கடி சொன்னார். நாங்கள் நடைமுறைக்கு இது கொண்டு வந்துட்டோம்னு சொன்னாங்க. அந்த பார்ட் வந்து நம்ம கண்டிப்பாக அக்செப்ட் பண்ணி அக்னாலேஜ் பண்ணியே ஆகணும். லேண்ட் பேங்காக இருக்கட்டும், சப்சிடியாக இருக்கட்டும், இஓடிபியாக இருக்கட்டும், எல்லாமே இன்னைக்கு வந்து இம்ப்ளிமெண்டேஷன் லெவலுக்கு வர ஆரம்பிக்குதுன்னா ஐ திங்க் சார் உங்களோட பெரிய உழைப்பு அதுக்கு இது எங்களை பின்னாடி கூப்பிட்டு போகிற நீங்கள் சொன்னீங்கல்ல சார், நீங்கள் ஃப்ரண்ட்டில் இருக்கீங்க, நாங்கள் பின்னாடி இருக்கோம் சார், நாங்கள் கண்ண மூடிட்டு வருவோம் கூட. ஸோ அந்த அஷூரன்ஸை கொடுப்போம். நன்றி சார், தேங்க்ஸ் ஃபார் த வண்டர்ஃபுல் ஸ்பீச். ஒரு எனர்ஜி அப்படியே எங்ககிட்ட பாஸ் பண்ண மாதிரி இருக்கு, ஒரு ஷாக் அடிச்ச மாதிரி இருக்கு எங்க எல்லாருக்கும். ஸோ வித் திஸ் ஐ இன்வைட் மிஸ்டர் ஏ ஜோசப் ரொசாரியோ டு டெலிவர் த ப்ரொபோசல் வோட் ஆஃப் தேங்க்ஸ்.
Sri A. Namashivayam, Honorable Minister of Industries and Commerce, Government of Puducherry. Dr. Surendra S., Chairman, CII Puducherry and Director, The Flavors India Private Limited. Mr. M. Kalai-Chelvan, Past Chairman, CII Puducherry and Chairman, Innovation Contest and Startup Summit 2022. Managing Director, Manatech Electronics Private Limited. Dr. R. Sundaramurthy, Executive Director, Atal Incubation Center, Puducherry Technology University. Senior government officials from government, past chairman, council members from CII Puducherry State Council, members from Indian Women Network and Young Indians, speakers for the day, team from Atal Incubation Center, startups, academicians, students, fraternity, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to one and all present here. I would like to take this opportunity to propose a formal vote of thanks for the inaugural session of third edition of CII Puducherry Startup Summit 2022. On behalf of CII Puducherry and my personal behalf, I would like to thank Sri A. Namachivayam, Honorable Minister of Industries and Commerce, for gracing us with your presence and sharing your insights and thoughts with startuppreneurs at a very important summit today. The Honorable Minister was instrumental to bring 800 acres of land at Sedrapur for industrial development in clearing the hurdles, which was a decade-old issue. We are confident this will also motivate more industries to set up new industries for IT, pharma, EV, startup for new employment. Thank you, sir. Your address was indeed very encouraging on the vision, Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Stand Up India and Startup India. Under your able leadership, we are confident that Puducherry is towards mission Best Puducherry. The once stereotype attitude of Chalte Hai is giving a new found zeal how to make things work better. A question that Indian entrepreneurs are applying to the products and service landscape of New India. The Startup India, a flagship initiative of Government India intended to catalyze startup culture and build a strong inclusive ecosystem for innovation and startuppreneurs in India. Yes, now the Indian startup ecosystem has emerged as the third largest in world, over 77,000 startups launched till date. Over the years, Startup India initiated regulated policy reforms and startup ecosystem stakeholders to make environment more favorable and attractive to operate. The key pillars of startup supports of facilitating simplification and handholding, funding and incentives, and incubation and industry academia partnerships. With the launch of Government of Puducherry Startup Policy in 2019 and the Atal Incubation Center, Puducherry Technology University, CII Puducherry is committed to facilitate and support large number of startups across the state who has eventually become a wealth creator and employment generator for Puducherry. I would like to thank all the past chairmen of CII Puducherry for their continued support to CII Puducherry for all the initiatives. I would also like to thank and mention the activities of CII Puducherry this year was so very high quality standards for the institutions and industries in Puducherry. Personally, I would like to thank all the delegates for extending their support this very important summit and joining us for today. I would like to thank Dr. Balaji Ganesh for informative session on why promote and protect intellectual properties. Finally, my sincere thanks to friends from the media present here for their support. I request all the delegates to join us for tea and reassemble by 11:30. Thank you once again. Have a great day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vice Chairman.
சார் ஆல்ரெடி நம்ம படம் இடம் தெரியாது சார் தெரியாது. நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா சார்? பார்த்து ரொம்ப நாள் ஆச்சு.
We'll break for a tea. So 10 minutes. So we'll be back sharp 11:40, 11:45. Okay? So reminder again, 10-minute tea break. So we'll gather back at 11:45.
கேட்கலையா? I'm Nityan.
I hope my audio is clear. Hi. Hi. Mic testing. Mic testing.
Can you hear me,
Yeah.
Varun sir? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Your voice is clear also. Right.
Okay. I cannot. Yeah.
Gentlemen, it's 11:45. You can carry your teacups inside, please. We're going to start the next session. Shall we start? 10 more seconds. 10, 9,
answer.
So good morning again. So we would be having the continuation of the first session regarding the IPR. So Dr. Ganesh will be taking us through the insights. He gave a brief about it. Now he's going to get into the core of it. So meanwhile, the presentation is getting ready. அது வரைக்கும் நம்ம டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ண மாதிரி you can go ahead.
Yeah. So good morning once again. And of course, I got some other questions too. Of course, I got the question related to the tenure of patent, the span of time. Of course, India, not only in India, of course, the worldwide, the patent lifetime is 20 years. Till then 20 years, of course, you could enjoy your exclusive right, the monopoly right. You can make it, you can use it, you can sell it, you can import it, and you can transfer the license. Once the period ends, it goes to the public domain. Anyone can use it, you make it, or sell it, or import any kind of an activity they can do. But the period of the protection that you would get for your invention is 20 years. There is no green patent because you would not think that, so I am doing a one patent, then I would upgrade it, then I would file another one patent of partition, then I would get an extended period. No, it is not possible. Even though that you have had the patent of partition, that the other patent also, it would be having the remaining lifetime period of 20 years. If you have the copyright, you would enjoy the lifetime of the creator after his lifetime, 60 years. And if you have the industrial design, you would be having the protection for the first 5 years, then every 5 years that you can renewal it. Similarly, you would have heard about the trademark. When you have the trademark, it would be for the 10 years, then every 10 years that you have to submit for the renewal. So that could be the thing. So if you have any other related question, you could ask me. So, of course, as a recap that we started from the tangible and intangible asset, and we also have tried to understand why I have to protect intellectual property and how I would, of course, the profit. Some of the common mistakes the inventors they are making, of course, they are not understanding their invention fully. Of course, this picture that I have taken from European Union Patent Office, the first picture, the two characters that you are seeing, those two characters, they are holding a same then apparatus, nut cracking machine. As a customer, which model that you would prefer to have? Of course, the first model, right? Any invention, the solution which would offer the simple and the effective the solution providing, so those kind of an application only that you would expect or you would welcome, right? Similarly, all your customer also, even though your solution are so useful to them, but if it is so simple, then you would be welcomed by them. So the second inventor, they have not understood their inventions so fully. It is not the two bottles that you cannot open. You cannot apply the two thrust force on the two bottle. It is not possible. And the other invention, he is holding the wheel. Wheel is not new. See, other person, he is not maintaining his secret. Any patent, any invention, if you want to enjoy, it has to be created, a descriptive technology, then so importantly, it has to maintain its secret. The other invention, he has not understood, he wanted to introduce a new one, but no one would prefer to have that particular application. The other invention, he does not know the real value of his invention. So what is a patent? The patent is an exclusive right. It would be conferred by the patent office to the inventor, the monopoly right to enjoy, the make it, use it, sell it, or import or transfer. You can enjoy the patent rights for the 20 years time period. The patent is a territorial in nature. When you have the patent, you can do the business only in India. For an example, you have the patent in USA. With that patent protection, you cannot do the business in India. Similarly, when you own a patent in India, you come to know that in China, for some other country, they are misusing your invention. You cannot do anything unless otherwise that you are filing a patent in the particular country. The patent is territorial in nature. Patent, it would be for either new or improvement of the existing. You need not to invent again and again. What you could do means you could identify the problems associated with an existing technology and you can improvise it. That would be the other kind of the model that I can file a new patent. So what can be patented? The patent, it could be for product, apparatus, device, method, process, or the composition of matter, either new or improvement of an existing. It could be any, for an example, the pharmaceutical product, right? It might be having the composition, right? Yeah, yes, sir. So the why it is important, of course, the revenue source. Of course, you try to recall the example that I have given the student, the energy efficient gas stove. Because of the patent only, the student, they were able to negotiate with the company. The moment the company, for an example, if it is a journal or the conference paper, so the student might not be having an opportunity to have the negotiation with the company. So only because of the patent protection, after seeing the record, then the company, they have come forward for the technology transfer. What the patent office would look at, even though your document might be having the 20 pages or 30 pages or sometime even it would be more. In all those pages, when we are submitting as a report, what the patent office would look at? Only 3 components: novelty, inventiveness, industrial application. Let me tell you once again, in your patent application, you make sure that you have had these three components. None of the other thing. For an example, the organization that we belong and the kind of the designation that we do have, everything won't be a matter, but only these 3 components. So to confirm your patent, the grant that you are going to get the patent office, these 3 components would be considered as so important. Then what would be novelty? Novelty would be seen from the perspective of the person or the documents available with the public domain. Let me tell you once again, novelty would be seen from the perspective of the documents available with the public domain. For an example, so if I do ask you a simple thing, what is this? What is this? It's a mobile phone, because the kind of the dimension, the kind of an object, it has been stored in your brain in such a way that whenever you are seeing this an object, you will recall it as a mobile phone. Similarly, the patent office, what they would do, the moment that you are submitting the patent document, it would be compared with the existing prior art. When that comparison matches, then the patent office would tell me your document does not have the novelty. Imagine an object that I am showing that you have never seen in your lifetime. The moment that I am showing, and you would say to me, sir, what this object is, I have never seen in my life. What is this object? What is the name of the object? Then the document that you are submitting, when that comparison result has not yielded any matching, then the patent office would tell me, your document, it has the novelty. புரியுதுங்களா? நம்ம இது வரைக்கும் அந்த ஆப்ஜெக்டை பார்த்ததில்லை அப்படின்னா அந்த ஆப்ஜெக்டை வந்து நம்ம நியூன்னு சொல்லுவோம் இல்லைங்களா? அப்போ பேட்டன் ஆஃபீஸும் நம்மளுடைய டாக்குமெண்ட்டை நியூ நாவல்னு சொல்லணும் அப்படின்னா நம்மளுடைய டாக்குமெண்ட்டு அந்த கம்பேரிசன் ரிசல்ட்டில் எந்த மாதிரியான டாக்குமெண்ட்டோடையும் மேட்ச் ஆகக்கூடாது. Inventiveness would be seen from the perspective of the person known in the art. For an example, I wanted to buy a chair attached to an umbrella. Right? I searched in the market space, of course, the Amazon, Flipkart, and everywhere. I could able to track only the chair or the umbrella, not the chair attached to an umbrella. What the novelty part it says about, whenever there is no availability of existing component, it would be patentable. It does have the novelty. What I did, immediately I prepared the document. I attached the chair attached to an umbrella by welding technology, and I made the report. I submitted the document to the patent office. The patent office verified the document. They also would understand that, yes, in the market, there is an umbrella or the chair, not chair attached to an umbrella. Then the patent office also would tell me, your document does have the novelty. But inventiveness would be seen from the perspective of the person known in the art. In this particular, the invention, chair attached to an umbrella, who is the person known in the art? Whoever the person, they know something about the chair or the umbrella, they all would understand that how these two devices can be interfaced together. Either by welding or by using some kind of the thread, they can make these two objects combine together, right? So the patent office would tell me, even though your document, it has the novelty, it is seriously lacking of inventiveness. ஏன்னா யார் வேணாலும் பண்ண முடியும், யார் வேணாலும் ஒரு சேரையும் அம்பர்லாவையும் வாங்கி அவங்களால ஒன்றா சேர்க்க முடியும். So that would be the takeaway that you need to keep it in your mind. Whenever you are pronouncing any product, a prototype, ensure that similar prototypes, it is not there in the market, one aspect. Another one very important aspect is only I can do this prototype. Even some other the people, they heard about the prototype, unless otherwise that I am telling them how I have built this, no one would be able to track how I have done that. That is so important. Industrial application. Either your invention, it has to be manufactured by an industry or it has to be used by an industry. As an inventor, while I prepare the draft, then I need to specify how this invention, it would be so useful to the industry, or how any industry can make or manufacture this particular the invention. So let me tell you once again, 3 criteria the patent office would look at in my application: novelty, inventiveness, industrial application. Even when I do have these 3 components, some other invention would never be considered as a patentable invention. What are they? Section 3A. நான் சொல்ல வர்றது என்ன அப்படின்னா, சில ப்ராஜெக்ட் ஒர்க், சில எக்ஸ்பெரிமெண்ட் ஒர்க், சில டிவைஸ் நம்ம பண்ணுறது, it would never be considered as a patentable invention, even though it has a novelty, inventiveness, industrial application. First one is Section 3A of Indian Patents Act 1970, anything against the natural law. எத்தனை பேர் மெரினா பீச்சில் விசிட் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்? மெரினா பீச்சுக்கு எத்தனை பேர் விசிட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறீங்க இது வரைக்கும்? எத்தனை பேர் எம்ஜிஆர் சமாதி பார்த்துருக்குறீங்க? இன்னும் சில பேர் என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க அப்படின்னா, எம்ஜிஆர் சமாதியில் வந்து காது வச்சு கேட்டுக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. Do you know the reason behind that? Still they are believing that the watch is still running. They wanted to check it, which is against the natural law. The picture that it tells about perpetual motion machine. You all know about the law of energy. Law cannot be destroyed or created. It would be transferred from one form to another form. But the moment that you are looking at these machines, of course, it won't require any input energy, but it would work for span of time, which is against the natural law. Or some people, they would claim that their instrument can produce more than 100% of performance, which is against the natural law. If anyone they are claiming in that way, anyone they are making that kind of the product, which is not patentable. Any gambling machine or defense related article, which is not patentable. Anyone wanted to prove any scientific principle, for an example, V equal to IR, Ohm's law. They wanted to make some kind of the loading resistance that they created as a product, which is would never be considered as a patentable principle. Anyone who wanted to describe a new characteristic from the known substance, for an example, turmeric powder. We all know that its medicinal value, its medicinal property. Someone has identified a new set of characteristics from the known turmeric powder, which is not patentable. But that guy is so adamant, he wanted to get a patent. What he did, he has taken a turmeric powder, a certain proposition, and he has taken, for an example, a chili powder. He mixed it together and he has had one product, which is not patentable. Why? Mere admixture of 2 known substances, not patentable. Hope you would get the point. And similarly, that we do have mere arrangement, rearrangement. Then example that we have given, chair attached to an umbrella or pen attached to an eraser. We all know that the utility of pencil attached to an eraser. Someone wanted to replace the pencil with a pen and he wanted to have a patent. No. Simple mere arrangement of known substances are not patentable. The agricultural instruments, when you are inventing, that could be patentable. The agricultural method, it is not patentable. One farmer in one particular the season, he has made a better yield, right? He has made some kind of the procedure and he got some yield. That procedure, it is not patentable. Similarly, biomedical instruments are patentable, but the surgical procedure, one doctor, he took only 3 hours time for the particular the surgery. The other doctor, the other doctors would have consumed, for an example, 6 hours, 7 hours. That surgical procedure, not patentable. But biomedical instruments are patentable. Plants or animal, whole or part, it is not patentable. And I was mentioning about the mathematical modeling, computer programs, and the algorithms are not patentable. Literary work, dramatic work, artistic work, it can be registered under the copyright category, but it would never be considered as a patentable invention. Mere scheme, rule, or method. For an example, the Bumrah's, the bowling action is so unique. We all know that. He wanted to file the patent for his unique bowling action. It is not patentable. Why? Because the mental act, it is not patentable. Presentation of material can be registered under the copyright category. These presentation material that I can register under the copyright category, but it would never be the presentation of information, it is not patentable. Topography of integrated circuit, you all know that IITM Chennai, they have recently invented Sakti process. In India, IC circuits are not patentable. Similarly, traditional knowledge. What happened 3 years before, there were some dispute, it happened between Gujarat potato farmer versus Pepsi and Co. The Pepsi and Co, after they entered the Lay's chip, that you would have known that, right? For the Lay's chip, they got the patent for one potato variety. And after that, they issued the notice to all the Gujarat potato farmer, they should not cultivate that particular the potato variety. Then what happened? These Gujarat farmers, they filed the case against the Pepsi and Co. and they proved that from their known period, they already know about the particular the variety of potato and they got the rights back. Similarly, 1996-97, one US-based company, they filed the patent for our neem and turmeric. After that, they issued the notice against all our Indian medicine manufacturers. We should not use the neem and turmeric in our medicine. Only after obtaining the license from them, we can use. Then what happened? நம்மளுடைய இந்த பனை ஓலை எல்லா சுவடி எல்லாத்தையும் சப்மிட் பண்ணி we got the rights back, right? So any atomic materials, it is not patentable. Before filing, ensure that you have not made any publications. Even this kind of the presentation that you are making, ensure that immediately after this presentation, you are getting the protection. That is so important. So the moment that you get an idea, you have to get the protection. We have the office in Chennai. So, and either you can visit in person, you can submit as a hard copy, or otherwise you can create your login credential in ipindia.nic.in. You can upload the document. In some other occasion, if I do get an opportunity, I would explain you how you can do on your own.
Very kindly, let me go back on.
So filing a patent application, of course, it costs you around a startup or the natural person or educational institute. Earlier, it was for an educational institute before October 15, 2021, the amount was 8,000 rupees. Now it has been reduced to 1,600 rupees. Now, any educational institute, startup, and the natural person, they can file the patent only by paying 1,600 rupees. And request for the publication, of course, request for the publication, of course, 2,500 rupees, and request for an examination, of course, it costs you around 4,000 rupees. And recently, the government, they have introduced the Kapila scheme. When an institute, they are filing even 10 patents, all the 10 patents, the amount to the institute will be reimbursed by the government. So the patent filing procedure, of course, you can file it through provisional. Within a period 12 months, you have to submit the complete specification. In a period of 18 months, your document will be appeared in the patent journal. In a period of 48 months, you have to submit the form number 18, request for an examination. Your document will be examined. They would issue the first examination report. After getting the first examination report, within a period of 6 months, you have to submit the response. They would invite you either or through video. And say after within a period of 3 months, they would be to be the refuse of order. To file the patent application in a foreign country, you will visit the patent authority accessing Indian patent office. By filing the patent application in India, you can file the patent in more than 185 countries. In the எந்த கண்ட்ரிக்கு ஃபைல் பண்றதுக்கு வந்து நீங்க ஈவன் ஹிந்தியில வந்து நீங்க அப்ளிகேஷன் பேட்டர்ன் ஆஃபீஸ் சப்மிட் பண்ண ஒரே ஒரு ஆப்ஷன் சப்மிட் பண்ணா போதும். Then at the end of the 31 month that you can tell the patent office, I want to file a patent in China. That's all. type of patent search, of course, you have patentability. So before filing a patent, where the patentability aspect in your idea, you have to do this patentability search. The freedom to operate before moving to the market, that you have to perform this freedom to operate search. Patent invalidity search, of course, when you come to know that other people they are misusing your patent, you have to do the patent invalidity search. So this and all the free databases are available, so you can perform the search here. So the keyword based search, of course, it would not yield you better results. So that kind of the thing. So any questions? If you have any questions, you could ask me.
Any more questions? We had a Q&A session in the morning. Any more questions?
Please, sir.
Sir, I have a question. Suppose if we have invent a new process to replace the existing process in certain manufacturing facility. For example, we are replacing a welding process with a different other process. Okay, can we patent that process or the method of connecting the metals?
Yes, sir. You can file the patent for the process, but you have to ensure that that process, it would not be related to any traditional knowledge. For an example, the Bajaj versus the utensil manufacturer. There is a very famous case, it happened. The Bajaj, what they did, they automated the entire utensil manufacturing process. But the process already known by the group of the utensil manufacturer, பாரம்பரிய பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கவங்க. இவங்க வந்து என்ன பண்ணாங்க அப்படின்னா அதை வந்து ஒரு மிஷினரியை மாற்றினாங்க. Then after that, when the Bajaj introduced that kind of the machinery, they got the patent, but the utensil manufacturer filed a case against the Bajaj. இவங்க மிஷினரியை மட்டும் என்ன அந்த ப்ராசஸை மட்டும் மிஷினரியை மாற்றினாங்க. அதுக்கு வந்து பேட்டன் வந்து it would not be possible. So we have to ensure that that process does have some unique mechanisms, methodology. Any other questions? Please, sir.
And then we'll take it offline. Yeah.
So anyway, I would be available throughout the day. So we shall keep our discussion.
Sir, I'm Siddharth from Puducherry Technological University.
Please.
So for every innovation, like every problem solution you come up with, there are already like tens of solutions already patented. So like I read in article somewhere, we can make some modification till around 11 modification, and then we can apply for a new patent. How feasible is this?
Yes, that is what I was telling you. So you can upgrade an existing and you can file the patent. For an example, this particular the projector and the laptop, it has been connected through the wired interface. So what the other people can do, so they can replace the wired with the wireless. They can file the patent, but before they enter into the market, they have to obtain the license from the wired interface, the patent holder. Because the communication protocol alone, now it has been changed, but not the kind of the manner, the presentation it is happening. So you can get the patent when you are upgrading the things, but before you enter the market, you have to perform the freedom to operate search, and whoever the people they are involved in this, you have to obtain the license from them. Right?
Is there any way we can make it as a new product?
You can, obviously this
without
product,
any
obviously this product what you have introduced is a new product, but that new product, it could be patentable, but not it has the market potential. When you want to enter into the market, you have to ensure that you are not entering into any other people's territory. In patent, if you want to enjoy the profit, there are two mantras. One is you should never allow any other person enter into your territory. Another one is you should not allow into any other territory. If you are keeping this mantra, then obviously you can get the profit from your idea, product, or the market, everything that you are doing.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So thank you, Dr. Ganesh. We had such a wonderful session. Just take away one thing from this session. I would suggest that rethink the wheel. What is your real asset? உங்களோட அந்த கான்செப்ட் நீங்கள் வச்சுருக்கீங்க இல்லையா, கான்செப்டோ ப்ராடக்ட்டோ, வாட் இஸ் ரியல் அசெட், ஐடியாவா இல்லை ப்ரோட்டோடைப்பான்றது, அதை எப்படி ப்ரிசர்வ் பண்ணுறதுன்னு பாருங்கள். ஏன்னா வி ஆக்சுவலி டென் டு ப்ரிசர்வ் ஒன்லி த மெட்டீரியலிஸ்டிக் திங்ஸ். மொபைலுக்கு ஒரு கேஸ் போடுவோம், காருக்கு ஒரு இன்சூரன்ஸ் போடுவோம், பட் when it comes to ideas or when it comes to us, health, we tend to forget it. So அது ரொம்ப ஒரு காஷனரி பாயிண்டா சொல்லியிருக்காரு சார்.
ஒன் மோர் திங், பேட்டன்ட்டுக்கு சில பேர் வந்து ரொம்ப வருஷ காலம் ஆகும்னு நினைக்கிறாங்க. அந்த மாதிரிலாம் கிடையாது. ஸ்டார்ட் அப்புக்கெல்லாம் வந்துட்டு இப்போ எக்ஸிபிட்டட் எக்ஸாமினேஷன் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு இதெல்லாம் வந்து ஃபார்ம் நம்பர் 18A நீங்கள் அந்த இதில் அப்ரோச் பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா எங்களுடைய எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸில் 8 to 12 months you can avail the patent. You need not wait for 5 years or 7 years. So obviously the patent is now, it has changed very tremendously. You can get the patent within the period that you are defining. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So any doubts, you can connect with him offline. Thank you for the wonderful session, sir. Yeah. So next in the agenda is our panel discussion, session number 2. So to start this panel discussion, and I will just brief what this panel discussion is going to be about. So we've been talking about startup since the day. So the core of it, building successful innovation and startup ecosystem. So this panel discussion is going to give an overall perspective about it. Success of innovation startups in state entirely depends on the stakeholders, inclusivity in the process. சொன்ன மாதிரி 5 விரல். ஸோ அது எல்லாம் எப்படி இன்க்ளூசிவாக இருக்காங்களா இருந்தாங்கன்னா அந்த ecosystem நல்லா இருக்குன்றதை பற்றி இப்போ பேச போகிறாங்க. ஸோ for that, I first would like to welcome the moderator, Mr. K. Vijay Ganesh, past chairman, CII Puducherry, and managing director, Proclaim Hydraulics Private Limited. Please, sir, into the dais. So he'll be moderating the entire panel discussion for us. Panelists, moderator would give a brief introduction about them. I would just welcome you onto the dais. Mr. V. Mohan Kumar, again a known personality. இன்னைக்கு யாரெல்லாம் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் வரீங்களோ எல்லாருமே சார் பார்த்துருக்கலாம். A very good speaker indeed from the department side. Dr. R. Sundaramurthy from AAC. Welcome you, sir. Mr. A. Sendamil Arasan, project lead, Regions Hub, Startup, Tamil Nadu. Mr. Varun Aknor, who is going to join virtually today. So he represents CII Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups. So he's a director of CII CIES. Over to you, Vijay Ganesh, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Monish. Good afternoon. So, I think we had a very useful session, especially on intellectual property right. நிறைய myth இருந்துச்சு அதை பற்றி. Thank you very much, sir, for clarifying this. Thank you. So we get into the session. So building successful innovation and startup ecosystem in Puducherry. So we all know startup cannot develop on its own. ஏன்னா நம்ம இதில் காலையில் பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கும்போது இது காலையில் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பேசிட்டு இருக்கும்போதே கலை சார் சொன்னாங்க, ஒரு 20-30 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி வந்து ஒரு ஐடியாவை வந்து மெட்டலைஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு எவ்வளோ கஷ்டப்படணும், இப்போ அதற்கான எந்த அளவுக்கு மாறி இருக்குங்கிறதே வந்து இட் எக்ஸ்பிளைன்ஸ் த எக்கோசிஸ்டமோட எவல்யூஷன். இப்போ ஒரு ஸ்டேட் வந்து ஹவு டு டெவலப் அண்ட் நர்ச்சர் அ ஸ்டார்ட் அப் எக்கோசிஸ்டம். ஸோ whenever we start speaking about innovation or startup, the first thing comes to our mind is Israel. Israel பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வந்து இஸ் அ ஸ்டேட் வித் 8.4 million people. ஸோ சம்திங் லைக் நம்ம சென்னை எடுத்தோம், சைஸ் ஆஃப் த இஸ்ரேல் இஸ் லிட்டில் மோர் தேன் ஆர் மேபி அரவுண்ட் சென்னை. ஸோ சைஸ் ஆஃப் சென்னை மாதிரி இருக்கிற ஒரு கண்ட்ரி, லெசர் பாப்புலேஷன் தேன் சென்னை, ஒரு 8.4 million தான் இருக்கிறாங்க. சென்னையில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா க்ளோஸ் டு 1.4 million people இருக்காங்க இன்னைக்கு. இந்த மாதிரி இருக்கிற ஒரு கண்ட்ரி today in Nasdaq, when we look into the listed stocks by the country, the number 1 is USA, number 2 is China, the third biggest country which is in the market capital படி இருக்கிறது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வந்து it's Israel. So what is very unique with Israel? எப்படி இதை வந்து இவங்க அச்சீவ் பண்ணாங்க அப்படின்னு பார்த்தோம் அப்படின்னா, this will explain us what, then it will actually help us to understand what is the ecosystem in Israel and how as country we are taking those good habits from or good practices from those country. So நான் முன்னாடி சொன்ன மாதிரி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வந்து the Israel as a country is around 8.4 million and there, by even way back in 2015 they had more than 2,000 successful startup companies. They were able to bring up many products like pill camera, flexible stent, rewalk, firewall, USB pen drive இருக்கட்டும், நீட்டா ஃபார்ம். இன்னைக்கு நம்ம ஊரில் இருக்க ட்ரிப் இரிகேஷனோட பயனியரே வந்து நீட்டா ஃபார்ம் தான். மேபி சார் வில் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் மோர், ஹி கேன் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் மோர், இட்ஸ் ஹிஸ் டொமைன். In water gen, so how to take water from the ambient air ஏர்ல இருக்கிற மாய்ச்சரை வந்து எப்படி வந்து வாட்டரா கன்வெர்ட் பண்ணுது. There are several successful projects. And I remember recently I gone through a video about vegetarian meat. 3D printingல vegetarian meat எப்படி பண்ண முடியும்னு சொல்லி இஸ்ரேல், a country which is surrounded by always going through a trouble with the terrorism and fight, எப்படி இவங்களால இதை பண்ண முடியுது அப்படின்னு பார்த்தோம். Like when we look at it, the success is one or two success can happen with little bit of luck here and there. A country which is consistently punching above its weight, அவங்களோட பிரைம் மினிஸ்டரோட வேர்டு வந்து we are punching above its weight அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நெத்தன்யாஹூ ஏதோ ஒரு லைக் ஸ்பீச்சில் சொல்லியிருந்தார். பண்ணுறாங்க அப்படின்னா எப்படி பண்ணுறாங்க அப்படின்னு பார்த்தோம்னா, way back in 1990s they started creating the ecosystem for startup and innovation. அதோட பெனிஃபிட் என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா, by 2015 every big company like IBM இருக்கட்டும், இல்லை ஒரு சீமன்ஸாக இருக்கட்டும், any technology company, name any technology company, they have a design or technology center in Israel. Either it can be in a hinterland of Israel or any other corner place of Israel, but they have a facility there in this country, in the countryல வச்சிருக்காங்க. இதோட மெயின் கான்ட்ரிபியூட்டர் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வந்து starts with the government support. Government, they started with an incubation center. Typically, like when I was going through some article about it, they were talking about having a private incubation center, but funded by government for first 2 or 3 years, and later they were forced to be on their own. This clearly drives the incubation center to hold accountable for their results. So they started with the mechanism with a clear support from the government side. Also, they were bringing in lot of benefits for the investments, for the local investors as well as for the investors from outside. அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் they started roping in the institutions because they are the key decision makers and they are the key people to bring in R&D to the country. Yeah. So when we look, okay, this is what has happened in Israel, and this made Israel as the startup சிஸ்டத்தோட ஒரு லீடராக வந்து இன்னைக்கு வந்து இஸ்ரேல் இருக்கு. So how are we faring in India அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, at national level, Government of India with our Honorable Prime Minister way back in 2016, they started putting enormous amount of effort towards startup. They started pushing a lot about Atal Incubation Center, Atal Tinkering Labs. Starting from schools, they started building that. And there are several hackathons are being conducted by Government of India at various level in a very organized fashion. So there is a clearly a shift moving from just to do or reproduce what is taught to the students in the school or the colleges into an innovative mindset. So this is a big shift as a government, central government is doing. Similarly, they are also bringing in several policies to support the ecosystem. When it comes to Pondicherry got its first sort of policy way back at 2019. நம்ம கலை சார் சொல்லிட்டு இருந்த மாதிரி அவங்க 2019 இதோட ஸ்டார்ட் அப் சமிட்டோட ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எடிஷன்ல தான் we got our startup policy released. Similarly, பார்த்தீங்கன்னா we also have the incubators, we also have the setup of venture funding and other kind of financial support, and we have a lot of educational institutions in Pondicherry. So as an ecosystem today, we are not falling behind. So this is clear. So to discuss this more and add more value to this ecosystem, we have eminent panelists today with me. There are 3 people with me physically, and there is 1 person with me over remote. So we have Mr. V. Mohan. Okay. I will start with Mr. Varun Aknur, Director, CII Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startup. So Varun is an entrepreneur and innovation ecosystem expert, worked with several institutions in setting up their incubators. He had contributed significantly to the success of incubators in IIT BITS Pilani Hyderabad campus, Indian School of Business. His last stint was with Government of Telangana as a Vice President. Mr. Varun, over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Please allow me 2 minutes to turn on my camera and share the screen. I hope you are all well and doing okay. Hi, I hope my screen is visible. Can I?
Yeah, it's visible. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Varun Aknoor. I am representing CII's startup initiative, and we are the youngest center of excellence from CII, which is the 10th center of excellence for innovation, entrepreneurship, and startups. And I'd like to welcome all of you who are present here for the session. And thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to present about the startup initiative by CII. So let me start with giving you a little bit of brief about the Indian startup ecosystem. I'm sure you've already been listening to it throughout the first half of the day. And it is being increasingly very clear that startups are the engines that drive the economic growth and job creation in many markets around the world. Right? And according to the latest data, startups in aggregate grow 3x faster than the traditional economy and are responsible for the 10% job creation worldwide since 2017. And in fact, the valuation of startups, the value that these startups create is at par with the GDP of any G7 economy. And with startups funding in 2020-21 surpassing about $600 billion, which have shattered all funding records. In fact, India has seen the highest number of unicorns during the COVID, during the pandemic, right? And analysis shows that it is not just the big tech, but the younger generation of startups is creating much more value when compared to the older ones. So the role of entrepreneurship, particularly tech entrepreneurship in our economy, has never been more important than today. In fact, world over, the governments are innovating new ways and pushing hard to promote their respective startup ecosystems, including India. India today is the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. We have about 74,000 plus TPIIT recognized startups with 107 plus unicorns. The world is definitely looking at Indian startups. It is for the fact that India's startup ecosystem, like others, is primarily funded by venture capital funds. Corporates hesitate to follow the big bet VC valuation strategies due to their low risk tolerance. Right? Through corporates across the globe share this risk aversion. Indian corporates unfortunately lag behind their counterparts in corporate venturing. According to Moswana, a global market intelligence company, we have only about 25% of Indian corporate venture investments that are coming into Indian startups. Attracting domestic investments is a big challenge for Indian startups. While there are pockets of investments from large conglomerates and multinational technology companies, domestic companies do not have any significant position in funding the Indian startup ecosystems. Indian startups are primarily dependent on international funding. Classic case of an opportunity lost was when the Flipkart deal happened. Out of the 15 billion funding that was out of the 15 billion opportunity that was there, 14 billion went out of the country and only 1 billion was in India. We also did a survey within our own membership companies to assess how the CII member companies are engaging with startups, which are covering. We have about 9,000 plus members across our other regions and states, and we've received about 652 responses, primarily from the southern and the northern regions, followed by the west, east, and northeast. While the lack of response from majority of members itself is an indication of non-engagement with startups. Out of the 652 responses that we received, 43% mentioned that they are engaging with startups in some way, while 57% had no engagement with startups at all. 65% of the respondents were small scale, 13% from the medium, and 20% from the large scale companies. Out of the total respondents, 26 had business relations with startups like suppliers or solution providers, and 22% involved with either mentoring some startups, and 18% actually invested in startups. So this is with regards to CII membership companies only. What are we doing? CII is primarily trying, CII's engagement with startups is primarily focused on corporate connect. As we have seen, active engagement of Indian corporates in the Indian startups ecosystem can definitely fuel the growth of startups, innovation, and the economy. So we are a platform where we run initiatives focusing on corporates and startup engagement models. While with a strong membership, right, a network of national and international offices, CII is uniquely positioned to support Indian startups at various stages in their life cycle with strong institutional mechanisms and ecosystems present within. We also have a robust institutional framework at the national, regional, and state levels to promote corporate startup connect for the benefit of both startups and corporates. With the changes in the rules which came into effect early this year, today we have startups representation in state, regional, and national councils of CII, thereby giving a voice for startups at these important councils. At present, there are 3 national level committees, 4 regional subcommittees, and 16 state level panels this year focusing on startups. The CII Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Startups is established with the support and leadership of Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, who is the co-founder of Infosys, and the center is based in Hyderabad and has today emerged as a knowledge hub, providing technical support, guidance, and advisory, not only to various committees of CII, but also individual corporates, family offices, and state governments. CII, CIES, which will soon be shifting to its new building in T-Hub, will have a world-class infrastructure with 100 plus co-working spaces available. So if any startups looking to set up or looking at having office spaces in Hyderabad, you guys are most welcome. And this is also for our own corporate members. We have an excellent leadership at a national level for startups. Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal is chairing our National Startup Council with Mr. C.K. Ranganathan as the co-chair, who are giving overall strategic direction. Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, like I mentioned, is the chairman for the advisory board of CII CIES. Mr. Manoj Kohli, who is the India head for SoftBank India, is chairing the CII's Unicorn Council with Abhiraj and Vidit as co-chairs. The council addresses various policies and regulatory challenges faced by unicorns. Mr. Debashish, Mr. Nalin, Mr. Sriram, and Mr. Ninad are giving leadership support to our startups work from the regions. It is important to understand various interventions of CII for growth of the startup ecosystem in the country. A supportive policy environment is the key, but to nurture this partnership. For policy advocacy, we have been engaging with relevant ministries in the government of India, state governments to address various policies, issues highlighted by our members. The CII report on regulatory and taxation regime, taxation reforms for startups was well received, and some of the recommendations of this report found place in the budget announcement in 2021. Our state offices are also working very closely with state governments in drafting or fine-tuning the respective state policies. While we continue the policy advocacy at the national and state level, I would also like to focus on few of the initiatives that are run by the startup team under the leadership of Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan. We started a series of capacity building masterclasses for our corporates on how to engage with startups, for family offices, on how to look at startups as a lucrative asset class. We've done masterclasses for governments on how to set up a robust entrepreneurial ecosystem, how to support effectively startups within the state. We are also supporting our own secretariat by training them on how to engage with startups more effectively. So far, we have about 800 people who have undergone these various capacity building programs. This initiative had a ripple effect, making CII-CIES launch many new initiatives which are tailor-made to our corporates. Capacity building, like I mentioned, masterclasses. We've done it for CSUs, family offices, government officials, and CII Secretariat. We've we've So while masterclasses are sensitizing workshops, we've also do cohorts where we handhold the participants into deep diving of the subject. Here we have done 2 cohorts for family office, for promoters of family offices, and on how to look at startups as a lucrative asset class. So the cohort had topics such as how to set aside your capital, how to set up, how to legally structure your framework, how to build a team, how to evaluate a startup, how to evaluate a business plan. And with this, we now are kickstarting wealth creation within the country, and where we have domestic investments going into startups. The third cohort is being planned, and the details will be shared shortly. So any interested members, please do reach out. We have done this cohort in Bangalore. This is in collaboration with Chirate Ventures, which is India's largest venture capital firm. We had unicorn founders come in and speak to our promoters, to our participants. Corporate Accelerator Program is something that is a big hit with our members. Here we are doing an engagement with each member company for 16 weeks, where we identify problem statements within the corporate. We then scout for startups who are providing solutions for these problem statements, and we have a buy-in from these corporates that if there is a relevant solution that is being identified, they will be providing them an opportunity for paid pilot. So that is something that is a win-win for both the corporates and the startups. So currently we have about 10 corporates that we've onboarded, and we have about 100 problem statements with us. And any startups who are interested to get market access through this program may visit our website and apply for these problem statements that are mentioned. Apart from that, we also have different models of engagement. We not only focus on corporate accelerator program is one, but apart from that, we also help family businesses on setting up their corporate venture capital. We run hackathons for corporates. We run ideation challenges. We also run entrepreneurship programs for startups for corporates in our membership. We also launched India's largest mentoring platform, where we have about 300 corporates who have signed up to spend 6 months of their time to support startups in their journey. So I would recommend startups who are present here today to please apply for this, make use of this. We have some really great mentors. All their profiles are present on our website. ICON 2021, which started as a small initiative, is now, as a 3-month initiative, is now a permanent platform where we have about, we had about 10,000 people who attended ICON in 2021. It is now, it is primarily for Corporate Startup Connect, where we have startup events, where we have summits, we have roundtables and conferences to promote the startup ecosystem. And today's one session is part of the ICON platform of CII.
Mr. Varun,
So that's about it from my side. And if there are any questions, happy to take them, or probably we can do it offline.
Yeah. Thanks, Varun, for sharing the roles of CII Center of Excellence, especially on the policy advocacy, capacity building, corporate acceleration program, and mentorship. Thank you very much for sharing. I'm sure there are a lot of budding entrepreneurs sitting here, startup sitting here. I'm sure they will take advantage of this, and CII Secretariat will share the contact details. Thank you, Varun.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the opportunity.
So, when to start in an ecosystem, we always start with the government, because government is the one where they can set up the proper rules and guidelines for the people to start playing it with the predictability. Towards this, we have several questions in front of us. One is how Puducherry startup policy can bring awareness for us, how government can play a role in strengthening the ecosystem in the startup, and how government can play a role in engaging, improving the engagement and the various stakeholders in the startup. To describe more about this, we have a Mr. V. Mohan Kumar, Undersecretary to Government, Department of Industries and Commerce. Mohan Kumar worked with us, MRL Chennai for 2 years and joined Industries Department since 1983. He started as a technical officer and serving this department till now. And we are many people who are who are involved with the Industries Department or who are working with Industries Department regularly will know the friendly nature of Mr. Mohan Kumar. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all. That I want to waste much of time. That is, I have a small presentation about the way forward of our startup policy and other thing. First of all, I thank CII for giving him this opportunity to explain about that initiative of the government of Puducherry. That is, Startup India is a flagship initiative of Government of India. The Government of Puducherry, through this initiative, shall empower startups to grow through innovation and design with respect to the digital for technology sector, and also extend to a wide array of sectors, including agriculture, marine, manufacturing, information technology, social sector, healthcare, education, etc. The government of Puducherry has introduced a startup policy, namely Aspiring Puducherry Innovation and Startup Policy during 2019. Our startup policy proposed to achieve the national mission of innovation and startups through effective administration across the following areas. That first is simplification and hand-holding, funding support and incentives, and industry academic partnership and incubation. Our startup vision. Our vision is to create a world-class startup ecosystem in this union territory of Puducherry through proactive services, strategic investment, effective administration, and policy intervention, so as to ease the ambience for startups. Our startup mission, we are committed towards our vision of building a conducive startup environment, providing financial and technical support to aspirants in a time-bound manner, and implementing a simplified, supportive, and self-regulative system that is entrepreneurship friendly. Our startup objective to promote a congenial, innovative, and supportive ecosystem through proactive initiative, to establish world-class incubators for accelerators equipped with all the required infrastructure and leading in industrial practices. The government shall emphasize all engineering colleges to establish incubation facilities in order to foster innovation and entrepreneurship, to enhance the quality standard of talent pool, and to create better employment opportunity at all levels relating to startup, to instill and foster innovative ideas in the field of science and technology among students, to encourage educated youth to take up startups, proactive encouragement of academy and industry to create a right environment to provide the requisite impetus for the growth of incubators and startups, to provide adequate incentive and resources to startups, facilitators, mentors, and investors to promote startup culture in this union territory, to generate new avenues of employment through startup. Key focus areas. The policy is designed to focus on the following key areas: information and communication, biotechnology, cyber security, Internet and Things, software products, electronic system design, robotic automation, virtual reality, 3D printing, artificial intelligence, etc., etc. The clean tech and renewable energy, biopharma, medical devices, rural infrastructure services, socio-economic services, marine processing, and marine technology. The government of Puducherry has constituted a startup council under the chairmanship of Honorable Minister for Industries and Commerce. Further, the Honorable Industries Minister for Education shall be the co-chairman. The council is interested to establish a startup ecosystem and for administering the incentives proposed in the startup policy. The functions of the startup council are forming, empaneling and monitoring incubators, industrial bodies, mentor institution, collaborating with incubators outside the Union Territory of Puducherry, approving nodal agency and monitoring their performance, analysis and update the startup policy. Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Committee. The Puducherry has also constituted an Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Committee under the chairmanship of Director of Industries. The functions of the IEDC are to examine the application, to monitor the dispersal, to monitor the objectives, to periodical review of the implementation, to suggest modification to realign the policies as per the change in need. The Puducherry Startup Cell is proposed to be constituted under the Department of Industries and Commerce, which shall act as a nodal agency for implementing startup policy in the Union Territory of Puducherry. The Startup Cell is the single point contact for the entire startups ecosystem. The correspondent with the central and Union Territory government, Indian foreign venture capital, financial institution, bank, etc. To assist startup through their lifestyle with specific focus on important aspects like obtaining finance funding from Government of India, feasibility testing, business structuring, advisory, encouragement of marketing skill, etc. To organize mentorship program in collaboration with the government organization, incubation center, education institute, to facilitate and assist the incubators, adult incubation center and adult tinkering laboratories and other things. The way forward, startup web portal and a mobile app. The government shall endeavor to host a common startup portal and a mobile application to serve as a single platform for startups for interacting with incubators, industrial bodies, academic institution, government and regulation. That self-certification, as our Mr. Kalaiselvan told, the following 3 labor laws that they need to give a self-certification, allowing them to focus on their core business and keep compliance cost low. The recognized startups signed and with recognized incubator accelerators shall be allowed to self-certify compliance. That the environmental laws also like that. That intellectual property, that already session was taken by the another panel member. The startup festival and platform for innovator. The startup festival shall be organized annually, and also the startup shall be encouraged and assisted to participate in other national and international startup. That now coming to the incentives to startup. That is the core area. Financial grant up to 3 lakhs shall be provided to the projects recommended by the incubators. The monthly allowances of 10,000 shall be granted to per person up to maximum 5%. If the founder or co-founder belongs to that woman or SCST, they will be provided 15,000 rupees as a grant. Marketing assistance shall be given for a recognized startup operating in the Union Territory of Puducherry and attaining minimal viable project. That other incentives that already announced in the new industrial policy 2016, up to 75 lakhs we are giving for the woman entrepreneur, right from 45% to the 75%. That apart from incentive, the investment subsidy, we are giving 16 type of subsidy. You go and verify our website of Department of Industries, that you can very well understand about our industry. That the key areas that CII is wanted to clarify, that how can government publicize the startup policy for awareness. That for the current financial year, The government of Pondicherry totally earmarked around 38 lakhs. That already we gave 3 lakhs to the Atal Incubation Center, and also they are proposed to utilize 30 lakhs of rupees for conducting 100 awareness camp in all over Pondicherry, in all regions, and also in all institutions, irrespective of the engineering and this art colleges. The next point is, how can government strengthen the ecosystem through proposed startup council in the policy? The startup council has already been constituted under the chairmanship of Honorable Minister. The first startup council is proposed to meet during last week of November or first week of December. During the council meeting, the agenda for notification of various incentives exclusively for startup to be placed. The council is empowered towards farming and empowering new incubators. According to the council, shall endeavor to create new incubators and all engineering colleges in the union territory of point. The last point is, how can government strengthen its stakeholders engagement with industry and institution for ecosystem? The government policy is to create startup ecosystem in collaboration and support of stakeholders. The government is already engaged with the Atal Incubation Center Pondicherry, and a MOU is signed between the two organizations. The government is also looking towards a possibility to provide financial support to other stakeholders like CII, Education Institute, Entrepreneur Development Cell, etc. It is proposed to place an agenda in the upcoming council meeting to discuss elaborately the various possibility to send these stakeholders for creating startup. Before closing my remarks, that I share my experience that last September I visited, Mr. Varun told that Hyderabad, I visited the tea hub. It is a wonderful infrastructure created by the government of Telangana. It is around 5 lakh square feet of constructed area. That building itself is a high-tech city, that cement, concrete, and bricks are not used. That the entire construction was done only by iron and steel. That they are ready to accommodate around 4,000 numbers of that our startup company, that anyone can from India can apply, and they can have and own their offices. That is exclusively, they have formed a Section 8 company. That is the section company, X8 company is the non-profit making company, that all the CEO and all our executives, board of directors, all are below 40 years of. One USA written lady is leading the that panel. That also they have established a ready-built workshop, that is called a tea workshop. That is right from the pottery to pottery, carpentry, that wave soldering, this is 3D printing, all imported machineries, they have already installed in that workshop. That is the students want to experiment their ideas and other event, they can join on hourly basis, monthly basis, lease basis, they can use that facilities. We also that think about that line, we want to, with the government policy, we also propose this kind of that ready-built infrastructure to our startup students, that either in the university campus or at the any other place suitable for our students. Thanks for this opportunity. Thanks to all.
Thanks, sir. Thanks for sharing a very detailed presentation about startup policy, especially the incentives which is available for the startup owners, because this is a key topic which comes to the mind of the people. So the incentives are you openly shared the ability to, like, what is the quantum of incentive they can claim. Also, you shared about the compliance easiness, how to make the self-certification about the compliance. Also, at the end, you shared about the idea of having a similar facility like what you had seen in Hyderabad. And already we have two incubation centers in Puducherry, and now we have one of the executive director of one of the Atal Incubation Center in Puducherry, Mr. Sundaramurthy. So Mr. Sundaramurthy is a known face and with many people in CII. So he is Dr. Sundaramurthy, Executive Director, Atal Incubation Center, Pondicherry Engineering College Foundation, convener of IEDC and Associate Dean Projects, Consultancy, Pondicherry Technology University, Associate Professor, Department of Electronics and Instrumentation Engineering. He has more than 20 years of experience in embedded engineering, VLSI design, virtual instrumentation and electronic engineering. He has been a torchbearer for inculcating innovation and entrepreneurship among the young student community in Union Territory of Puducherry. Prior embarking his educational career, Sav had a brief stint as a Senior Manager Development and Space Application Center, ISRO Ahmedabad. Also had been working as a Senior Engineer Development for General Optics Asia Limited. So Sir is very happy today because he is celebrating the birthday of his institution as well in this forum. So first, please, I will ask him a first question about how AAC involved for last 2 years, sir.
Thank you, sir. So when I was sharing my experience on how AAC was kickstarted and inaugurated here in the same venue, I would like to give a brief about how it has been started. So I was having a brief period in Space Application Center, ISRO. So once I was part of the then Pondicherry Engineering College, I used to see a lot of potential innovations that are coming out from the institute. Then I thought it was very much essential, and we as a team of 10 faculty members, one from each department, collectively thought that there is a strong need for setting up an incubation center. And then we approached the state government for that. So during that period, I'm talking about 2014 and 15. So during those times, the concept of incubation center is very new to our UT. And then we also approached a private incubation center person from the University of California. That has, came very close to materializing, but then it has also not get affected. Subsequently, we approached the central government, and the central government was able to see our pitch, and they have granted this incubation center in the year 2019. So the moment we kickstarted our incubation center in 2019, the very first experience was I have quickly updated the contact number and the name of the incubation center, etc., in the Google Maps. And one person from Bahur called me, and then he asked me, where is this incubation center located? I said it was in Pondicherry Engineering College. So what is the timing for that? So it operates from morning 9 p.m. to 5 p.m. If I come now, is there any chances that I can meet you? Yeah, I said, you can come now. Finally, he asked me whether your incubator can accommodate 500 eggs at the same time. Then only I realized that he has been asking for egg incubator. Then I said, no, it is not in a place where you incubate eggs. We do different kind of thing. So that is something that I wanted to, that I don't want anyone in the crowd to go home that we are talking about egg incubators here. So that I wanted to eliminate in the very first place. So when I say an incubator here, this incident in fact happened to me. So when we talk about incubator, an incubator is a place where we take an idea. In our incubation center, we classify the inflow of innovators into 3 categories or 3 buckets. Someone who is coming only with an idea, a potential idea, which can be converted into a sustainable venture later on, class 1. Class 2, somebody not only with an idea, but also they have a viable prototype, which is really working. Third one, a person with an MVP, minimal viable product, which is very close to a commercial grade product. So these are the 3 classifications, and our services differ from these set of classification. So what are the services that we offer? We take an incubator, we thoroughly validate whether the particular incubator is solving a right kind of a problem, whether it is solving a right kind of a product that is having a need from the customer. And then we offer a range of services, including We have a thoroughly furnished, fully managed office space where the startup can run their company. We also help them to convert their prototype to MVP and from MVP to product conversion by using a lab facility there, rapid prototyping lab facility. We also provide technological support during that course, part of which we offer in-house and part of which we take the support of industry. And we also offer marketing and sales support till they convert their product to monetary value. We support them in this entire spectrum. In addition to that, we also provide compliance support. We use our, the auditors to help them to register their company, and the entire spectrum is taken care of. In addition to this, this incubation center also supports seed funding to the startups by startup seed fund scheme. We have supported a lot of startups using that scheme. Vishnu and his team will evaluate the applications every 15 days, and there is a panel of experts who will evaluate the startups every meeting. We have few members here as well, and then by seeing their weightage and by seeing their nature of innovation, we allocate funding for them as well. So these are all various stages that we have covered. Subsequently, this year, we are also planning to launch a new program called Entrepreneurship in Residence, EIR program, wherein a lot of times in our culture, when a student is really coming out with a product, at the last stage, before he really kicks the market, because of pressure from family, because of peer pressure, because of pressure from society that he is not able to earn something, just like that they will drop everything and then they will go and join a job. So that is something that we are seeing over a period of time that we wanted to address this year. And with the support of the government, we are launching a program called Entrepreneurship in Residence, EIR, wherein a student, after completing its graduation, he can engage continuously in the incubation center for a period of 2 years, and we will pay him a monthly stipend, and we will help them to realize his entrepreneurial dream. That is what we are planning this year. So with doing all these things cannot happen from one individual. That is something that I wanted to tell. This particular center has evolved over a period of time with enormous amount of support. Top of the list is CII and the industry members, followed by the network of mentors that we have connected, and the IEDC members, the faculty members of the institute, and the support that we get from the institute. More importantly, the industry, the government, which is backing us. Not the least, the team, the young team which is present in the incubation center, which is spearheading this. I'm fortunate that I got it right in all these scenario, and I'm a happy man seeing that center growing in a very positive manner.
Thanks, sir. I think whoever visited his facility for visiting his facility for last few years will realize the evolution which is happening in the facility. And nice to hear that you also have to pitch your idea to get the incubation center to Puducherry. I think it's a nice way that you will handle the entrepreneurs with the same mindset. I know, like, you are hand-holding close to 20 plus startups in your facility, and how you by
To answer this question, when we started this incubation center journey, myself and along with Dr. Shivkumar, who is sitting there as a spectator, we visited close to 24 incubation centers across the country. So we wanted to find out what is the business model behind setting up an incubation center, and what is the blueprint behind setting up an incubation center. And to our surprise, we found that each incubation center is very unique. The way it functions, the way it serves the incubators, the way it earns. You all know that an incubation center has to be self-sustainable, which means they have to earn their own money for their operations. Interestingly, our incubation center's focus area revolves around electronics design and all the allied areas along with the drone technology. And when I was thinking about what is the blueprint behind making an incubation center successful, over the years, there are 4 factors which really governs that. If you take any company for that matter, producing a product, the quality of the product that that particular company delivers, major factors that decides are, one is the quality of the raw materials itself. Second, the right kind of process that the company sets up for converting that raw material to a finished product. Third one, the right kind of team that the company has employed for doing all these things. In our incubation center, it is pretty much the same. The raw material for the incubation center is the quality of the ideas, the innovations, and the innovators which brings them to us. And it is very important for us to validate it and check thoroughly whether they are worth solving and worth pursuing further. And I wanted to insist that at this particular point in time, because many innovators who are coming to us used to come with a lot of aspirations. That is one thing. The second thing is we should also see certain, the practical aspects of that as well. One thing I wanted to tell you is we are designing products and services for somebody else to use it. Am I right? So we are not designing products and services just because we are good in doing something, or just because we are using a better technology, or for any other reason. The reason why we design products and services, because somebody else, it should solve the purpose for somebody and somebody should use it. That is the end of it. So most of the people who come to us, almost 90% of them, I would say, doesn't have this particular mindset. Just because they have designed a product, they think that customers should buy it. So that is not the right kind of mindset. So the first and foremost thing that we would recommend our startups or the innovators is speak to the potential buyers of your product. You are designing a product or a service or a mobile app or whatever it is, speak to the potential users, the end users, the consumers and the customers, and validate whether the problem that you are solving is really helping them or not. To my surprise, at least 90% of them are not doing it. They themselves have a preset mindset that they are solving a right kind of problem without doing any customer validation whatsoever. And then they invest their money, their time, and then they even involve a lot of their friends in that process, eventually come out with a product which nobody is willing to buy. So this is something that I don't want. As an incubation center, it is our responsibility to do this at the very early stage so that they don't do this as a costly mistake at a later point in time. So this due diligence, we do it at a very early stage, and we do that in a systematic manner. So that is something that we do. Second thing, over a period of time that we have evolved a very systematic manner of processing this innovation and converting this innovation into a meaningful product. And first 6 months, we have a 6 months pre-incubation program. Followed by that, we have a bridge program. Followed by that, we have a systematic way of doing that. So the innovators, once they get entry into our incubation center, naturally go through this process and they will be relentlessly working on that. So that is something. Third and most important factor is the team that we have set up here. I should, thank God, and I should thank everybody around here that I have the comfort of having a very strong and energetic team and who are relentlessly working towards the success of the center. They don't see time, they don't see any other factors. They just and they work in a very, very, very systematic manner, which I am really proud of. And I'm sure that this young team will pull it off in another couple of years, all the milestones that we have set. And last but not the least, the network that these people have connected locally and as well as in different places, including the right kind of mentors, including the right kind of people. They have even gone to the extent of roping in people from other incubation centers to support them in a very specific niche needs which we don't have. So all these kinds of things are possible only by team effort. I am sure that this system will only will become better in the future days to come.
Thanks, sir. I think you rightly said, like in an industry, we say like before try to solve a problem, be sure there is a problem. So I think speaking to customer and be sure he really have a problem and you have a you need to build a solution to solve the problem. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks and all the best for the Atal Incubation Center and best birthday wishes for the Atal Incubation Center, Puducherry. I hope and wish we have many successful startup earners from here and soon we should see some unicorns coming out of this building. All the best. Now we get into the next topic about learning from the bigger players or bigger states like Tamil Nadu. So today we would like to, we always see like whenever we want to do a policy in Pondicherry, we always first topic to look at is look at what Tamil Nadu is having in its policy stage at level. So today we have Mr. Sendamil Arasan from Tamil Nadu Startup Tamil Nadu. Mr. Sendamil Arasan is a student of Tamil Nadu Agri University. He is currently working as a project leader at Startup Tamil Nadu. He was previously working in NABARD as a deputy manager and was working in Department of Agriculture and Government of Tamil Nadu. So first, sir, what are the key takeaways you can share for a small or budding state like Pondicherry? Because in our ranking, we are at the third set of people like aspirers, whereas Tamil Nadu is considered as a leader. So maybe you can share a few words.
Thank you, one and all. The first point, I think I think Puducherry is in the fourth stage, I think, aspiring leader. I think Startup India ranking la vandu or 5 rank vachirukanga Startup India la. One vandu best performers, top performer, leader, aspiring leader, emerging startup ecosystem. Aspiring leader, we are just behind, we are the leader. What we are unique in that takeaway abdina, Startup TN is a branding of Tamil Nadu Startup and Innovation Mission. It's a Section 8 company under the Ministry of MSME, Government of Tamil Nadu, where we main focus, we have a good aim that in next coming 4 years, we have to we have to create 10,000 startup across Tamil Nadu, mainly in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, and 100 community circle. The community circle is the circle is the circle யாரெல்லாம் இருக்கலாம் அப்படின்னா CII, institution support, investors, mentors, startup founders, ஒரு venture capitalist எல்லாமே இருக்கலாம். அப்போ we are working in a hub and spoke model. அதாவது என்னென்னா நாங்கள் சென்னையில் மட்டும் எங்கள் ஆஃபீஸ் கிடையாது. We are working in, right now we are in 3 regionals. One at Erode, one at Madurai, one at Tirunelveli. We are planning to reach more than or 10 startup, 10 circles வந்து ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறோம். 10 regional hubs. அந்த மாரி நம்ம ஒர்க் பண்ணால் மட்டும்தான். புதுச்சேரியில் மட்டும் அதை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணக்கூடாது. காரைக்கால்லையும் இருக்கணும், மாகேலையும் இருக்கணும், எல்லா இடத்துலையும் இருக்கணும். அந்த ஹப் அண்ட் ஸ்போக் மாடல் இஸ் குட் பிகாஸ் நாங்கள் ஆகஸ்ட் 2 தான் வந்து ஒரு 3 ஹப்ஸை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணோம். ஒரு 3 monthsலேயே வந்து ஒரு 18,000 பீப்புளை வந்து ரீச் பண்ணியிருக்கோம் த்ரூ சம் மெனி இனிஷியேட்டிவ். அதாவது ஸ்டார்ட்அப் டிஎன் வி ஒர்க்கிங் இன் 5 verticals அண்ட் இன் 5 verticals வி கவர் 50+ ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ். அதனால் நீங்கள் ஹப் அண்ட் ஸ்போக் மாடல் யூ கேன் டேக் அப் ஃப்ரம் ஒன் திங். அண்ட் TAN seed fund, whereas the government giving 10 lakhs grant for any startup who is in a early stage. It's a grant for startup. அங்கே தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுற எனி ஸ்டார்ட் அப், எனி வெர்டிகலானா இருக்கலாம், ரூரல் இம்பேக்டாக இருக்கலாம், சோஷியல் இம்பேக்டாக இருக்கலாம், இன்னோவேஷனாக இருக்கலாம். வி ஆஸ் ஆஃப் நவ் 3rd edition வரைக்கும் முடிஞ்சிருக்கு. வி கிவன் 55 ஸ்டார்ட்அப்ஸ்க்கு மேலே நாங்கள் கொடுத்துருக்கோம். இந்த இயர்க்குள்ளேயே ஒரு 150 ஸ்டார்ட்அப்ஸ்க்கு வந்து ஒரு 10 lakhs கிராண்ட் கொடுக்குற மாதிரி பிளான் பண்ணுறோம். அண்டு ஒன் ஃப்ளாக்ஷிப் ப்ரோக்ராம் என்னென்னா SC/ST ஸ்டார்ட்அப்ஸ்க்கு மட்டும் ஸ்பெஷலாக 30 crores ஒதுக்கியிருக்காங்க. அதில் வந்து 51% ஆஃப் ஷேர் SC/ST யார் ஃபவுண்டர்ஸ் இருக்காங்களோ அந்த ஃபண்டை வந்து யூட்டிலைஸ் பண்ணலாம். இட்ஸ் நாட் எ கிராண்ட், இட் இஸ் எ ஈக்விட்டி ஆர் டெப்ட் பேஸ்ட் மாடல். The three takeaways you can take from our sites.
How do you how do you think the industry, institution, and government can collaborate, and how is it happening in Tamil Nadu?
இன்ஸ்டியூஷன் சொல்லும் போது ஆக்சுவலாக இந்தியாவில் வந்து ஒரு 900 இன்குபேட்டர்ஸ்லாம் இருக்காங்க. இன்குபேட்டர்ஸ் அண்ட் ஆக்சிலேட்டர்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 900 இருக்காங்க. அதில் தமிழ்நாட்டில் மட்டுமே ஒரு 90+ இன்குபேட்டர்ஸ் ஆக்சிலேட்டர் இருக்கும். அப்போ இவங்களை எல்லாரையும் நெட்வொர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். ரவுட் நவ் வி ஆர் கெட்டிங் த டேட்டா. அந்த இன்குபேட்டர்ஸ் வந்து எந்தெந்த ஃபீல்டில் இருக்காங்க, அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் ஆகட்டும், ஃபுட் ஆகட்டும், மீன்ஸ் அப்பரல்ஸ் ஆகட்டும், இல்லை வந்து ப்ளூ எக்கானமி, அந்த மாதிரி என்னென்ன வெர்டிகல்ஸ் எல்லாம் இன்குபேட்டர்ஸ் இருக்காங்களோ அவங்க எல்லாரையும் கனெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். தென் மென்டர்ஸ், வி ஆர் ஆன்கோயிங் டு ஆன்போர்டு 200 மென்டர்ஸ் வந்து ஆன்போர்ட் பண்ணலான்னு இருக்கோம். தென் தமிழ் ஏஞ்சல் நெட்வொர்க்ஸ்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு வி ஆர் கோயிங் டு லான்ச். அதில் தமிழ் ஏஞ்சல்ஸ் நெட்வொர்க்குன்றது என்னென்னா ஹூஆர் ஹை நெட்வொர்க் இண்டிவிஜுவல்ஸ் யாராக இருந்தாலும் அதில் இருக்கலாம். தென் ஹை ஃபாரினில் அப்ராடில் யாருன்னா பெரிய லெவலில் ஒரு ஆண்டர்ப்ரனர் ஆகி சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்காங்கன்னா அது வந்து அவங்க வந்து அதில் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணலாம். இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணி அது மூலயமா நம்ம ஸ்டார்ட் அப்க்கு இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுறோம். இன்ஸ்டியூஷன் அண்ட் பேரலாக ஒரு முக்கியமான விஷயம் என்னென்னா S2G பைடேன்னு தனியாக கண்டக்ட் பண்ணுறோம். அதாவது தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட்டில் வந்து ஒரு 30+ டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ் இருக்குது. ஒரு டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டுக்கு தேவையான ஸ்டார்ட் அப் வந்து கனெக்ட் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஆஸ் ஆஃப் நோ வி கவர்டு 4-5 டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ். அதில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் வந்து செலக்டடாக ஒரு 15 ஸ்டார்ட் அப்பை அந்த டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டோட ஹையர் அஃபிஷியல்ஸ் முன்னாடி ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ண வச்சு அந்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப்பில் எது பெஸ்ட்டாக இருக்கோ அதில் வந்து அவங்க ஆர்டர்ஸ் கொடுக்குறாங்க. லாஸ்ட் ஆகஸ்ட்டில் வந்து நாங்கள் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் ஏபிள் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்க்கு வந்து கனெக்ட் பண்ணோம். அதில் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் ஒரு 3 ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸ்க்கு வந்து தே ஆர் கோயிங் டு கிவ் ஆர்டர்ஸ். பிகாஸ் லாஸ்ட் ஃபைனான்ஸ் பட்ஜெட்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஃப்ரம் ஸ்டார்ட் இருந்து எனி கவர்மெண்ட் கேன் பை 50 lakhs வித்தவுட் எனி டெண்டர் ப்ராசஸ் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி அறிவித்தாங்க. அதனால் வந்து அந்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப்புக்கு வந்து மெயினாக பிரச்சனை மார்க்கெட் ஆக்சஸ். அதை நாங்களே கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கே நாங்கள் பண்ணி கொடுக்குறோம். தட்ஸ் அ மோர் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் திங்ஸ்.
I think I was in one of the CII meeting. I had an opportunity to listen to agri universities of Tamil Nadu. In fact, I was pleasantly surprised to see they have a separate entrepreneurial development cell, and they have ready-made products available, and they are not only developing products along with the students, they are also supporting for packaging, quality assurance. So there are several slew of supports they were giving from Agri University. Maybe you can speak about those things.
இன்னொரு திங், இன்குபேஷன் சப்போர்ட்டுக்கு வந்து அட்டல் இன்குபேஷன் மாதிரி சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட்டில் இருக்காங்க. ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட்லேயும் we have an entrepreneurship development and innovation institute. Through them தமிழ்நாட்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 8 EDI சப்போர்ட்டட் இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. அது டிஎன்ஏ கீழே ஒரு 4+ இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. அதில் ப்ரீவியஸாக நான் ஒர்க் பண்ண நபார்டு, அது இந்தியாவில் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர் ஃபண்டட் பை நபார்டு இஸ் இன் மதுரை ஒன்லி. அங்கே வி ஹாவ் வேர்ல்டு மீன்ஸ் ஒரு 12 crores வந்து ஃபண்டிங் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. வேறஸ் அங்கே வந்து we can do 100+ product. இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர்லேயே we have industrial shed. நம்ம வெறும் ஐடியா மட்டும் கொடுத்து மென்டர் மட்டும் பண்ண தேவையில்ல. அங்கே வந்து தே கேன் யூஸ் தேர் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர். காமன் ஃபெசிலிட்டி சென்டர்னே ஒரு சென்டர் 5 crores மிஷினரிஸ் வாங்கி வச்சிருக்காங்க. எனி ஸ்டார்ட் அப் related to food and agriculture, they can approach NABARD MABIF, where you can access is a common facility center. ஒரு மிஷின் இருக்குது, ஒரு மில்க் ரிலேட்டடாக என்ன ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் செய்யணும் அப்படின்னா, ஒரு ப்ரோட்டோடைப் செய்யணும் அப்படின்னா அங்கே போய் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். அதேமாதிரி டிஎன்ஏ கீழே டிஃப்ரெண்ட் வெர்டிகல்ஸ், வேறஸ் ஆக்சுவலாக சார் சொன்ன மாரி அண்டர் தமிழ்நாடு அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் யூனிவர்சிட்டி கீழே டைரக்டர் ஆஃப் அக்ரி பிஸ்னஸ் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், வேர் அந்த டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டோட அப்ஜெக்டிவே என்னென்னா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து ஆண்டர்ப்ரனர் ஆகணும். பிகாஸ் லாஸ்ட் அக்ரி பட்ஜெட்லேயே வந்து என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா, ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் அந்த அக்ரி ப்ராஜெக்ட் வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணும்போது யாரெல்லாம் அக்ரி கிராஜுவேட்ஸாக இருக்காங்களோ அவங்களெல்லாம் ஆண்டர்ப்ரனராக கன்வெர்ட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்றதுக்காக 1 lakh கிராண்டாகவே அக்ரி ரிலேட்டடாக எனி ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இருந்தாங்க அவங்கள ஆண்டர்ப்ரனராக அப்படின்னா 1 lakh கிராண்ட் வந்து மினிஸ்ட்ரி ஆஃப் அக்ரிகல்ச்சர்லேருந்தே கொடுக்குறாங்க. அதுமாதிரி டிஃப்ரெண்ட் கவரேஜ் அண்டர் த யூனிவர்சிட்டி கீழே ஹார்டிகல்ச்சர் ரிலேட்டடாக எதனா ஒரு ஐடியா டெவலப் பண்ணணும், இல்லை வந்து ஃபாரஸ்ட்ரி ரிலேட்டடாக நாங்கள் எதனா ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் செய்யணும்னு நினைக்கிறோம், அக்ரி இன்ஜினியரிங் ரிலேட்டடாக எதனா ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் வி ஹாவ் டு என்ன ப்ரோட்டோடைப் செய்யணும் அப்படின்னா மில்லட் ரிலேட்டடாக திஸ் இயர் ஐ திங்க் 2023 வந்து மில்லட் இயராக பண்ண போகிறாங்க. மில்லட் ரிலேட்டடாக எதனா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் செய்யினாலும் தேர் இஸ் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர், ஆல்ரெடி இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் இஸ் தேர். they can assess the infrastructure from us. புதுச்சேரியிலிருந்து எனி ஸ்டார்ட் அப் இருந்தாலும் பிகாஸ் இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர் இஸ் காமன் ஃபார் ஆல் கிடையாது. அக்ராஸ் தமிழ்நாடு அக்ராஸ் இந்தியாவிலேருந்து கூட நம்ம இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். பிகாஸ் ப்ரீவியஸ்லி வேர் மதுரையில் இருக்க இன்குபேஷன் தேர் ஃப்ரம் குஜராத், மும்பை, தெலுங்கானா, ஹைதராபாத் எல்லா இடத்துலையுமே இன்குபேட் ஆகிருக்காங்க. Startup who was in Gujarat start பண்ணாலும் they can access the infrastructure which is in Tamil Nadu.
Thanks, sir. I think it starts with a clear target, like as you said, 10,000 startups with 100 community circle, hub and spoke model with 10 hub. So TAN seed fund of, so it's clearly, it's like have a clear vision how to, what to reach. That is the key. So that's clear. So I think that is key for having a very strong system. And as you said, S2G is very, very interesting. And maybe we should also work with Puducherry government to figure out how we can do S2G. Because if the central government has released allowed the state government to purchase things without tender for 50 lakh rupee, and this is accessible for the startup owners, we should also explore this from Puducherry as well. And what is more interesting about Mr. Senthamir's speech was about the focused infra development, which is developed in the incubation centers. So either it can be an agri incubation center or it can be any other product development activity. The incubation centers are developed with a focus on what is on the resources available and what are the best avenues possible. Maybe as a state, we need to identify some focus area for focus products or focus area where we can progress on. Because during in a morning session with our minister, he was also mentioning about what are the industries he would like to attract to Puducherry, or he want to give preference for Puducherry. So today that knowledge is already available with us. So either it can be a Parma or it can be in other institutions. So this knowledge is available with us. We need to shortlist and create a focused incubation center so that we will able to support them in a very detailed fashion. Yeah, you want to add something?
I think ஒரு கிரிப்ஸாக சொல்லணும் அப்படின்னா பாண்டிச்சேரியில் வந்து ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா கவர்மெண்ட் சைட்லேருந்து ஒரு நோடல் ஏஜென்சின்னு தனியாக ஒன்று இருக்கணும். செகண்ட் திங், மோஸ்ட் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் திங் பாலிசி. அந்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப்புக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுற பாலிசி ரொம்ப முக்கியம். அதுக்கு அடுத்த திங் வந்து இன்குபேஷன். ஏதோ ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறாங்க அப்படின்னா அந்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ரிலேட்டடாக எதனா இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர்ஸ் வந்து நம்ம ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும். அண்ட் அது அகைன் திங் இன்குபேஷனுக்கு அப்புறம் ஆக்சிலரேட்டர்ஸ் வந்து ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும். பிகாஸ் இன் தமிழ்நாடுல வந்து வில் க்ரோன்றது வந்து அக்ரி அண்ட் ஃபுட் பார்க்குறாங்க. அதுமாரி ஆக்சிலரேஷன் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும். 5th பாயிண்ட் இஸ் ஃபண்டிங். இந்த 5 விஷயம் வந்து இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னா கண்டிப்பாக அந்த ஆஸ்பைரிங் லீடர்லேருந்து நம்ம அடுத்த ஸ்டேஜுக்கு போக முடியும். பிகாஸ் வி கேன் சே த செனாரியோ கலை சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி பாண்டிச்சேரியில் வந்து ஒரு 45 DPIT ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸ் தான் இருக்காங்க. வேறஸ் இன் தமிழ்நாடு வி கேன் சே 4600 ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸ் இருக்கும். த செனாரியோ இஸ் இங்கே 1% தான் இருக்கும். அங்கே இந்த கம்பேரிட்டிவ் பார்க்கும்போது ஒரு 1% தான் இருக்கும். பட் இந்த 5 பாயிண்ட்ஸை நம்ம கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக ஸ்ட்ரென்தன் பண்ணோம் அப்படின்னா வி கேன் ஆல்சோ ரீச் பெட்டர் ஸ்டேஜ். தேங்க்யூ.
Sir, already we propose to create a corpus fund for exclusive for the startup of Puducherry. That initially we proposed to that 10 crore rupees. It is under the consideration of the government. The financial position is improved. Definitely government will give 10 crores of rupees as a corpus fund for exclusively for the startup ecosystem.
Also, we have a good startup policy. So now we need to we have a good incubation center as well. Now we need to follow through the process as Sir shared and as well as our Dr. Sundaramurthy said, and continue to have more and more startup earners from our side. Any questions for any of the panelists here?
The EDA means students-க்கு என்ன சப்போர்ட் கிடைக்குது அப்படின்னா where the government under the MSME we have the institution called EDII, Entrepreneurship Development and Innovation Institute. அங்கே வந்து எனி ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஆர் எனி ஸ்டார்ட் அப் வந்து ஒரு ஐடியாலேருந்து ஒரு ப்ரோட்டோடைப் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா இந்த 2 lakhs grant is there. ஃப்ரம் ப்ரோட்டோடைப்லேருந்து ஒரு வையபிள் ப்ராடக்டாக பண்ணணும்னா 5 lakhs grant is there. ஆல்மோஸ்ட் ஒரு ஐடியா இது ஃபைவ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு வந்து அந்த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி இருக்குது. பேரலாக தே பிகம் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஆனாங்கன்னா 10 lakhs கிராண்ட் இருக்குது. அது மொத்தம் ஒரு நல்ல ஐடியா இருந்தால் போதும் ஒரு 17 lakhs வந்து கவர்மெண்ட் சைட்லேருந்து கிடைக்குது. இட்ஸ் மை ஸ்டூடெண்ட் சைட் பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் வியூவில் நான் சொல்ல நினச்சது.
Doctor, I have a question. We don't have an accelerator here in Puducherry, Doctor. I think that's something which we have to think about. But from your perspective, have you thought about it, and what's your views on that?
That's a right question, sir. The very concept of incubation center itself is new for our UT, and probably it got introduced in the year 2019. And then as years progresses, this particular concept of innovation, entrepreneurship and startup has now percolated into the educational institutes deeply now. So lot many educational institutes which they have thought that this concept of innovation and entrepreneurship, an optional one in future, are now looking into this as a very serious thing now. Which means in future we are going to have lot many startups, and especially the educational institutes are going to be the breeding centers of these innovations. And the moment we have that kind of an inflow of startups, and we will not have any other choice other than setting up an accelerator here, and it is obviously going to be a mandatory one. Having said that, by the end of 2023, we are planning to have an in-house accelerator to be set up in the university campus itself. So we'll closely work on that, and obviously, as usual, we take the support of industry during that time. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. Any more questions to any of the panelists? Okay. Okay.
Hi, this is to Satyamal sir. Though Pondicherry and Tamil Nadu are both connected deeply culturally, language-wise, why do you reject our application saying you're not in TN?
ஆக்சுவலி வெரி வேலிட் கொஷின். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எல்லாருக்குமே நீங்கள் கேட்ட கொஷின் கரெக்ட் தான், ஏன் எங்களை மட்டும் இது பண்ணுறீங்கன்னு. பட் எல்லா ஸ்டேட்ஸ்லையுமே ஒரு பாலிசி இருக்குது, என்னென்னா அந்த ஸ்டேட்டில் இருக்க ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸ்க்கு ஃபஸ்ட்டு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு. வி கேன் சே த எக்ஸாம்பிள் டான்சீட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஃபஸ்ட்டு 2 இதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதர் ஸ்டேட்ஸில் இருக்கவங்களும் உள்ளே வந்தாங்க. அப்போ வந்து த கொஷின் ஐஸ் அரைஸ்ட், இங்கே ஆல்ரெடி நல்ல ஸ்டார்ட் அப் இருக்கும்போது ஏன் நீங்கள் ஃபண்ட் பண்ணலன்னு. Then after that only we rejected that. We mainly first focus on startup Tamil Nadu இருக்கவங்கள focus பண்றோம். But we are in pipeline that we can also means onboard பண்ற startup TN ல onboard பண்ற மற்ற ஸ்டேட்ல இருக்க ஸ்டார்ட்அப்பையும் we are going to get approve பண்ணுவோம் கண்டிப்பா.
Now in my case, my registered office is in Pondicherry.
Okay.
My operational base is in Tamil Nadu. So my GST and FSI is in Tamil Nadu.
ஓகே, தென் வி கேன், பிகாஸ் நாங்கள் மெயினாக ஸ்டார்ட் அப் டிஎன்ல ரிஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணும்போது நாங்கள் அப்ரூவல் பார்க்குறது என்ன அப்படின்னா வெதர் தே ரிஜிஸ்டர்ட் இன் ஆர்ஓசி சென்னை ஆர் கோயம்புத்தூர் மெயின். அதை போய் எம்சி வெப்சைட்டில் போய் பார்த்தோன்னா தெரிஞ்சிடும் அவங்களோட ப்ராப்பர் எம்சி வெப்சைட்டில் என்ன ரிஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்ட்டு. தென் அவங்களோட ஆப்ரேஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் எப்படி இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. பட் டெஃபினெட்லி இஃப் யூ ஆர் இன் ஜிஎஸ்டிஸ் கம்ஸ் அண்டர் தமிழ்நாடுல ஐ கம்யூனிகேட் மை டீம், தென் ஐ ஷார்ட் அவுட் யுவர் இஷ்யூஸ்.
தேங்க்யூ.
To add to what he has said, if the funding is actually sponsored by the state government, naturally the inclination would be to support the startups locally. Whereas in our case, we are a centrally funded incubation center. We don't have that reservation.
No, but by GST, I'm contributing tax to the state.
Okay, that's a valid question.
நான் முதல்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு ஸ்கீம் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி காலேஜ்லேயே வந்து ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஷிப் ஸ்கில்ஸ், அதாவது ஸ்கில் நாட் ஓன்லி எஜுகேஷன் தவிர்த்து ஸ்கில்லும் அவங்க டெவலப் பண்ணுன்றதுக்காக லாஸ்ட்டு மீன்ஸ் பத்ரேயில் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணாங்க. ஆல்மோஸ்ட் ஸ்கில் டெவலப்மெண்ட் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் மூலயமா ஒரு 17 கோர்ஸ் இப்போ ப்ரெசண்ட்டாக எம்ப்ளாய்மெண்ட்டுக்கு எது இதெல்லாம் தேவையோ, ஐடி செக்டர் ஆகட்டும், வளர்ந்து வர எமர்ஜிங் செக்டர் ஆகட்டும், அந்த ஸ்கில்ஸ் என்னவோ அதை வந்து ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு வந்து த்ரூ இந்த தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் மூலிமா அதை இனிஷியேட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அதுவுமே இட்ஸ் இன் கோயிங் ஆன் இன் குட் வே.
So good afternoon, and my question is of course very generic, pertinent to the funding. Of course, I am asking this question as a representative of a startup. See, I have my own startup. SEM Sensing Technologies Private Limited. Fortunately, that we received the funds through, of course, Sendamil Selvan. He was telling about the IVP, Innovation Voucher Program. We got 5 lakhs rupees. Then later we got 10 lakhs rupees from Startup India Seed Grant. Then later we pitched through METI Tide Grant. We got 7 lakhs rupees. We got the prototype, of course, Dr. Sundaram sir, he was telling about an idea, the prototype and the POC and the market viable product. We have crossed all these stages, and even we deployed our product in number of hospitals. We got there the best feedback. But the problem that we identified is we were not able to impress the investors. We got these much of funds, and still even we pitched to the Chennai angel investors. But the funds, what we received through the grant, of course, it is not enough to go to the market. Because to produce the 1,000 product, of course, the 3D printer would not be the viable model, and we wanted to make the mold. But once the mold kind of the thing which requires the huge funding, also the team expansion also it has to be done, which cannot be done through the funds that we got through the government grant. So how we could identify the correct investor, because we pitched the Singapore-based investor, and even they were so interested to fund $1 million, 8 crore rupees, but they were asking 26% of stock in our company, not on the product, but on the company. But eventually we refused because it's a very huge and great kind of the thing. So my humble question is how we could approach the right investor and how we could scale it up further.
Right. This is a very generic question, but a very important and a prominent one. The concept of pitching your idea in front of an investor and trying to impress and getting his attention and subsequently getting it acquired requires a very detailed, steps to be followed. There are a lot of factors that you have to consider before pitching your idea in front of an investor. And this is where your incubation center really comes handy for you. In our case, we have a systematic program of how to prepare your startup and what are the parameters or metrics that you have to focus upon before you pitch your startup in front of the investors. It depends from investor to investor. Vast majority of them are generic ones. For example, vast majority of the investors don't opt for 1% companies. If your company is driven by a single individual, 95% of the investors would not prefer that. Okay, so they always look for co-founders. And what are the important metrics that you should focus upon? There is a fixed set of parameters that you have to focus upon. I would connect you with Vishnu and you can take that call offline. Yeah, thank you.
And maybe the mentorship also will come very handy for you, because those are the industry specialists who will be able to give you the more better information about it.
Yeah.
Thank you. The last question, just before lunch, I see 2 hands going, so we will stop with these 2 questions. Okay.
So good noon to all. So I'm Dr. Revati from NIT Puducherry. So at this juncture, I would like to, tomorrow is observed to be the Women's Entrepreneurship Day. So on this account and having the panel discussion upon the startup ecosystem. So I would like, I could not even observe a single woman over there, part of panelist, or when I looked up in the presentation, there is none among in the national leadership program as well. So as an educationalist or as a professor, how could I change the scenario just by motivating? So what is that takeaway I should take away from this summit so that I can transfer something to my students or the girl students who are there who are aspiring so that they can change the scenario?
One thing I have to share, நாங்கள் கொடுத்த டான்சீடு ஃபண்டில் அதில் வந்து ஒரு more than 30% of co-founders are women. One thing I have to mention. And another thing வந்து உமனுக்காகவே வந்து உமன் ஐ திங்க் இன் தெலுங்கானாவில் வந்து வி ஹப்னு இருக்குது. சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி முன்னே அருண் சார் பேசுனது உமன் ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஷிப் ஹப்பில் தான் ப்ரீவியஸ் வைஸ் பிரசிடென்ட்டாக இருந்தாங்க. பேரலி we are having an event called தொழில் இணங்கு in startup TN where உமன் ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஸ் யார் யார் இருக்காங்களோ அவங்கள வந்து கார்பரேட் கூட கனெக்ட் பண்ணுறோம். மீன்ஸ் என்னென்னா அவங்களோட ஜாப் ஒர்க் எதனா வந்து அந்த உமன் செல்ஃப் ஹெல்ப் குரூப்போ இல்லை வந்து உமன் ஆண்டர்ப்ரோ பண்ணுறதுக்காக வி ஹவ் இனிஷியேட்டிவ் கால் தொழிலிணங்கு இட்ஸ் எஸ்பெஷலி ஃபார் உமன். திஸ் திங் ஐ ஹவ் டு
Last year, actually, one of the panel session was specifically for women entrepreneurs. We had close to some 4 women coming. Out of them, at least 3 are from Puducherry, if my memory is right. So I don't know what is planned for the balance of the day. But last year, it was very interesting to hear, especially one of the women from Puducherry. She was explaining how she is getting into the textile business and how she. So there were at least 3-4 cases I heard was from women entrepreneurship.
Since you are coming from academic background, something that I wanted to tell you is the concept of innovation and entrepreneurship, we cannot bring it overnight. Be it is a girl student or a boy, we have to do it over a period of time. So one thing that we have did it in our institute, which proved to be very effective, was we have introduced a mandatory course on entrepreneurship, which all the students of the university has to undergo. Okay, so that particular basic course on entrepreneurship would give a brief glimpse about the entire spectrum of entrepreneurship, right from product identification, validating it to customers, customer acquisition, prototype to MVP conversion, little skills on sales and marketing, branding, till the compliance part. The entire spectrum the students will undergo. There are some mini projects also wherein the students have to form a small team of 3 or 4. They invest 100 rupees each on a given day. They have to run a company for only one day. And by the end of the day, they have to sell what they have produced, and they have to prepare a balance sheet, and they have to submit the next day. So a lot of such activities are there. So these kind of things, once you introduce into the curriculum, I'm not saying that if you give this curriculum to 100 students, all 100 of them will become entrepreneurs, but there will be slow inclination towards that. I have visually seen lot many of them have shown interest towards entrepreneurship after this mandatory course. And to my knowledge, lot many of them happen to be girl students, number one. Number two, when you kickstart something, sooner or later you will get a lot of inputs. Many of them will be irrelevant to you. For in our case, we are a electronic centric incubation center. One team of women entrepreneurs approached us with a textile idea, okay, in 2020. Though it is not relevant to us, okay, so we said no to them. Okay, so we inducted them. Even now they are operational. They are producing products which are purely based on cotton. They employ local women around our institute. So they are an ambassadors for our incubation center. So women actually, when they take part in it, nobody will say no. Only thing is that culture we have to inculcate, and it will take some time. It has to be done in a systematic manner. Yeah.
Thanks, sir. What is that?
ஐ திங்க் அந்த கொஷினுக்கு மெயினாக சொல்லணும்னா ஃபேமிலி சைட்லேருந்து அந்த பேரியராக இருக்கக்கூடாது. அதுதான் நம்ம மெயினாக உமன் ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஸ்க்கு வந்து பெரிய பேரியர்ஸாக இருக்கும். அதை வந்து நம்ம ஃபேமிலி சைட்லேருந்தே நாளைக்கு உங்கள் பொண்ணாகட்டும், உங்கள் மருமகளாகட்டும், யாருன்னா ஒருத்தவங்க இருந்தாங்கன்னா யூ ஹாவ் டு அக்செப்ட் அந்த மைண்ட் செட் ஃபஸ்ட்டு கொண்டு வரணும். தென் இந்த கவர்மெண்ட் இப்போ நாங்கள் சொன்ன மாதிரி SC/STக்கு ஃபண்டிங் இருக்க மாதிரி உமனுக்கு எதனா உமன் ஸ்டார்ட் அப்னு ஒரு ஃபண்டிங் பாலிசி கொண்டு வந்தாங்கன்னா கண்டிப்பாக த பீப்புள் வில் கம் அண்ட் ஃபார்வர்ட்.
Thanks, sir. The last question.
Yes, sir. Myself, Prabhu. Basically, I'm a startup company, Valar Energy. Sir, this question belongs to Sindil Arsan. Normally, இந்த டான் சீட்டுக்கு வந்து நம்ம ஒவ்வொரு முறையும் வெயிட் பண்ணுவோம் ஆக்சுவலி. ஏன்னா எக்ஸ்பெக்டட்னா நிறைய ஸ்கேலப் POCலேருந்து ஸ்கேலப் பண்ணும்போது அந்த ஒவ்வொரு பைசாவும் எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப அக்ரெசிவாக செலவு பண்ணுன்றது. இப்போ டான்சைடு 4 வந்து ஜூலை ரிலீஸ் பண்ணோம். இப்போ ஆல்மோஸ்ட் 4 months ஆகிட்டு இருக்கு. ஸோ வென் வி கெட் ரிலீஸ்ட் அண்ட்
ஆக்சுவலாக என்ன சினாரியோனா டான்சைடு 1, 2, 3 இதுக்கு எல்லாமே மேக்ஸிமம் அப்ளிகேஷனே வந்து 200 or 200 கீழே தான் இருந்துச்சு. பட் வென் கம்பேர்ட் டு டான்சைடு 4 இட் வாஸ் 1029 அப்ளிகேஷன் வந்திருக்கு. அதை வந்து வி ஹவ் டு அதில் 1000லேருந்து வெறும் 30 பேருக்கு தான் கொடுக்குற மாதிரி ஒரு 30 to 50 அந்த ஒர்க் தான் இப்போ போயிட்டு இருக்கு. ஹோப்ஃபுல்லி வி வில் யூ கெட் த மெயில் பை த மந்த் ஆஃப் திஸ். என்ன ஸ்டேஜில் இருக்குன்றது யூ கேன் கெட் த மெயில் ஃப்ரம் இந்த மந்தில் உங்களுக்கு கண்டிப்பாக கிடைக்கும். மேபி அந்த ரிலீஸ் ஃபண்ட் ரிலீஸ் வந்து December 15க்குள்ளே கண்டிப்பாக நடக்கும்.
Okay, maybe hopefully wait for this.
Yeah.
Second, to question to Mogan Kumar sir. See sir, we are from Tamil Nadu startup. Na GST எங்களுக்கு Tamil Nadu இருக்கு, but we are incubated in Pondicherry, Atal. So in that case, that startup policy of Pondicherry we can avail.
It's irrespective of residence, sir. That you have to do your activity and that you have set up your unit only in Pondicherry. That anywhere in India they can come and invest here. No bearing on.
Okay, okay. You mean you can avail the startup policy scheme by Pondicherry?
Yes. All other policy, investment, incentive, all are common to all the citizens of India only, not for exclusively.
Okay.
But
So who is the nodal agency for to connect?
that industries department, you can very well approach industries department. Department of Industries and Commerce.
Okay.
At Tatanjavadi.
Okay, okay, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for patiently listening for the session. Thank you. Over.
So enjoy your meal. We'll be back at 1:10. Okay, it's 1:40 now. 1:10. Sorry, 2:10. Pasi mayakam vera onnu illa. Bad it. Okay, 2:10. We meet a sharp. Thank you. Hope you all enjoyed your meal. So 2:25 sharp, we'll start it. Another 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Shakti கொஞ்சம் எல்லாரும் gather பண்ண சொல்லிடுங்க. So very good afternoon to one and all gathered here again. How was the lunch? Well? Yes? Good. Hope it wasn't too heavy. Illana moderator customer poidum. Anyway, the next panel discussion for the day, we're going to start now. So for this, I'll just give a brief about what is it going to be about. Session 3, role of Puducherry institutions in fostering innovation and startups. That is the key stakeholder of all. Without you, there is no startup. Without the institution support, ecosystem may start agad. It will be a big gap. So this session is going to be about role of Puducherry institutions, colleges, schools, so in fostering innovation and startups. So this session is going to be moderated by our past chairman CII Puducherry and managing director of Lebrax Rubber Lining Private Limited, Mr. M. Nandakumar. I welcome you, sir. We've got the distinguished panelists today. So first, Dr. V.S.K. Venkatachalapati, Director cum Principal, Sri Manakula Vinayagar Engineering College. Welcome you, sir. Welcome to the stage. Oh, yeah. Dr. S. Mahadevan, Dean, Research and PG Studies, Sri Venkateshwara Medical College and Research Institute. Dr. K. Udayasurian, Principal, Sarada Gangadharan College. So I'll leave the floor for the moderator, Nandakumar, sir.
Good afternoon to everybody, and I would like to thank the chairman, CII, Dr. Surinder, for having given me this session after lunch again, when the stomach is full and the head is heavy with the morning session. Thanks, Suri. I hope next time you'll give me a morning session. I think all of you have heard the phrase, catch them young. This was very famous in the late 70s and early 80s with regard to sportsmen, when countries like China and Russia realized that catching the children at a young age developed the talent, made them better sportsmen, and they had more time to develop the skills. That's why today Chinese and the Russians are world leaders in sports. I think the same thing now applies today in the context of innovation, in the context of startups. We have children at a very young age coming out with ideas. Earlier, we were not giving them the opportunity to express these ideas because we had kept them straight-jacketed. But over a period of the last decade, things have changed. And this concept of catch them young has now come to institutions. Young minds, creative, imaginative, and most important, they are not afraid of the risk. Having been a judge on this contest for the last 2 years, last 3 years, I've realized that most of these students are really not afraid to present their ideas. And that's the most important thing in this, not to be embarrassed, to come forward and say what they feel like, not to feel rejected. Today, as we take this session, what I would like to say is that for the startup system to be successful, the state should have a vibrant startup policy, and there should be a strong linkage of the incubators and accelerators with the industry and education institutions. In the morning session, we had very good speakers who talked exactly about this, how the linkage to the startups with the education institution and the government. It's equally important to have good education institutions with a large number of students in the various fields. In Puducherry, we are very lucky that we have over 60 top-class institutions and over 250 colleges, 250 schools. We have the support of the Pondicherry University and the Pondicherry Technical University. There is a huge talent in all these education institutes, as we observed in the innovation contest, and it's our aim in CII to encourage, nurture, and develop these young minds. Over the last 3 years, we have realized that there is considerable efforts by the larger institution to have in-house innovation cells. This is a welcome initiative which will go a long way in fostering talent. The government has over the last few years recognized the need to catch them young, and the support to institutions by setting up the Atal Tinkering Labs is a step in the right direction. We have seen the tremendous support that the Atul Incubation Center provides to startups, and I would urge the institutions to appreciate their efforts. This summit would not be possible but for the support received from AIC Puducherry. But we have taken only baby steps, and a lot more needs to be done to foster innovation in Pondicherry. We consider this a golden opportunity, and one of the things which CII has been talking about is how to foster innovation in institutions. And that is why we have with us today 3 distinguished scholars from 3 institutions. We have from engineering, we have from arts and science, and we have from medicine. I think it covers the entire gamut of education in a big way. And I'm sure each of them will present their ideas to us and enlighten us on what the institutions are doing. Before I ask them to speak, I would just quickly put forward a few questions which I would expect them to probably think about and speak. What is your institute's perspective on fostering innovation among students? Does your institute have an innovation cell? And if not, do you plan to have one? And for the ecosystem to become stronger, many colleges must apply and get the AIC recognition. One of the things which the chairman of the innovation contest talked of in the morning was to have an innovation day in your college. I think this is a thought forward. If each college, each institutions can have an innovation day, and the best of those are sent to us for the innovation summit. That would help us in a long way in the years ahead. Going forward, I would like to introduce our first participant, Dr. V.S.K. Venkatachalapati. He is the director cum principal of the Manakula Vinayakar Engineering College. He has completed his undergraduation in mechanical engineering at College of Engineering, Guindy, a post-graduation in production engineering, and a PhD from Madras Institute of Technology, Anna University. He has over 35 years of experience in academia, administration, and research. Under his administration, the institute received many awards and recognitions and signed MOU with industries. He has received the Best Academic Administrator Award, Outstanding Professional Management Award, and Outstanding Administrative Award. He is an active member in various professional bodies, authored many books, and more than 100 publications in national and international journals. His leadership and learning are indispensable to each other and transforms our vision into reality. I request Dr. Venkatachalapati to please address us.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I should extend my sincere the good afternoon and thanks to the CII chairman and the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It's a great opportunity, not only to me and also to the Pondicherry, the state, how the institution can have their own role in converting the student into an entrepreneur. Then I myself, Dr. Adi Venkatachalapati, working with the Sri Manakula Vinayakar Engineering College for the past 21 years. When I joined in the institution, the total population of the students is nearly around 750. 65 to 70 faculty members are there. Now, the total population is 7,500. Then the total number of the faculty teaching and non-teaching is nearly around 650 to 700 are working there. Then we have started with nearly 4 branches. Now, 55 UG programs in various School of Engineering, School of Arts and Science, then School of Allied Health Sciences, School of Physiotherapy, School of Agricultural Sciences. Then apart from that, in School of Engineering, we are having the 8 PG programs and 11 PhD the programs. Then it's being an autonomous institution. Then we humbly feel that we got the autonomy in 2019. Simply the theoretical input alone is going to help a lot to the students. Then as per the norms UGC, the norms, the board of studies are constituted only with the industry members, only with the leading academicians from yet topmost the institutions. Then we have eagerly accepted their own the decision. What is the real transformation has to be created in the curriculum and also in the syllabi, and how effectively we can transform the various upgraded technology which is prevailing in industrial sectors. So the curriculum is so designed, industrial oriented way, then we have started to achieve so many things. We are having a Atal incubation centers, technology business incubator centers. Apart from that, I proudly say that we are having an idea lab. That idea lab, the contribution from the AICT, they sponsored 50 lakhs in my name. Then the management sponsored 2 crores for that, 2.5 crores. Then apart from that, then nearly 17 center of excellence in the various events we have established with a worth of 15 crores. So the students has to develop themselves in the latest, the technological concepts. They should greedy to know all the technological upgradation, which is right now happening in the, so curriculum, the infrastructure facilities, then that skill oriented training we wish to provide to the students. So all the curriculum is amalgamated with the practical training and with the mandatory skill oriented programs. So one way it helps a lot for our own students to achieve so many laurels or to brought so many laurels to our own institutions. The guy who presented in front of the CII, the boot camp and the other area, a small idea he has taken how the ultraviolet, the rays can be effectively utilized by replacing with the use of LED lights. What is the drawbacks? So it's all small ideas. Then everybody feels that for starting up, then we need not of money and other things. We need a single concept and idea. For that only, we have established Idea Lab. It consists of almost all top level equipments. Then more than 12 the 3D printers we are having it. The chairman has visited that laboratory also. PCB designs is there. Wood router is there. CNC and NC machines, top level the machines are available. It is not at all amalgamated with the curriculum, but all the facilities are available 24 hours for our own lovable students. So the curriculum, the quality and the skill oriented training helps lot of the students can become themselves as an entrepreneur. We are producing a very good the placements. Right now the placement officer is also available. More than so far 10,000 students are placed from the last 15 years. Then my interest, then rather than getting a job, that the individual should be enough or be strong enough to provide the opportunity for others. So engineering, the means it's innovation. That's why we used to celebrate Engineers Day as an Innovators Day, where the students are permitted to present a lot of innovative ideas, plenty of projects. That's why more than 70 patents right now we are having. Our faculty members have presented more than 800 papers. Then more than 100 plus, the students have converted themselves as an entrepreneur. We used to be very strict with the systems. We are not doing beyond that. Only the sixth discipline we want to inculcate among the students' mindsets. Whatever we want to transform, they have to listen it. We are developing listening skill. Industry needs that only. So that type of attitude we are developing, then intent, automatically, the startup means it's the initiation, the good motivation. Once they have started, you all know that in 1983, only the Sharp and Panasonic, the DVD is available. We cannot say it's a DVD. There, the repairing center is available only near Casino Theatre. Nowhere it is available, not in Pondicherry. That Richie Street only they will repair it. Now you feel it. Now you feel it, the Priti Chapro, the mixie, the bottom, the bush, whether it has a 7 rings or 8 rings, then for 35 bucks we have to pay, and the entire sector we have to carry to the, now everybody is having an opportunity to repair themselves. So we are converting the students not only a problem developer, problem identifier, and a solution provider. That is our success. So with this, a small, we are having almost all the facility. We have signed MOU with more than 42 industries. Very frequently, we used to call the industrial personality to have their own. We are having one more things, Warnaville Art Academy, where everybody can share their own experience. Even a petty shop wala, they can have his own idea and they can share it. ஒரு இட்லி கடை வச்சிருக்கவர் கூட அங்கே வந்து அவரோட எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸை ஷேர் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இப்படி தான் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் பண்ணுங்கிற நெசசிட்டியில் எப்படி வேணாலும் வளரலாம். ஆனால் இப்போ ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ்டாக இவங்க பணம் கொடுத்தா தான் நம்ம வளர முடியும், இவங்க ஒரு 5 லட்சம் ரூபாய் எனக்கு கொடுத்தா தான் வளர முடியும் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்க அப்படிங்கன்னா இன்றைக்கி நேரு ஸ்ட்ரீட்டில் இருக்க கடையில் எப்போ வாண்டட் இல்லைங்கிற கான்செப்டே இல்லை. Then when I visit Nehru Street, I used to visualize from Ramsits to tail end at the Bata showroom. Everybody, there is a small, பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு போர்டு இருக்கும், இங்கே வேலைக்கு ஆட்கள் தேவை. ஆனால் யாருமே வேலைக்கு வர்றதுக்கு ரெடி கிடையாது. So comfortably, the students feel that I need a computer the room with a 210 AC with a smart girl assisted by the individual. That type of attitude in the student mindset has to be removed. இப்போ இங்கே வரணுங்கிறதுனக்காக தான் இந்த கோட்டையை போட்டோம், இல்லைன்னா அது கூட போட்டிருக்க மாட்டோம். It is a burden to us. Why we have to wear that? So the tendency of the students should be converted towards only the innovations. Once if you tune that, definitely startup will flourish in anything. Even initially the DST and DRDO and even the space research, they won't give startup companies. Only the ancillary units, nobody knows that where they are doing the particular the part. Now, today newspaper, you can read it out. The Indian Space Research, they have provided, they have given an opportunity for more than 100 startups. Apart from that, 10 startups, more than 10 billion. So opportunities are bright, opportunities are more, but the students' mindsets has to accept those things. Even நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்க அப்படிங்கன்னா when I visited the Chennai one wala at near Saidapete, இப்போ எல்லா பேர் everybody's are having a diabetic in the mindset. டயபெட்டிக்கு இப்போ பார்த்தீங்க அப்படிங்கன்னா கஞ்சி, அந்த வடித்த கஞ்சி வந்து வெளியே வந்துடணும் அந்த ப்ரெஷர் குக்கரில். ஸோ ஒன்ஸ் ஒரு 5 to 6 minutes ஆப்ரேட்டர் தேர்ட் விசில்ஸ் வந்துருச்சு ரிவ்யூ பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக கஞ்சியை வெளியே கொடுத்துரும். Now he got a patent right for that. So such type of the tendency and the ideas they should have in their mindset. For that, as an institution, we are doing something better than this. So with this small the conclusion, the notes, once again I extend my sincere the thanks to the CII for organizing such a wonderful the event for the benefit of the startup company and also to enlighten the minds of the students. Thank you. Thank you, one and all gathered here.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Venkatachalapati. At CII, we are aware of the wonderful work you're doing in Manakula Vinayakar Engineering College. In fact, I think the last, all the last 3 innovation contests, the maximum entries have been from your college. I think that shows the commitment of the college and of the professors to motivate the students. It's wonderful to know about your Idea Lab and the fact that you're doing skill-oriented courses. Okay, and I think you have an Atal Incubation Center with you, right? Yes, sir? Okay, I think that's, wow, okay. Okay, so I now take this opportunity to welcome Dr. S. Mahadevan, the Dean, Research and PG Studies of the Sri Venkateshwara Medical College and Research Institute. He is a faculty scholar, Global Academy of Emergency Medicine, USA, and headed the Division of Pediatric Care in JIPMER till May 2018. He is a former Dean and Head of Departments of Pediatric JIPMER and Dean of School of Medicine, Puducherry Central University till May 2018. He is a lead for starting DM Pediatric Critical Care Program at JIPMER and a fellowship in Child and Adolescent Psychiatry from 2007. He is also the lead for evolving the National Snakebite Management Protocol initiated by the MOHF Government of India. Dr. S. Mahadevan, please.
A very good afternoon to one and all gathered here. Esteemed chairperson, the former president of the CII, and the current president, Shri Surinder, thank you very much for this opportunity. And my co-panelists, Dr. Nida Chalapati, Dr. Tai, thank you, sir. And technologists, I would call them technologists because here, when it comes to startups, we only look at two things. Technology being taken for healthcare. One is basically on physical laws, which are absolute. And healthcare is a biological law where there is a lot of uncertainty. But then uncertainty can also come up when the process of management runs through roadblocks, runs through problems. So in that way, every student has a potential to be a teacher, to be an innovator, provided they are, I will take your words, sir, catch them young and teach them young. So probably catch them young and teach them young will really take them up for further innovation, because everyone is unique in their own way. Only question is we need to identify them rather than make them a sort of a, okay, muckpots. I think thinking skills has to develop, and probably that is where every institution has a role to play as teachers, because unless the ideas come from universities or apex teaching institutions, I think we will not be able to guide the application properly. Just like if you need to create a financial application, you need to have an auditor with you to create that. I think similarly, I think if you need to create a health application, I think probably the people in the health division should see eye to eye with that, rather than, because I think, of course, we should, I don't want to use the downside of human nature. Life is a mixed blessing. Not that inflated egos would come at every point, whatever be the things, whether it is at home or with the society or somewhere in the industry. But whatever it is, I think this is where I think we need to work together for this thing. Because Tanimaram Topa Hadumaga, I think we are all interrelated. And I think Corona has proved us that much. I think in the Corona, one important thing which has happened is the accessibility to patient care and services. Patients were not able to come, nor doctors were able to go, nor the ambulance driver was able to even take the dead body to the things like that. I think we went through a lot of it, so that I would only say Corona taught us two things. One is microbiology, the other one is computer science. And of course, it was a very big teacher also for us. So in that way, do we have, the first question which the chairperson asked, do we have an innovation cell in your institution? And I think if you can go through that clip there, it is the Institute Innovation Council of Sri Venkateswara Group of Institutions. You see, I have had my long stint in the public sector, and now I am getting the taste of private sector for the last 4 years. So in that way, know the upside and downsides of probably have some inkling. Maybe I'm not fully aware of it, if you would excuse me that. So this Institution Innovation Council of Sri Venkateswara Group of Institutions, this is in Ariyur. I think for people, it is on the road to Viluppuram. It is just before that, there used to be one sugar mills there. So I think people who have been in Puducherry for a long time, New Horizon Sugar Mill was the first thing. I think it was a Gujarati firm, and I think they were the people who started that. So our college is near that place, Venkateswara Group of Institutions, all things under one roof, medical, physiotherapy, nursing, and engineering, everything is under one roof. And if you could look at it, DOB stands for date of birth. If I ask the date of birth, you'll say SLC book edutittu. So that is what we'll say. So our Innovation Council had its date of birth in March 2020. And it is basically, if you look at it, it's a very good group. And basically, I would only say that it's a old boys network. I think if you can look at the thing behind me, you can see the person in blue, I think a very important person whom all of you know, the soil ecologist, who is right now in the Planning Commission of Government of Tamil Nadu, Dr. Sultan Ahmed Ismail. I think we were classmates in Petty Seminar. So I think I could draw people from this thing, because I think when you work, you have to work in an attitude of camaraderie rather than a question of Okay, I think it is, so that is one. So we have a group, Dr. Rajashekar, who is the anatomy professor. There is a person from the dental sciences, our chief operating officer, Dr. Vidya, and then you can see the group of people. So I think it is this kind of an inputs from each. We learn from each other, and this is our Institute Innovation Council. Next slide. Okay, now has this taken up? Yes, we are in the nascent state. I may not be able to have you figures which Professor Venkatachalapathy had given, may not be that kind of numbers we cannot give, but at least, the ideas have gone in, and ideas are application oriented, and they have to be marketable, or at least they should have something like an intellectual property which should come to them. And in that way, the School of Physiotherapy, they have got right now 46 copyrights. In the dental also, they have 7 copyrights. And our medical, of course, have its own ifs and buts, but the engineering college there is a very active one there, but only thing is still the post-graduations have to come, because the undergraduates, they have a lot of things to work, just like, a bag, school bag. They have a lot of curriculum to complete it. So as a result, our engineering college output is not there, but then it's a very active group which is promoting this innovation. Slide. Of course, Puducherry University. We are affiliated to the Puducherry University, this medical college and the institution, and we do present in their project panel presentation and then try to see how this thing, because you see, we are all Pavlovians. Award or this thing. If we get an award, yes, we feel good. If we don't get it right, but at the same time, the students, when they keep getting an award, that proves to them that they can still go forward. So I think by being negative, we gain nothing. So in that way, probably these kind of innovation projects in the university, which has again taking place. So I think we are just entering into a toddler stage. 1 year over, infancy is over, and now toddler. But now we are going to the next stage in our milestones in of this thing. And of course, now I think this particular, for this particular thing, there was a contest in which the nursing school college, I think they presented what is called the smart band. What is called something like your watch, and these people presented it. Maybe, I don't know what is going to be whether they were awarded or not, but I said, getting an award is not important. Sports, participation is important. Participate, you will get something out of it subsequently. Next slide. And of course, this was a software, and ultimately, finance is the beginning, finance is the end. So as a result, ultimately, how much is the cost and whether this is marketable or not. And that is where I think innovation sells and everything comes up. Of course, when it comes to medicine, there is no dearth for end users, because you will always have patients, and you will always have food which has to be given to them to sustain them. So as a result, whatever ideas which come in these two sectors, we will never run dry of ideas. The only question is, we need to have people to start thinking on these ideas. This may be small things. Small things will make a big difference, and I think that is what we are going to do. Of course, you can still say we require a lot of help from this thing, because standardization is something important. You cannot have non-standard local products. You cannot have non-standard raw material, nor the procedures of assembly have to be perfect. Because if your SpO2 in a device is going to show one reading less or one reading more, then automatically it's a point of care decision. So at the point of care decision, if you are not having the correct instrument, you cannot do that. Still, I think the optical instruments, let us say from the erstwhile Germany, still people have it as still usable. So it is that question of the quality of the product is important. There is no question of having institute quality councils when the products which are coming out can be anything. I think recently there was one thing in which there were 3 oxygen oximeters which were showing different readings, and I think this became viral. You see, when something becomes viral, it is not something about which we should be happy, but about something about where things could be modified. So the startup and the medical world is enormous. The possibilities, life is full of possibilities. So similarly, startups and innovations are fully possible with us. There is an increasing smartphone and internet connectivity these days, and probably the technology has to go into the intellectual property right. And of course, we do collaborate. I mean, we do keep in touch with people of very important people, management in IIT, Professor Armugam, and as well as the chair which IIT recently made for standalone chair for people who are disabled. So there is a lot of scope for disability people having these kind of small appliances, which will make their life a bit more convenient. Of course, one important thing which I would say as sort of a thing, plagiarism was plaguing publications. Similarly, I think that kind of copying should not, again, plague startups. Probably this is one thing now which has come. Now when it comes to plagiarism, now everybody says, what is the impact factor? What is this journal rated? And all these things. You see, we are not answerable to anybody. We are only answerable to ourselves. So I think that kind of a thing, if it goes on, I think plagiarism kind of a thing will not take place in innovations. Of course, what are the areas in which a medical college can help? One is genomics. And in genomics, of course, it is a privacy data which has to be kept highly confidential. That is number one. Then the number two is instruments, implants. That is the thing. Nowadays, we are even having implants which can even replace an organ, pancreatic implant, which can be organic as well as synthetic. Organic implants are very much available. People are working on it, but then they come beyond, say, a crore. You see, whatever is the ATL, that is the Atal Incubation Center, provides you free, is up to 15 lakhs. But I saw in the Puducherry thing that it was around 3 lakhs initially free. But then after that, you need to go into a VC, venture capital, and then try to pay it back. I think that is the reading which I have. But then money is available. Only thing is the ideas have to be presented in a correct manner, in the way in which this particular incubation things have. Because there are statutes, regulations have to be strictly adhered to. Okay, so what else we do have? We have affordable sensors which are available. We have handheld devices, medical people can do that. And of course, there are a lot of things on data sharing models, data analytics. That is why now IIT has started a course on BSc Data Science, in which you need to share your data and then try to see how it can go. So one important next thing is do with what you have. So that is why greater utilization of existing assets and delivery is what is asked for. But then every incubation center is asked to take 10 students. So the students have to have one certificate from this kind of a thing. But I think we should not go by the number game. The number game may look initially good, but I think in the long run, it may be a retarding factor. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. Please correct me. So from biopharma, genomics, medical devices, diagnostics, home healthcare, fitness and wellness, then broken health. Broken health means mental health, personal health, then telemedicine, where people can do an online consultation, then all these things, and then personalized medicine. All these things are all possibilities in a medical world. The only question is the teachers have to identify and find the correct student. Next slide. Okay, I think the important thing is understanding the need for just not being disease-centric. You have to be patient-centric, people-centric, not even patient, people, because the health is by the people and for the people. So they have to be people-centric. That is why WHO went through what is called the global strategy of digital health between 2020 to 25. And your Atal Incubation Center is one small division which the WHO wanted it. And that is how Government of India went through that particular thing. Because I think students should know the origin, the history, because history tells us a lot of things which are how things have to be. If you cannot find an answer in the present, you have an answer always in the past. Next slide. Of course, these are all the areas in which the healthcare biosystems, I have touched upon some of these areas. Yes. Next slide. And of course, these are the areas in which we will look into, divide them. Remember that whenever you want to do something, classify it. Once you classify something, half the job is done. So similarly, which area is your field of interest, we can do that. Next one. Okay, so digital healthcare versus traditional model of our teaching. Remember, at one point when hospitals were made, hospitals were only sort of a next to say, mortuary. People who could not be managed at home, they were brought to hospitals in Europe. And then only, then later on, it became a nurse, a home. Then then it became a nursing home where a nurse is required. And then when nursing home had 2 extra rooms, then it became an operation theater. And that is how the hospitals evolved. So ultimately, the marketing strategies came in, and it is necessary. So the digital healthcare these days with traditional models are very important. Next slide. Yes, children are, imagine them, they are so much interested in this digital thing. They can do your computer and other things so fast. So this digital awareness is very much there in the youngsters and in our students. Next slide. Okay, these are all the trends which the WHO has identified. Next slide. Okay, I think artificial intelligence and then robotics are very much there in terms of what is to be done. And I think it saves a lot of time. Once you have an instrumentation, it decreases the manpower requirement. So probably that is how artificial intelligence and robotics are. Slide. Okay, I think these are all the things which the objectives with the Apple Center keeps giving. And next one. I'll go to the things. Remember, universities are a very important point in which they only can give you ideas and they only can help you shape the ideas and the technology people. You will come out with your science, engineering science, analytic science, applied mechanics, whatever it is, and then make the thing keep moving. Because you give the momentum to it, but the ideas have to be worked out together. Slide. And of course, there was a lot of euphoria because what had happened, we are here not for a job, we are here for a call. You are here to improve technology. You are here to improve patient care. If it is only a job in which you get a paycheck, then your orientation is totally different. Next slide. And of course, commercialization, yes, sir, 2 minutes. Can we go to the last few more slides? So commercialization is the next slide, please. Right. Now, these are the downside of the startup theory. There is a lack of infrastructure, shortage of efficient trained manpower, and unmanageable patient load and public health policies. And of course, you need to have a timeline. Work from backwards, put your deadline and then work backwards. So time is very important because time is life and time is money. Slide. Now, the reasons for failure of many of the new ventures, I think when we went through certain data available at the global level as well as at Indian level, 42% failed because as the product had no market. But in medical world, it may not be so because the end users are always available. So 29% of firms run out of cash. You do not have the right team, pricing issues, poor product, poor marketing, and investor interest. So these are all the reasons for failure. Because very important thing is not that we should only know about failures, we should also know about good projects like Dr. Manakala, you have done. We have to understand how things went good there also. That is also important. Slide. So these are all the constraints of a growth tech-up, unlimited budget. Next slide. Okay, now remember, we cannot ape the West and understand Indian medicine through Western textbooks. That is also important, that we need to understand what are all the awareness. Awareness is not the awareness which the student gets 1 mark in MCQ, 1 mark in NEET examination. That is not the awareness. The awareness has to go to the public. Whatever method which you adapt in a startup, is the awareness going to the end user, who is the physician or who is the patient? The doctors, how they are using it and how the patients are using it. And I think this is where the spread of awareness is very important. And these are all the risk activities, whether it is grass cutting, wood collecting, or temporary rehabilitation, or sleeping very near the wall, because you will find that through that wall, one rat will come. And following that rat, one snake will. And then in the morning, they will land up in the hospital with snake bite. So you understand these risk activities can be looked into and whether some sort of an innovation can come to prevent such activities. Slide. Next slide. And again, information is power. Inform people that this is what is right. Many practices are, some of them are good. You should promote them. Some of them are innocuous. Don't comment about them. But some of them are not at all good, stamp them and put your foot down and say, this should not be done. There is no question of being diplomatic in life with these patients. You have to, whatever is harmful, be forceful and say that this should not be done. Slide. Prevention. Of course, with the net, we can prevent dengue, we can prevent a scorpion from stinging him, and also from a snake by that. So these are all small innovations which can come up, but only thing is it's a question of thinking. Slide. Conclusions. The current economic scenario in India is on an expansion mode. I think it is, by trying to say it is unstable, I would rather say it is on an expansion mode with a lot of, put a number of liberal policies and startups. Startups may initially look negative, but then once it picks up, I think there is going to be momentum for it. Next slide. Thank you. I think I'm going to part with these thoughts. Whatever you do, whether it is in a class or whether it is in a protocol or in a entrepreneurship, there are what are people call docpreneurs. They are called doctors who are entrepreneurs. So, but whatever it is, protocols have to be followed because it forces you to respond, number one. And it prevents you from leaving things to chance. And of course, we need to keep it. Okay, fine. Old is gold. I mean, I understand, but at the same time, we need to keep up with the literature. Thank you for your patience here.
Thank you, Dr. Mahadevan, for your words of wisdom. I think you have given us all sitting here today a new dimension on this entire startup, especially with regard to the medical field. It's very rare that we get an opportunity to hear from a learned doctor like you. We are all engineers here, technocrats, so I think we have learned a lot. Yes, and I think that's what I would like to say, that in the last 2 years, we've seen a lot of applications from the medical fraternity, whether it's from the dental college, whether it's from the medicine, whether it's from the nursing college. Actually, I think this year we got a lot of applications from the nursing college. Last year from the dental college. Very innovative ideas. And like you rightly said, there is a small slip between it coming into production because you lack the engineering knowledge and the money. So for the engineering knowledge, I think you should partner with somebody like his institute. Be a win-win because they have the facility, they have the knowledge, and you have the product. And for the money, he's sitting there. So you got to catch him for the money. So medicine is necessary for all of us, and I think nothing better than getting this ecosystem together. Thank you so much.
Since you mentioned about the nursing college, since you mentioned about this, I will say, you see, healthcare has become an industry, no doubt. But there's nothing wrong about it because in an industry, stakeholders' interests are also important. So as a result, healthcare. But then care of the sick is not still an industry. Care of the sick is still thing. And that is where we always find physiotherapists, our nursing staff, our radiation technologists, all these things, they form the backbone of our medical system. And I think you are absolutely right that a lot of innovative ideas come from. And probably, you know, if some of that environment touches them, if it touches the medical fraternity also, the students who get MBBS, MD, DM, and all, it also touches them. And I think it is because the pendulum has swung knowledge to research now. It is just knowledge. Research was at one point something, okay, mudicha pannunga, oru value illana research pannunga. That was the kind of a mindset in 1960s, but now it is not so. With ICMR, with all these kind of organizations being there, the pendulum has swung, and I think one more output of research are these startups. Thank you.
Yeah, just to conclude, last year we got so many applications from the medical field that we didn't have the juries. So we had to recompose the composition of the juries to get 2-3 people from the medical field so they could evaluate the applications which we received. I think next year for the incoming chairman, I think we should look at Dr. Mahadevan also as part of the jury because he's got innovative ideas. Thank you so much, sir. Our next speaker is from a totally different field. He's from the arts and science. In fact, today it's a privilege to have engineering, medicine, and arts and science. I welcome Dr. Utya Suryan, the principal of Sharda Gangadharan College. He has 30 plus years of experience as the educational sector, a gold medalist in BBA, university rank holder in MCOM, qualified in the UGC NET, first in PhD of the Puducherry University, topper in the UPSC selection list of lecturers for government colleges in Puducherry. Doctor.
respected chairman of CII Puducherry, Dr. Surinder, respected moderator of the session, Mr. Nandakumar, dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Venkatachalapati, Dr. Mahadevan, dignitaries of the dais, good afternoon to all. I am privileged to be part of the CII summit for the year 2022. When I received the invitation from the respected chairman, I wondered myself how I would be a fitting person among the panelists because I have gone through the agenda right from the inaugural session and the valediction. Mostly the resource person or the speakers, either practitioners or industrialists or the distinguished professors from scientific or technological background institutions. Anyway, I convinced myself because the maiden innovation contest organized by CII Puducherry in the month of August 2021, exactly 10 months back, the same venue, our students got the cash award of 10,000 for their innovation idea. The innovation idea exhibited by our students. The undergraduate student pursued the management studies, BBA. Two students, Ajay and Siva Siddharth. Those students might be only winners from Arts and Science College among a number of institutions across the Union Territory of Pondicherry, medicine, engineering and other kind of discipline. Only Arts and Science College, the student won the award, cash award, as well as they got the incubation opportunity also, which is taking place at the technological campus of Pondicherry, the Pondicherry Technological University, what is Pondicherry Engineering College. So with this proud note, I would like to share the experience what I had during 3 decades of my teaching and administrative career, as well as a short span of time I am working with Sarada Gangadharan College in Puducherry. Any academic institution, because this session it is exclusively for role of institution, that is the higher education institutions in fostering the innovation and so higher education institution, in addition to the education, imparting of knowledge. So they have to focus on research, innovation and extension activities also. That's why if you see the curriculum of any program being offered at a higher education institution, they should have the focus of 3 dimensions. One is imparting knowledge on the conceptual framework. Second one, developing the technological skills. Then third one, a kind of practical exposure to the student. That's why the various subjects, the syllabi very carefully designed by the experts of Board of Studies. The contemporary aspects of the respective discipline, the emerging concept, then some space for giving the technological skill development, might be working in a computer lab or having a kind of practical session, and the practical exposure, project, internship, then some kind of training and all this thing. Ours is one of the affiliated colleges, Arts and Science College of Pondicherry University. We don't have the academic freedom or academic flexibility like other institution, the autonomous institution or deemed university, what they have. But anyway, in order to have balance of these 3 components, the curriculum might be mostly relating to conceptual area, but we have a kind of add-on courses in our campus, as well as we encourage our students to pursue online courses, so which promote their skills and which they have a kind of exposure for their employability and all these things. Because the students come for the higher education institution, especially arts and science college. So the career ambition very much about their employment and placement. We do have the employment training program for our students. So while following the prescribed curriculum of the Puducherry University, in addition to that, we offer a kind of add-on courses, mostly industry-sponsored courses. It is something in the logistical industry or a kind of improving their communication skill. Some add-on course on communication skill, then some add-on course in basics of exports and imports, some value-added courses in GST or Tally, which is for the commerce and management student, something like that. So my sharing of information at this juncture, based on the experience we had, because very recently we successfully completed the second cycle of NAC accreditation. All the higher education institution, they have to get accredited based on their parameters, the qualitative as well as the quantitative matrix of the parameter prescribed by NAC. Also, they have to submit for the ranking, NIRF or QS ranking, something like that. Recently, we completed the second cycle of NAC accreditation and double plus with a CGPA of 2.92, the highest CGPA among the arts and science college, including the government colleges across the Union Territory of Puducherry. So there are two important criteria apart from teaching, learning, evaluation, assessment, then the infrastructure, then governance, management, leadership. Two important parameters I would like to share here. One is research, innovation and extension, criterion number 3. Then last criterion, it is about the best practices or distinctive thrust area of the institution. So the research, innovation and extension. Because only by a kind of research there can be a breakthrough. There can be a kind of innovation or a new finding, something like that. So we encourage the faculty members to undertake a funded project by giving seed money in the name of Sarada Gangadharan Research Fund, something like that. That we have promoted. And part of the innovation, the institution innovation council, because that is mandatory. Any institutions would like to submit the profile for ranking, or any institution would like to go for accreditation, it is mandatory to have IIC as well as NISP. The Institution Innovation Council, they used to organize a number of extension programs, the workshop or the invited talk or faculty development program, mostly on IPR and all these things. So the students, by getting exposed to all these kind of extension activities, definitely that promotes the critical thinking of the young minds of our students. And regarding the student support and progression, because again, we have to track the progress of the students after completion of their studies in our campus. Because the student comes into any higher education institution. So maybe they want to go for further higher education, pursue master degree or pursue research, something like that. Or they want to go for employment, placement, or they want to undertake their own project or a kind of self-employment, something like that. So we do have a kind of following up the students' progress after completion of their studies. So how many students they prefer for, they go for the higher studies, master degree or research program, something like that. How many of the students get employment after completion of their study? So here we used to give the career guidance and the placement assistant, both on campus as well as off campus, both a kind of online as well as offline. So the employability enhancement skills and the counseling guidance to the students. Then the skill development to the students. The skill development, though ours is an arts and science college, we have a kind of MOU with some of the industry as well as NGO, the voluntary, one of the leading NGO in Puducherry. We have an MOU with voluntary Puducherry in order to make use of the skill development center in voluntary, a kind of soap making or tailoring, weaving, farming, all these things. So our students used to go to the skill development center of the NGO. They undergo a kind of training program for about 4 weeks or 6 months, 6 weeks, something like that. So on successful completion, right, they will be getting the certificate so that they become entrepreneur after completion of the skill training, something like that. That kind of facilities we do have. Then with tie-up with industry, I would like to mention here, ours is the first institution identified by the Department of Labor, Government of Puducherry, for employability training program by TCS Chennai. The first batch of students, they completed 100 hours of training, which is organized. It is a MHRD initiative by the Department of Labor. They completed 100 hours of training program with the TCS. Then they will be qualified to get into the TCS, the leading software company in our country. So then a kind of exposed to the students, the skill development and students exchange. Of course, since we are an arts and science college, we don't have the business incubator or the incubation facility, something like that. We do have the students exchange program. We send our students, some of the autonomous colleges or some of the universities. Even last year, the student who won the innovation contest by CII Puducherry 2021, he underwent the student exchange program in Nehru Group of Institution, Coimbatore. So there they have the technological business incubator. They have a kind of exposure there. Then some of our students, we sent to Alappa University, where I served earlier prior to the Sarada Gangadharan College. I worked in Alappa University. ASD, Alappa Institute of Skill Development, that center. So two very popular program they are offering, the fashion designing and software developer and all these things. So this kind of exposure, developing the skills among the students and putting the students to get exposed to a different kind of situation and all these things. Definitely that groom the students in developing the knowledge in the concept as well as competency in the technology and a kind of practical experience, something like that. So we believe the students should not confine only with the curriculum. They have to go beyond, because if you want to attain excellence, you have to go beyond. So nothing you would get excellence if you work on, with what you have. You have to think beyond what is what exists at present, something like that. Learning beyond curriculum. So that is the motto of Sarada Gangadharan College. We give such kind of exposure to the students apart from the classroom training. And our college is a local chapter for SWIAM NPTEL portal also. Number of online courses, because the technology is developing at a faster rate. So students, they can choose any online courses of their choice. Also by syncing with what they dream for after completing their studies and all these things. So by having that kind of mentoring or mentorship to the students, and by giving a kind of assistance as well as guidance to the students, we are developing the skills, we are developing the employability, and after some period of time, as I have mentioned, the student progression and support, how many students they go for higher studies further, how many students they go for placement, and many of the students after working in a company, they turn into an entrepreneur. They started their own project, they start their own company, something like that. So that kind of, guidance, that kind of facilities we offer to the students, and thereby they can learn beyond the curriculum, and they can be successful in their career and in their life. So I take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to respected chairman for having given this opportunity to put forth some of my views, what is taking place in institution, Arts and Science College in Puducherry, for developing or promoting the critical thinking of young students' minds. My best wishes to all student contestant for this summit, the CII Innovation Summit, the year 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think in the beginning you mentioned you were not sure why you are here, but let me tell you, we got excellent feedback about the mentoring which you are doing in college last year. Your students who won spoke very highly of the support which I think you personally and the professors had given, both morally and I think financially. And they said that they could not have progressed to this stage but for your support. And that's the reason why we were very happy to have you with us. We wish your students all the best.
Beyond a certain level, science becomes an art. And that is why it's art.
Sorry, I think he's taken a phrase out of you. Normally, he's the one who cracks all this, you know. He can't solve this spin must. Okay, before I open for Q&A, something which we have been thinking in the CII, which I will throw up to the academics here. Next year, can we have an innovation contest for the professors and the mentors? What we realize is that the teachers, in many cases, have projects which continue for year after year. It may take a product to take 2-3 years to develop, while as the student is there for 2 years and then he graduates. So we were thinking whether we could, as a thought process, talk of having, you know, an innovation contest among the mentors and professors or teachers in your colleges.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Definitely, we can have such competitions. Then, keeping in the mind, already we have started to give training to our own faculty members. That is called train the trainer concepts. So the AICT has once provided the ideal lab. I am the chief mentor. Then besides me, two more the members, Dr. Velmurugan and Dr. The Raja is the coordinators for mentoring so many. So similarly, my faculty members are attending so many of the other the training program, particularly in topmost technologies. Then even the IoTs, then cyber security, machine learning, deep learning, then AR, VR. These are all the technological upgradation. Then slowly, without inculcating among the faculty members, transferring knowledge to the students, it's not possible. So what really we are doing it, we are compulsorily, we are making that what Professor said, the NPTL, the Coursera and other, it's a compulsory for our own faculty members. They have to write the examinations. They have to publish one papers. So like that, then the competition, what really you wanted to have, I can, right now, we can have it.
You can have it, that's all. Yeah. So you feel it's a good idea?
It's a good idea, sir, but there is only one aspect. For example, if you take diagnostics, if you take genomics, these labs never share their data with anybody. Not IN, but of course, even for that matter, even if these faculty, they are doing something, always you understand there is one culture in any research lab that before they go, they see to it that all their data is very secure in that drawer. I mean, they sometimes go to an extent of what we call them, they become very obsessive about because privacy of data is something which the guides or the mentors may hesitate to share with, but maybe that may be a small part which can be some work which has been published already and something which is like that, then they can come, not necessarily for some ongoing work.
Thank you.
So thank you, sir. But my humble submission as far as this particular point is concerned, we cannot have a same platform to compete the faculty members from arts and science discipline, faculty members from professional institutions or technological institution, something like that. Definitely, it's a good idea because we have to encourage the kind of innovative thinking as well as innovative publication from the faculty members, because that is most important. So I request the organizer, the CII of Puducherry, kindly arrange the kind of program for arts and discipline, arts and science discipline exclusively, maybe with education colleges, arts and science colleges, then something for technological institution, engineering college, then medicine, something like that. Because if you equate all the faculty members working in arts and science stream, what kind of exposure a faculty member working in engineering colleges, that too the technological universities or premier medical college, something like that. So the laboratory, the facilities and the infrastructure, what they have. So it's a great idea because you have to encourage the faculty members of every discipline. So you kindly give space for arts and science discipline. You may include the education institution also in this, then technical institution, then medical institution, something like that. Thank you.
Sir, don't forget, your students won last year. They were next to none. They were as good as they competed with the engineering students and the medical students. So you have excellent quality in your colleges. Okay, we have time for 2 questions. And anybody wants? Any Q&A? Okay, I think we will close this now. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being with you all.
Thank you, Nandakumar sir, for moderating the session. It's good to always listen that the institutions have completely taken a different dimension, and they're encouraging the startups, entrepreneurship, and it's a very warm decision. நாங்கள் படிக்கும்போது மார்க் ஏதாவது வருமா வந்ததுன்னா ஓகே விளாலோ ஓடி அப்படின்வாங்க. But now it's a very warm gesture to see this. So I appreciate this, and எல்லாருக்கும் கேட்டுச்சா? You have wonderful role model here who are encouraging you people to come out of the box. And they said old people, sonar sir mentioned panare, could be old but young by heart. You people are, because the way you presented was amazing. Thank you. Thank you. The next, please. Next panel discussion. The last panel discussion. இது வரைக்கும் நம்ம பார்த்ததெல்லாம் வந்து stakeholders, ecosystem I repeated இல்லையா? So ecosystem பார்த்தாச்சு. இப்போ you're going to see some live examples. அங்கே உட்காந்துருந்தவங்க இங்கே இருக்காங்க. ஸோ அந்த லைவ் எக்ஸாம்பிள்ஸ் பார்க்க போறீங்க. சிம்பிளாக சொல்லணும் அதுதான். People who are sitting there, today they're sitting here. So they have done some kind of homeworks. அந்த ஐடியேஷன்லேருந்து இன்னைக்கு ப்ரோட்டோடைப் முடிஞ்சு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் இன்குபேட் ஆகிட்டாங்க. So that stage they have come today. So you're going to listen to them. So we have a young moderator today to moderate the session. Shanmuganathan, Chief Executive Officer, Touch Solar Technologies. So he's going to moderate the session. The rising stars reflect on their startup journey so far. Discussions on breakthrough innovation, the core ingredient to successful startups. They're going to share insights on successful ideas, prototypes, MVP based by successful startups from Puducherry. That's the key point, from Puducherry. Over to you, Shan.
Yeah, thank you, Monish, for the introduction, and very warm good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all the startupreneurs. So we are going to have a session about the journey of rising stars startups from Pondicherry. I would like to welcome the panelist, Mr. Naresh Kumar, to the dais, and Mr. Ashok Reddy to the dais, and Mr. Abdullah from Karki Mobility Services on the dais, please. So let's start the session. Actually, always the startups want to grow fast. The same way we are going to finish this session also very fast. So that's the task given to the panelist, also for myself. So we always love to complete the task in time. So let me give a small introduction about the three eminent panelists. Mr. Naresh Kumar from Never Systems. Welcome, Mr. Naresh Kumar, and Mr. Ashok Reddy, Chief Executive Officer from 112 Innovation Private Limited, and Mr. Abdullah from Kaki Mobility Service Private Limited. So actually the session is to give takeaways from the real experience and journey, what they have gone through from their startup experience. So we want to hear it from all the panelists about their startup journey and the key takeaways from their journey, what they want to share it with the upcoming startuppreneurs. So this is the takeaways we are going to hear it from the panelists. And over to Mr. Naresh Kumar. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank AIC and CII for giving this opportunity. So, I'm the one of the co-founder of Never Systems. Never Systems, this drones product development and service-based startup. So, I mean, startups வந்து three different founders, I mean, இருக்காங்க. அது different industry-ல work பண்ணுவாங்க. So, myself handling with GIS and aerial mapping. ஸோ இது ரிலேட்டடான ஒர்க் அண்ட் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸில் வந்திருக்கேன். ஸோ அனதர் பார்ட்னர்ஸ் வந்து ட்ரோன் இன்டகிரேஷன், ப்ராடக்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட், ஃப்ளையிங், இந்த இதில் வந்து எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸான இருக்காங்க. ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் பிஸ்னஸ் டெவலப்மெண்ட். ஸோ 2020 தான் நாங்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணோம். ஸோ before that, everyone having 3 years experience in different fields. So 2017 மாஸ்டர்ஸ் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணப்போ, ஸோ அப்போ வந்து ஒரு கம்பெனி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணுன்ற ஐடியா இருந்தது. பட் என்ன மாரி ப்ராடக்ட் என்ன இன்னோவேஷனில் பண்ண போகிறோன்னு எதுவும் இல்லை. ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் 3 இயர்ஸ் வந்து ஒரு இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் ஒர்க் பண்ணிவிட்டு, ஸோ அதுலேருந்து ஏதாவது ஒரு ஐடியாஸ் வந்துச்சுன்னா அப்புறம் நம்ம ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலான்ற மாதிரி பிளான் தான் இருந்தது. ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் வந்து நார்த் ஈஸ்ட் அப்ளிகேஷன் சென்டரில் வந்து ட்ரோன் ட்ரைனிங் முடிச்சுட்டு மெட்ராஸ் MIT சென்னையில் வந்து ரிசர்ச் அசோசியேட்டாக ஜாயின் பண்ணேன். ஸோ அந்த 2018 தான் ட்ரோன் டெவலப்மெண்ட், ஸோ இதெல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக மூவ் ஆரம்பிச்சிது. ஸோ பிஃபோர் தட் எந்த ஒரு ட்ரோன் ரிலேட்டடான DGCA ரெகுலேஷன்ஸ், எந்த ஒரு ப்ராப்பர் பிளான்ஸ் எதுவுமே இந்தியாவில் இல்லை. ஸோ அப்போ வந்து MIT அண்ட் IIT கான்பூர் தான் வந்து ட்ரோன் டெவலப்மெண்ட் அண்டு இது ரிலேட்டடான ஒர்க்ஸ்லாம் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. ஸோ நாங்கள் வந்து ஆல் ஓவர் தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஃப்ளட் இனண்டேஷன் மேப்பிங், ஸோ இது ரிலேட்டடான ப்ராஜெக்டில் ஒர்க் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருந்தோம். ஸோ லார்ஜ் ஸ்கேல் மேப்பிங்கில் வந்து மோஸ்ட்டாக ஒரு 2 or 3 கம்பெனிஸ் தான் ஒர்க் பண்ணாங்க. ஸோ அந்த டைமில் இந்தியாவில் ட்ரோன் மேனுஃபேக்சர்ஸஸ் ரொம்ப கம்மி. ஸோ நாங்கள் வந்து டூ இயர்ஸ் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு கம்பெனி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலான்ற ஐடியாவில் தான் வந்தோம். 2020 2 இயர்ஸ்லேயே எங்களுக்கு ப்ராஜெக்ட் அசோசியேட் அந்த பீரியட் முடிஞ்சுது. ஸோ என்னோடய பார்ட்னர்ஸ் ஆல்சோ ஃப்ரம் MIT சென்னை. ஸோ ஒன்ஸ் வில் குவிட் அவர் ஜாப், வி ஸ்டார்ட் அவர் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் அட் 2020. ஸோ அப்போ வந்து என்ன மாரி ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண போகிறோம் எதுவும் இல்லை. பட் ஐடியேஷன் இருந்தது, ஒரு ஆல்மோஸ்ட் ஒரு லார்ஜ் ஸ்கேல் மேப்பிங் பண்ணுற மாதிரி ஒரு ட்ரோன் பண்ணணுன்ற ஐடியேஷன் இருந்தது. ஸோ அந்த ஐடியேஷனில் தான் த்ரூ AIC அப்ரோச் பண்ணோம். ஸோ அங்கே AIC மூலிமா ஒரு 2020 ஆகஸ்ட்டில் வந்து ஒன் ஆஃப் த இன்குபேட்டர் ஜாயின் பண்ணோம். ஸோ அப்ளை பண்ணி அதுக்கப்புறம் கிடச்சிது. ஸோ 2021 அவங்க ஒரு ஃபைனலாக ஒரு என்ன ஒரு லார்ஜ் ஸ்கேல் மேப்பிங்கில் என்ன இன்னோவேஷன் கொண்டு வர போகிறோம் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபைனல் பண்ணிட்டோம். ஸோ அப்போ வந்து நமக்கு தேவை 2 விஷயம். ஒன்று ஃபண்டிங் வேணும். ஸோ இன்னோவேஷன் எப்படி இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ண போகிறோன்னு சொல்லிட்டு, ஸோ ஃபண்டிங்க்கு வந்து ஆல்மோஸ்ட் பூஸ்டாப் பண்ணி தான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணோம். ஸோ இன்னும் R&Dக்கு வந்து ரொம்ப அதிகமாக தேவை. ட்ரோன் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் R&D பண்ணோன்னா ரொம்ப அதிகமான இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் தேவை. ஸோ இயர்லி ஸ்டேஜில் நம்ம போகிறது கஷ்டம். ஸோ அப்போ வந்து நாங்கள் 2 டிவிஷன் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணோம். ஒன்று ட்ரோன் டெவலப்மெண்ட், இன்னொன்று வந்து ட்ரோன் சர்வீசஸ். ஸோ ட்ரோன் சர்வீஸ் பேஸ் பண்ணி ஸோ ரெவன்யூ ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்ட்டு. ஸோ 2020 ஆல்மோஸ்ட் வி காட் ஏ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ப்ராஜெக்ட் ஃப்ரம் தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட். ஸோ ஸ்டில் நவ் சர்வீஸ் ட்ரோன் சர்வீஸ் வந்து நல்லா போயிட்டுருக்கு. ஸோ அதில் வர ரெவன்யூவை ட்ரோன் ப்ராடக்டில் இன்வால்வ் பண்ணோம். ஸோ ஃபைனலாக நிறையா டெஸ்ட் பண்ணோம். ஏரோஃபைல்ஸ், டிஃப்ரெண்ட் டைப்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஏரோஃபைல்ஸ் எல்லாமே டெஸ்ட் பண்ணி தான் ஒரு விடால் மாடல் க்ரியேட் பண்ணலான்ற பிளான். ஸோ அந்த டைமில் வந்து இந்தியாவில் எல்லா ட்ரோன் கம்பெனிஸும் வந்து மைக்ரோ கேட்டகரியில் காப்டர் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. ஸோ நாங்கள் வந்து மைக்ரோ கேட்டகரியிலேயே வீட்டால் ப்ராடக்ட் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி பிளான் பண்ணோம். ஸோ நார்மலாக இருக்கிற காப்டர்ஸ் இப்போ காப்டர்னால் இப்போ மேரேஜ் ஃபங்க்ஷன் மாரி பார்க்குறோம். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கிற ட்ரோனோட 3 டைம்ஸ் ரொம்ப எஃபெக்டிவாக இருக்கும். ஸோ நாங்கள் அதே ப்ரைஸ்லேயே ஸோ நம்ம ப்ராடக்ட்டை சேல் பண்ணலாம். ஸோ எங்களோட சர்வீஸ் ஐ மீன் மார்க்கெட் ஆள் யாருன்னா சர்வீஸ் பண்ணுற கம்பெனிஸ், கவர்மெண்ட் அவங்களாம் தான். ஸோ 2020 எண்டில் 2021 எண்ட்லேயே நாங்கள் வந்து ப்ராடக்ட் ஃபுல்லாகவே முடிச்சிட்டோம். 2022ல் த்ரூ ஏஐசி மூலிமா SIFS ஃபண்டு கிடச்சிது. ஸோ அதை பேஸ் பண்ணிவிட்டு ஃபைனலாக எங்கள் ப்ரோட்டோடைப்பை கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணிட்டோம். அந்த டைமில் வந்து லாஸ்ட் ஒன் மந்த் பிஃபோர் வந்து ஒரு டிஃபென்ஸ் எக்ஸ்போவில் எங்கள் ப்ராடக்ட் டிஸ்பிளே பண்ணோம். ஸோ இதுக்கு முன்னாடி வரைக்குமே ப்ராடக்ட் வந்து ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு சர்வீஸ் ப்ரொவைடர்ஸ் ஒரு சிவில் பர்பஸ்க்காக மட்டும்தான் ப்ராடக்ட் டெவலப் பண்ணலான்ட்டு ஒரு ஐடியாவில் இருந்தது. ஸோ அது இப்போ டிஃபென்ஸ் எக்ஸ்போவில் பண்ணுறப்ப இன்னும் நிறைய மார்க்கெட் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி கிடச்சிது. ஸோ அப்போ டிஃபென்ஸ் ரிலேட்டடான ஐடியாவும் கிடச்சிது. அவங்களுமே அப்ரோச் பண்ணாங்க. ஸோ ஆல்மோஸ்ட் நெக்ஸ்ட் மந்த் வந்து ஆர்மி ஹெட் குவார்ட்டர்ஸில் வந்து டிஸ்பிளே டெமோக்காக கூப்பிட்ருக்காங்க. ஸோ இப்போ வந்து எங்களோட ப்ராடக்டோட அவைலபிலிட்டி ரொம்ப அதிகமாகிடுச்சு. நாட் ஓன்லி இன் சர்வீஸ் அண்ட் ஆல்சோ சர்வீஸ் பீப்புள்ஸ் அண்ட் ஆல்சோ இன் டிஃபென்ஸ். ஸோ ஆல்மோஸ்ட் நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர் ஸ்டார்டிங்கில் வந்து ப்ராடக்ட்டை வந்து லான்ச் பண்ணுற மாதிரி பிளான் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். வித்தின் த எண்ட் ஆஃப் த 2023 we சேல் அப் டு 50 ப்ராடக்ட். ஸோ பிஃபோர் நாங்கள் ஒரு 3 மெம்பர்ஸான டீமாக தான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணோம். இப்போ வந்து ஆல்மோஸ்ட் 12 மெம்பர்ஸ் ஆஃப் பீப்புள்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. ஸோ எல்லாமே R&D அண்டு ஃப்ளையிங் பைலட், GIS இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் எல்லோரும் இருக்காங்க. ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர் எண்டில் ப்ராடக்ட் எங்களோட டீம் இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகும். ப்ராடக்ட் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் மோர் தென் ஹண்ட்ரட்ஸ் இதெல்லாமே சேல் பண்ணுற மாதிரி ஐடியா இருக்கும். That's all.
Yeah. Thank you, Naresh Kumar, for your sharing your experience. And I have a couple of questions, but we'll come to that later. And we'll move on to the next speaker, Mr. Ashok Reddy, the CEO of 112 Innovations. I think he's got a very good experience in IT background, so we'll hear it from Mr. Ashok Reddy.
Actually, looking at my size, I think you should have realized I'm a more foodie than an IT guy. So this particular startup is actually a food business. IT is my the core business. This is my fifth venture in my career. Previous ones were called businesses. This is called as a startup. That's the big difference. So we are. Can you just click that PPT? PowerPoint. Yeah. So I started this business in 2019 because of my passion for foods, basically. During the COVID time, there is a period I had the time to venture into this. We started off as an organic food e-commerce company with tie-up with one of the organic producers in India as the distributors. When we went ahead for about 6 to 7 months, the project really didn't work the way we wanted to. So I had to actually shut that down and get back to the thinking board. So it took me a neat about 14 months to figure out what went wrong and what should be done, etc. Then I realized actually the reason why I went into this business itself was because my own passion for foods when I grew up in my village. So that's where we realized, to take a different route. I mean, food was a vertical. I was very clear about it. I didn't want to go away from that, but I was very clear that the approach has to be changed. So we changed the approach. So instead of selling it as an organic food, we have positioned ourselves as a food as a medicine. So if you look at the ancient India, any of our houses, we know that whenever we are ill, food was the first solution that you have. You have a cough, cold, whatever. You have a turmeric milk or something like that. So food was always the first solution the family gave than anything. It's part of our. In fact, the food is medicine. This punchline we figured it out from the old Tamil scriptures. That's how it came to. Though it was very simple to understand, but it took us a neat time to understand that actually. So that's how it started off. So today, what we do is we focus on customized diets. So what we do is that we identified about 22 lifestyle diseases. We are going live in a couple of weeks with starting with 3 diseases, 3 issues, basically diabetes, obese, and gluten allergy. And later on, we keep launching more. So what we do here is we take the customer parameters and we have a clinical nutritionist at the back end who creates a customized diet, and we ship the ingredients, and we encourage the customers to cook and eat, not ready-made foods, right? And all our solutions or diets are based on the ancient Indian traditions and ingredients. So we deal with about, we deal with all the normal ingredients that you have, like millets, dal, and everything, which is all grown in organic fields. The specialty is we deal with about 240 varieties of rices. So each season we have about 60 varieties available. These are all medicinal in value. They grow in even saline and challenging agri lands. They are like, they consume very less water compared to the traditional GM varieties. So like one example I can give you medicinal value is, we're all here, the Tamil culture here. You might know about, maple sambar rice, right? I'm sure your parents must have forced you to eat generously when you got married. It has those kind of medicinal qualities. So like that, you have each of these rice varieties have what? There is a rice variety called Laicha, which is grown in Chhattisgarh, which is good for treating people with cancer. This has been certified by Baba Atomic Research Center. So this is the kind of rice varieties, millets, etc. our diet programs are based on. This is basically our core business. Customer has 2 journeys. We have 2 ways. Customer can come and buy the standalone products. But we try to push customer to choose the health issue that he wants to address. So to date, we had a few technical challenges. So the project is, the going live has got delayed, but then offline we are already catering to about 300 customers. So what we have done from 2019 to date is we have put in a supply chain in place for about 392 products. We deal with 798 20 FPOs. We are working with 65 women food entrepreneurs. These are local food entrepreneurs who make handmade food. We deal only with handmade and naturally grown, nothing industrial. We have a batch of clinical nutritionists, and many of them are actually the ones who are engaged by our IPL teams to create diet programs for them. We've done our branding. We're launching our products with about 4 different brands. We created a very indie style brand. Very shortly, on 23rd of this month, we'll also be signing up with one of the prestigious colleges whose principal is right here for food testing. So we'll be riding on their labs and their students to leverage that. And every batch of the ingredients will be tested before it goes to the customer. Because slide, please. I just want to show the brand page. Yeah. Here. Who's changing slides? Yeah, just can you go the next. Yeah, previous one. Yeah, this is our branding. This is 4 different brands that we've done. All our rice and lentils will go under the brand called Bharat Bhojan. Customized diet under Village Remedies. We have a brand called Puducherry Organics. Then our beverages goes under a brand called Hills and Slopes. This is basically what we are. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your sharing your startup journey. And we'll move on to the next speaker, Mr. Abdullah, Managing Director, Karki Mobility. He's coming into the big platform of mobility business. So we want to hear it from Mr. Abdullah about his startup journey.
Yeah. Good evening, all. Thanks to AAC and CII for this great opportunity. So myself, Abdullah, I'm a founder and managing director of Karki Mobility Services Private Limited. Yes, where we start Karki. Basically, entrepreneurship, எனக்கு எங்க interest create ஆச்சுன்னா, I think I would speak in Tamil is most good for all, I think. Okay. Because every idea creators one important thing என்னன்னா அவங்களோட ஐடியாவை ப்ராப்பராக பிச் பண்ணணும். ஸோ தட்ஸ் த திங் ஐ வாண்ட் டு பிச் இன் தமிழ் இன் திஸ் ஸ்டேஜ். கற்கி ஒரு சொசைட்டி ஓரியன்டான ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் அட்ரஸ் பண்ணுறது தான் எனக்கு மேஜராக ஒரு இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் இருந்துச்சு. ஸோ ஒன்ஸ் ஐ ஹெட்டிங் டு சென்னை, ஐ ட்ரை டு புக் அன் ஆட்டோ ரிக்ஷா ஆர் கேப் இன் யூசிங் மொபைல் அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ். There is a huge difficulty on the Chennai market because every auto drivers or also every cab drivers, once the booking is confirmed, they just call us. Is it online payment or cash? Is it online payment? Give me an extra 50 rupees or 70 rupees, extra 10% of that fare. Okay. So once I onboarded to Chennai, I have to join in one company. In that period, I have to wait for up to 40 minutes to get a auto rickshaw. Okay, this is a pain point I want to solve it. Then I made a ground analysis in Chennai, cab drivers and auto drivers. They literally said, and common thing they said is, there is a huge commission deducting from in the existing aggregator system. Because they're deducting up to a 30 to 35% of commission for each and every ride. So what's the solution? So I want to address it is as a 0% commission. Karki has solved it because we have a tech platform. Basically, I'm professionally and I'm a professional mobile app developer. I want to address it. So I made a lot of cost-cutting things in my mobile application. So I made a solution for a 0% commission. I want to launch a 0% commission mobility aggregation system. Okay. ஸோ இதுதான் எனக்கு மெயின் மேட்டர்ஸ். இந்த 0% கமிஷனை வந்து அந்த கமிஷன்ன்ற ஒரு பேரியரை பிரேக் பண்ணணும் மொபிலிட்டியில். ஸோ தட்ஸ் த மெயின் திங் ஆஃப் அவர் கர்க்கி. So next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so this is a problem statement. First is a painful commission. Second thing, if our auto driver get a ride from existing aggregation system, if our customer online payment ninga pannumbodhu and the auto drivers or cab drivers, they get that 20 their amount after 24 hours only. In a Karki mobile application, they get instant payment of their ride. Okay, so and also there is no indirect payment gateway. In Karkil on pathina endha indirect payment gateway kedai. That's only we assure the every auto drivers we didn't deduct any commissions intermediate of that ride. Okay, so next slide. Yes, we have so here major question will rise. What's the revenue for a company? So நீங்க 0% சொல்லிட்டு நீங்க launch பண்றீங்க. Karki is launched. So what is the revenue for a company? So we introduced the two models. One is a subscription model and another one is add-on model. So auto drivers அவங்க daily rides வந்து commission இல்லாம they will enjoy it. எங்களுக்கு end of the month வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா they have to pay a subscription. Just for example, existing aggregation system they will pay up to 15,000 per month as a commission, but here they will pay only 1,000 rupees. Okay, other revenue model is we will place stickers and displays in every cabs and auto rickshaws. We will run ads and we will also get a revenue for a Karki. Okay, I think ad and mobility is a huge market in India. Okay, now totally 1.53 lakhs auto rickshaws which is present in the Chennai market itself. Okay, in Puducherry there is a 3,400 auto rickshaws is presented. In Puducherry, what is the problem is a lot of tourists have arrived in Puducherry, so they have to they want to get auto. Okay, அவங்களுக்கு auto வேணும் நம்ம இது அவங்க bargain பண்றாங்க, they will get a huge amount to get a ride. So அந்த மாதிரி ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ்லாம் இன்னும் பாண்டிச்சேரியில் இருக்கு. And also we are trying to get into Puducherry too as soon as possible. We already what's the current company status in Chennai is we almost acquired 12,000 auto drivers in the Chennai market. Okay, parallelly we have a 30 plus bookings per day which has happened in Chennai. Even இங்க இருக்கிறவங்க யார் வேணாலும் சென்னை வந்து ட்ரை பண்ணி பார்க்கலாம் in Karki mobile application which is live now. Yes, next. So totally addressable market in TAM for a Karki is 4,800 crore value. So this is a TAM value for a Karki. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, we almost reached Chennai. Nearly already சொன்ன மாதிரி 12,000 plus auto drivers is on board. Still day by day, still counting 150 plus auto drivers they are daily onboarded to Karki. happy faces in Karki. All the auto drivers, 12,000 auto drivers, they are take a ride with happy faces, and the women auto drivers also encouraged with the Karki. So that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Abdullah. And I have a couple of questions for all of you. And let me start with Mr. First speaker, Mr. Naresh Kumar. So I want to hear it from you, Mr. Naresh Kumar, about your one challenge which you overcome to become a successful startuppreneur or to reach this position. Can you explain me at least one challenge which you overcome from your startuppreneur journey?
First thing, AEC. So he's okay. Actually, mainly AEC is a first channel. Actually, நாங்கள் வந்து சர்வீஸ் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணதுலேருந்து சர்வீஸ் அண்ட் ப்ராடக்ட் எல்லாமே ஏஐசிலேருந்து தான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணோம். ஸோ எங்களுக்கு வந்து டேட்டா ப்ராசஸிங் இருந்தோம் சரி, ட்ரோன் இன்டெகிரேஷனுக்கு தேவையான எக்யூப்மெண்ட்ஸ் இது எல்லாமே இயர்லி ஸ்டேஜ்லேருந்தே நிறைய ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணியிருந்தாங்க. ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட்டு எங்களோட டீம், கோர் டீம். ஸோ 2 பேர், ஐ மீன் கோர் டீம் வந்து ஆல்ரெடி எல்லாருக்குமே எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் இருக்குது. ஸோ இருந்தாலும் இந்த பர்டிகுலர் ப்ராடக்ட்காக நிறைய ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க டைம்ஸ் எல்லாமே. ஸோ அண்டு சில ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் அண்டு சம் பர்சன்ஸ் வில் பி தேர். ஸோ
I think it's surprising to hear it from a startuppreneur that age is also a factor, a challenging factor in a startuppreneur. And the same question to Mr. Reddy.
The challenges here.
Yeah, there is one challenge which you overcome to become a successful startuppreneur. If you like to share one challenge.
Getting demotivated. That is one challenge I had to overcome multiple times. When when you're running out of cash or when things are not working exactly what you want, sticking to still what you passionate about and what you really believe in is very difficult thing to master.
Yeah, thank you. And I pass on to the mic, Mr. Abdullah.
So we have to focus on only one idea. So that is the main thing here I challenge, facing the major challenge. So one idea we have to focus. So multiple ideas, multiple add-ons. Once the product launch we will add on a lot of things in our product. We have to focus first what in a solution in a problem address panna porom. So we have to focus on that only. Add-ons is a secondary. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And my next question is about the investment and expansion opportunities. So do you find any investment opportunities and expansion opportunities available for startups? How easy is to get investment for startups from your experience?
ஆக்சுவலாக ஸ்டில் நோ நாங்கள் எந்த இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் இது வரைக்கும் போனதில்லை. ஸோ எல்லாமே பூஸ்டப் அண்ட் சர்வீஸ்லேருந்து தான் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். ஸோ பட் இப்போ இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் போகிறப்ப மெயினாக அவங்களோட எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன் என்னென்னா மார்க்கெட் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி. ஸோ ஆல்ரெடி நாங்கள் ஓரளவுக்கு எல்லா ட்ரோன் கம்பெனிஸ் அதெல்லாமே ஸ்டடி பண்ணி மார்க்கெட் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி வச்சுருக்கோம். பட் ஸ்டில் தே ஆர் ஆஸ்கிங் மோர் டீட்டெயில்ஸ் அபவுட் தட். ஸோ வி ஆர் ஒர்க்கிங் வித் தட். ஸோ மேபி நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர் இப்போ வந்து ப்ராடக்ட் லான்ச் பண்ணணும்னா கண்டிப்பாக ரொம்ப அதிகமான இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் தேவை. ஸோ எப்படின்னா நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர் வந்து இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் போனோம். ஸோ அப்போ வந்து இப்போ ஆல்ரெடி நாங்கள் மார்க்கெட் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி ஒர்க் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். ஸோ இன்னும் வேறு என்னென்ன டீட்டெயில்ஸ் எல்லாம் கேட்குறாங்கன்னு அதெல்லாம் ஸ்டடி பண்ணிவிட்டு அதுக்கேற்ற மாதிரி.
So do you believe that you can get the investment what you expect from the market?
இனிஷியல் ஸ்டேஜ் வந்து நாங்கள் மினிமம் 2 crores அந்த மாதிரி எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணுறோம். ஸோ ஃபஸ்ட் எங்களோட ப்ராடக்ட் வந்து லான்ச் பண்ணோம்னா அட்லீஸ்ட் மினிமம் 2 crore இருந்தால் தான் அந்த ஏன்னா நாங்கள் வந்து ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் மினிமம் ப்ரைஸில் சேல் பண்ணுறோன்னா ஸோ மினிமம் நம்பர் ஆஃப் ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் வந்து நாங்கள் இம்போர்ட் பண்ணோம். 100 ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் இருந்தால் தான் எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப கம்மியான ப்ரைஸில் கிடைக்கும். ஸோ அதனால இனிஷியலாக நமக்கு வந்து ஒரு 1.5 to 2 crores இருந்தால் நான் நினச்ச மாதிரி ப்ராடக்ட்டை வந்து நான் கம்மியான ப்ரைஸில் சேல் பண்ண முடியும்.
Okay, that's good. My next question to Mr. Reddy is, being from food processing industry,
So have you faced any difficulties being a startup company to making your brand bigger or creating a brand visibility or getting a new investment or expansion? Are you facing any difficulties in these?
Yeah,
areas?
initially when I started off, I had there's no fund for me. It was bootstrapped. So it was a difficult period. So we got seed funded in the month of April by STPI of 25 lakhs. And I mean, those COVID times used to have webinars every day. Every day there was a pitch. I don't know, I must have done about 70, 80 pitches. So finally STPI happened, and my interaction with the AIC team where I'm incubated was a great help in terms of understanding the pitch structure, etc. Yeah, that I found at that time it was easy, but then again now I'm finding it difficult. So we decided not to actually pursue that part too much rather than build internal scale.
Yeah, my next question is to Mr. Abdullah. So since you specified as a zero commission model, so how confident you are to get into a higher revenue for your app? Since it is a zero commission model, so how do you create your revenue model? So how strong is your revenue model compared to other mobility apps?
Actually, in Chennai, we are in the 4th place compared to the other aggregators. First one is Ola, and next one is Uber. Then third one is Rapido. So fourth one is Karki in Chennai market. How confident we are is already nearly 100 plus auto drivers are paid their subscription in Karki. We already started our revenue in Chennai. So parallelly, we have a confidence in our ad revenue. We will paste displays and also stickers in every cabs and auto rickshaws, and we will run because ad என்றது ஒரு அழியாத ஒரு business மாதிரி. So every brand, every new startups, every entrepreneurs, they have to project, they have to showcase their and அவங்களோட கம்பெனிஸாக இருக்கட்டும் அவங்க ஷோகேஸ் பண்ணி ஆகணும். there is intermediate-ஆக இருக்குதுன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ad. ஓகே, ஸோ அந்த ஆட் மூலிமா எங்களால் ரெவன்யூ சப்ஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் மாடல் எங்களுக்கு ஃபெயில் ஆனாலும் வில் கெட் ரெவன்யூ இன் ஆட் மாடல்.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah, and I would like to throw my next questions to Mr. Naresh Kumar about since you are in the final stage of your prototypes, final stage. What's your future plan about launching this product and scaling up it to the production level? What's your future plan? How did you plan that? And what's your roadmap for your final product?
ஆக்சுவலாக நாங்கள் ஆக்சுவலாக பிளான் பண்ணது வந்து ஒரு 100லேருந்து 200 ப்ராடக்ட் தான் இப்போ இருக்கிற ஒரு டிசைனுக்கு வந்து மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்ணுற மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஸோ இதோட ஸ்கேல்-அப் மாடல் வந்து நெக்ஸ்ட் வந்து ஒரு 5 kg அண்ட் 7 kg கேட்டகரி. இது மெயின்லி ஃபோக்கஸ்டு ஃபார் டிஃபென்ஸ் பர்பஸ். ஸோ இப்போது நம்ம சிவில் பர்பஸ்க்கு ஃபுல்லாகவே இந்த ப்ராடக்ட் முடிச்சுட்டு நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒவ்வொரு ஸ்டேஜ் வைஸாக நாங்கள் ப்ராடக்டோட நெக்ஸ்ட் லெவல்ஸ் கொண்டு போக போகிறோம். ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட்டு ஃபுல்லாகவே டிஃபென்ஸ்க்கும் ஐ மீன் நேவிக்கு அந்த மாதிரி பிளான் பண்ணிட்டுருக்கோம் சார். நெக்ஸ்ட் ரோட் மேப்.
Before we move on to the Q&A to the audience, my final question to Mr. Reddy. Since, sir, you are being in food industries, and who is your benchmark or who is your target audience or target market to whom you want to really compete, and what's your revenue target or vision for your company?
My target audience, as I said, there are two customer journeys on my business. But the USP that what we want to promote or what we are pushing is the customized diet program. Okay. So if you look at the people with health lifestyle diseases, like for example, we ran a small survey in one of the large IT campuses in Chennai, which has got about 12,000 people there. 48% were diabetic, almost 90% has hypertension. So, that's the scale that you can look at. So the scale that the opportunity what we have is huge. So, so I mean, what we are looking at is the first 6 months of our operations. Once we go live in a couple of weeks, the first milestone we want to achieve is 5,000 regular customers every month with a ticket size of 2,500 average. That's what we are looking at.
So it looks like a big number in consumer market. So wish good luck for that. And now we move on to the question and answer session. So Q&A to the audience.
obviously you are so young, and you instead of taking a job which would be the safest path for your academic the career, so entire the career, then you have chosen this path, right? Entrepreneur. How did you manage your family and the peer pressure?
Is this question common to all of them?
Yeah, both. Of course,
Marry a working wife, so she'll be in office, you can work peacefully.
these two guys, they are so young, right? So they might be settled with some job, right? And you have taken this pathway. Then how have you managed?
ஸோ ஆக்சுவலாக ஃபேமிலியோட சப்போர்ட் தான். ஸோ அவங்க வந்து இனிஷியல் ஸ்டேஜில் எந்த எந்த எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷனும் கிடையாது. ஸோ நம்ம ஜாப் குவைட் பண்ணுறப்பையும் ஒன்றும் சொல்லலை. ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டேஜ் போகிறப்ப ஃபர்ஸ்ட் 1 இயர்ஸ்க்கு எந்த ஒரு சேலரிஸ் எதுவுமே இருக்காது. ஸோ இருந்தாலும் ஜஸ்ட் தே வில் மேனேஜ். ஸோ ஐ மீன் ஃபேமிலியோட சப்போர்ட் ரொம்ப அதிகம்.
Yes, for me is same as family support. So initially நான் காலேஜ் முடிச்சுட்டு ஸோ ஐ ப்ரூவ்ட் மை செல்ஃப் அஸ் ஒரு ப்ரொஃபஷனல் மேனரில் ஐ ப்ரூவ்ட் மை செல்ஃப். ஸோ ஐ ஏர்ன்ட் இன் குட் பேக்கேஜ் ப்ரூவ் பண்ணிட்டேன். ஸோ ஃபேமிலி ஒரு ட்ரஸ்ட் வந்துடுச்சு. ஓகே, ஆண்டர்பிரினரில் ஃபெயில் ஆனாலும் ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் அப்லையும் ஃபெயில் ஆனாலும் இவன் படிச்சுப்பா அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி. ஸோ தட் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் இஸ் ஃபார் மீ, த ஃபேமிலி சப்போர்ட் ஐ ஹேவ்.
சார், மிஸ்டர் நரேஷ்குமார் சார், உங்களுக்கு தான் சார் நான் கேட்குறேன். அப்ரிஷியேட் யூ சார். இப்போது நீங்கள் வந்து ட்ரோன் யூஸ் பண்ணுறது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பேட்டரியில் தான் யூஸ் பண்ணுவீங்க. இப்போ நீங்கள் வந்து அது சோலார் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம் இல்லையா, உங்களுக்கு ஒரு பெஸ்ட்டாக கிடைக்கும்ல. என்னுடைய சஜஷன் இது கேட்குறேன்.
ஓகே,
நீங்கள் ட்ரை பண்ணியிருக்கீங்களா?
இல்லை, நாங்கள் எங்களோட ப்ராடக்ட் வந்து லெஸ் தென் 2 kg கேட்டகரி. ஸோ அதில் நான் சோலார் இம்போர்ட் பண்ணுறப்போ இன்னும் வெயிட் கேட்டகரி அதிகமாகிடும். ஸோ ஃபியூச்சர் எங்களோட ப்ராடக்ட் நெக்ஸ்ட் ரோட் மேப் ப்ராடக்ட்டில் வந்து எங்களுக்கு சோலார்ஸ் அதெல்லாம் பிளான் இருக்குது. ஸோ லாங் என்டியூரன்ஸ்க்காக வெயிட் கேட்டகரியும் அதிகமாக இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணுறப்ப அப்போ சோலார் நம்ம ப்ளேஸ் பண்ணுறப்ப எந்த இஷ்யூ வராது. ஸோ இப்போ எங்களோட ப்ராடக்ட்டே லெஸ் தென் 2 kg கேட்டகரி.
தேங்க்யூ சார்.
தேங்க்யூ.
So any question from the student side? I would like to get a question from students. I think this would be an important session for the students. So I'd like to get some questions from students. Any further questions?
My question is common for all of you. So if you wanted to give one word of advice to the upcoming entrepreneurs here, what would be that?
Never give up.
Trust yourself.
சேம் ஆக்சுவலாக உங்களோட என்ன திங்க் பண்ணுறீங்களோ அதை அப்படியே ஒர்க் பண்ணுங்க. தட்ஸ் ஆல்.
So any further questions?
When we initiated this startup summit back in 2019, our few of us, the past chairman of CII here, and our dream was to see startuppreneurs from Puducherry take center stage here in Puducherry. And we did not have a platform then. We did not even know who were the startuppreneurs back in before 2019. There was no ecosystem. And in 3 years, in fact, including the last year, I think we have crossed a considerable path in terms of identifying startuppreneurs, innovators here in Puducherry. And we are personally so happy to see you all sitting here finally. The Puducherry entrepreneurs who's ventured into a startup and still you are going the distance and climbing the hill. So I think we are all proud of what we are seeing here. We are very happy to see what a distance the startup ecosystem has traveled. I have a question from the perspective of an entrepreneur. You are in automotive, you are in food. As an individual, probably the only motivation or the inclination should have been at that point of time, most of us have that, to join a company, a large company that is in the automotive space or food space or the drone space. But it takes a completely different, let's say, attitude to get to actually do the business by yourself at this age, that too. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி நடக்கிறதுக்கு ஏதாவது ஒரு சின்ன ஸ்டோரி இருக்கலாம், ஒரு இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன் which actually pushed you not to probably work somewhere with your, where you like, of your liking, but venture into your own business. So what is that story of inspiration that pushed you as, okay, let me take the risk and try and do it? So what is the inspiration?
Yes, thanks for the question, sir. So, because எனக்கு இனிஷியலாக சொன்ன மாதிரி, ஸோ இந்த ரியல் டைம் ப்ராப்ளம் வந்து அட்ரஸ் பண்ணணும். ஸோ ஃப்ரம் த காலேஜ் ப்ராஜெக்டில் இருந்து ஐ ஹாவ் டு அந்த தாட்டில் வந்து ஐ ஹாவ் அ கிரேஸ் ஆன் தட். ஸோ என்னென்னலாம் சொசைட்டி ஓரியன்டான ரியல் டைம் ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ் இருக்கோ, ஸோ அதை அட்ரஸ் பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு தான் ஸோ என்னோட ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஷிப் அந்த ஜேர்னியாக ஸ்டார்ட் ஆச்சு. ஸோ when I started Karki ground analysis, நான் லாட் ஆஃப் ஆட்டோ டிரைவர்ஸ், கேப் டிரைவர்ஸை போயிட்டு நேரில் போயிட்டு கிரவுண்ட் அனாலிசிஸ் பண்ணுறது மீட் பண்ணேன். ஸோ ஒரு 10 கேப்ஸ் வச்சுருந்த ஒரு பர்சன், ஹீ இஸ் நவ் ஒர்க்கிங் இன் அ கார்பரேஷன் சீவேஜ் கிளீனிங். ஓகே, ஒரு 10 கேப்ஸ் வச்சுருந்த ஒரு ஓனர். ஸோ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் திங். செகண்ட் திங் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, ஸோ இட் இஸ் த அது நியூஸாக ஸ்ப்ரெட் ஆகலை, பட் இன் கர்நாடகா ஒன் டோட்டல் ஃபேமிலியே இட்ஸ் லைக் சூசைட் அட்டெம்ப்ட் வந்து பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. பிகாஸ் ஆஃப், ஏன்னா ஒரு கேப் டிரைவர்ஸாக இருக்கட்டும், ஒரு ஆட்டோ டிரைவர்ஸாக இருக்கட்டும், ஒரு வாட் எவர் த திங், ஸோ அவங்களாம் என்னென்னா ஒரு இஎம்ஐயில் ஒரு வெஹிக்கிள்ஸ் வாங்குவாங்க. அந்த இஎம்ஐஸ் வந்து எதை பேஸ் பண்ணி வாங்குவாங்க, இந்த அக்ரிகல்ச்சர்ஸ் கொடுக்குற இன்சென்டிவ்ஸும் ப்ளஸ் அதில் ஏர்ன் பண்ண முடியுன்ற ஒரு ட்ரஸ்ட்டில் தான் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தே வில் பை அ கேப்ஸ் ஆன் இஎம்ஐ. ஓகே, ஸோ அதுலேயே ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கும்போது, ஸோ அவங்களுக்கு வந்து பேசிக் ஃபுட், ஷெல்டர் இதுவே இல்லாமல் தே ஆர் டோட்டலி ஃப்ரஸ்ட்ரேட்டட் ஆன் தட். ஸோ தட்ஸ் த ஒன்லி திங். இதில் வந்து கிவ் அப் ஆகக்கூடாதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஐ புஷ்ட் மை செல்ஃப் ஆன் அ கர்க்கி. ஸோ வாட் எவர் த ரிஸ்க் ஐ ஃபேஸ், நோ ப்ராப்ளம்.
I was actually very fed up seeing everybody in my family go for a 9 to 5 job. It was like monotonous. I never even liked the 9 to 5 college timings. So last year I didn't go. So a job was out of question for me. I never worked anywhere till date. I've been in my own all the time. So that's what it is.
ஸோ நான் ஒர்க் பண்ணப்போ ட்ரோன் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் வந்து அந்த அளவுக்கு மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் ஸ்டேஜ் எதுவுமே இல்லை. ஸோ அப்போ வந்து நான் என்னோட பார்ட்னர்ஸும் திங்க் பண்ணுறப்போ இந்த மாதிரி நம்ம ரிஸ்க் எடுத்து இந்த மாதிரி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம், ஸோ ஏதோ டெவலப்மெண்ட்ஸ் பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி பண்ணது தான் பெரிய லெவல் இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன் எது. சார்,
Good afternoon. My question. So being an academician, you might have had some expectation. The institution might have helped a lot, right? Because I have presented something related to what the ecosystem has to be transformed. As an institution, what really you are expecting from the institution as a support to become an entrepreneur? Once you become an entrepreneur, you might have feel that then these are the things I would have done it my the career. என் இன்ஸ்டியூஷன் இதுக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணியிருக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு ஒரு ஃபீல் கூட இருக்கலாம். நீங்கள் அந்த சஜஷன்ஸ் சொன்னீங்க அப்படிங்கன்னா ஐ கேன் இன்கார்பரேட் all such things to my own Harvard students. You can share your own experience, Abdullah also.
So, as my personal experience, my principal also here. Okay. So, in my college period, we are only focused on academics only. ஓகே, ஸோ எங்களுக்கு இந்த ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஷிப் மேலேயோ, ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஐடியாஸ் மேலேயோ ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கான டைம்ஸோ அதுக்கான ஒரு பீரியட்ஸோ இப்போ ஆஃப்டர் தட் நான் பாஸ் அவுட் ஆனதுக்கப்புறம் தான் அந்த மாதிரி திங்ஸ்லாம் ஹேப்பன். ஸோ வாட் ஐ ஃபெல்ட் இஸ் அகாடமிக்ஸ் மட்டும் ஃபோக்கஸாக இல்லாமல், ஸோ ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஷிப்ஸ் இந்த மாதிரி ரியல் டைம் ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ் மேலேயும் ஃபோக்கஸ்டாக ஒரு ஹேக்கத்தான் அந்த மாதிரி ஏதாவது ஒரு விஷயம் இன்டர் காலேஜ் லெவலில் நடந்துச்சுன்னா இட்ஸ் குட் ஹெல்ப் ஃபார் அஸ் டூ. ஸோ அண்ட் ஆல்சோ அஸ் லாங் அஸ் அந்த ஐடியா ஸ்டேஜ் விட்டு தே ஹவ் டு கம் டு சொசைட்டி, அந்த மார்க்கெட் லெவலில் தே ஹவ் டு ரீச் இன் காலேஜ் லெவல் இட் செல்ஃப். பிகாஸ் நான் பாஸ் அவுட் ஆனதுக்கப்புறம் எனக்கு அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு டைம் கிடைக்கல. ஓகே, பிகாஸ் மை ஃபேமிலி டிபெண்டன்சி, இனிஷியலாக சொன்ன மாதிரி மை ஃபேமிலி டிபெண்டன்சி, மை ஓன் கமிட்மெண்ட்ஸ், அந்த மாதிரி டைம் பீரியட் கிடைக்கல. பட் காலேஜ் டைம் பீரியடில் ரொம்ப ஃப்ரீயாக தான் இருக்கும், எல்லாருமே அகாடமிக்ஸ் மட்டும் தான் ஃபோக்கஸ்டாக இருக்கும். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரியான பீரியடில் ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஷிப்பில் ஒரு ப்ராப்பரான ஒரு ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் கண்டக்ட் பண்ணியும் அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு விஷயம் நடந்துச்சுன்னா ரியலி குட் ஃபார் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்.
Any further questions from the?
Just a quick question. So the Skyroot is producing exactly the same products as yourself. So how exactly you're seeing that differentiated from?
Repeat the question. Can you repeat the question?
The Skyroot company is exactly producing the same type of products. நீங்க என்ன ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்றீங்களோ அதே தான் sort of products அவங்க Skyroot. Anish.
ஆக்சுவலாக ஸ்கைரூட் ஆக்சுவலி இதே மாதிரி ப்ராடக்ட் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ
Similar products.
Okay.
Whatever you have presented, they do the similar products.
பட் நாங்கள் வந்து மைக்ரோ கேட்டகரியில் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். மைக்ரோ கேட்டகரியில் ஒன்றும் இந்தியாவில் யாருமே பண்ணலை. ஸோ எந்த இதுவுமே ரிஜிஸ்டர் ஆகலை. ஸோ அதுதான் சொல்கிறேன்.
So they're bigger than your product, right? And in the capacity and specification wise, right?
Yes.
So you are a micro category. They might be the higher capacity.
பட் நான் அந்த ஸ்கைரூட் அந்த ப்ராடக்ட் பற்றி கேட்டதில்லை. ஸோ அதை நான் சொல்கிறேன்.
இல்ல Skyroot is a company that make similar product as yours.
So
அவங்க என்ன drones technology services நீங்க என்ன பண்றீங்களோ.
Okay.
And also for the defense they do exactly like yours. So another I just wanted to know what is the difference?
சர்வீஸ் வந்து காமன் தான், எல்லாருமே என்ன பண்ணுறோம் அந்த மாதிரி சர்வீசஸ் பண்ணுறோம். பட் ப்ராடக்ட் பேஸில் வந்து நம்மளது சம் டில்ட் மெக்கானிசம் அண்ட் வெயிட் கேட்டகரி, ஸோ இதில் தான் ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஸோ மைக்ரோ கேட்டகரியில் இந்தியாவில் ஒன்றும் யாரும் பண்ணலை.
So what if they actually compete you?
ஸோ மைக்ரோ கேட்டகரி வந்து நம்ம வந்து பைலட் லைசன்ஸ், ஸோ டிஜிசிஎல்லேருந்து பர்மிஷன் எல்லாமே ரொம்ப அந்த அளவுக்கு அதிகமாக தேவையில்லை. ஸோ பைலட் லைசன்ஸ்லாம் மேக்ஸிமம் இதில் 2 kgல தேவையில்லைன்னா இதான் ப்ரிஃபர் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ அதனால.
So what is the revenue model like?
ரெவன்யூ வந்து ஆல்மோஸ்ட் நாங்கள் வந்து 6 to 7 lakhsக்கு வந்து ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட்டை சேல் பண்ணுற மாதிரி பிளான் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஸோ இதேமாரி ட்ரைகாப்டர்ஸ் வேற ஒரு ஜெர்மன் பேஸ்ட் கம்பெனி பண்ணுறாங்க, அது இந்தியாவிலேயே. அவங்க வந்து 5 kg கேட்டகரி 20 lakhs to 30 lakhs சேல் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ நாங்கள் வந்து 6 lakhsலேயே இந்த அதே பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் கொடுக்குற மாதிரி பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். ஸோ அதான்.
So basically காஸ்ட் கட் பண்றீங்க மைக்ரோ.
பட் வெயிட் கேட்டகரி ரொம்ப கம்மி இல்லை. ஸோ ஈஸி டு கேரி எனிவேர். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I would like to thank all the panelists for their wonderful sharing their wonderful experience throughout their startup journey. I also would like to thank all these TA members and chairman, vice chairman, and chairman for this event, Mr. Kalaichelan sir, and all the past chairs. And thank you so much.
So firefighter, I would say, young people, when they talk, you can get the points easily. Never give up. இன்னொரு பாயிண்ட் சொன்னாங்க, கேட்ச் பண்ணீங்களா? Follow your dreams or passion. So these are the 2 taglines I would say. Carry this with you. Never give up and follow your passion. Don't give it up. Okay? Sorry, okay. After lunch, I just correlated it. I've put a big plate. We've given all the beautiful curries, papads and everything. Without roti or rice, would it be enough? சாப்பிட முடியுமா? முடியாது இல்லையா? முடியுமா முடியாதா? எல்லாம் அப்படியே பியூட்டிஃபுல்லாக அப்படியே கலர்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குது, பொரியல் இருக்குது, எல்லாம் யூ ஹேவ் papads and everything. பட் ரைஸ் ஒரு ரொட்டி எல்லாம் பண்ண முடியுமா? பண்ண முடியாது, சாப்பிட முடியாது இல்லையா? So we have seen advocacy level, we have seen institution stock, we have seen startup stock, we have talked about ecosystem, but without funding, nothing happens. So without rice or roti, without funding, nothing can happen in a startup. Correct? So it could be of any level, through a bank or through any சின்ன லெவலில் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணும்போது வீட்டில் இருக்க ஜுவல்ஸ் டச் பண்ணி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுவோம் நார்மலி. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி there are plenty of options for fundraising. seed funding. So out of which we have your own, not our own, your own Vishnuvardhan. So because he's handled the boot camp for you, so he's going to handle the session on funding and investment opportunities for early stage startups in Puducherry. So he's been guiding not only technical wise, not only presentation, not only liaising and everything, also they are helping you with the funding part. So out of which he's going to specifically touch on Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. Vishnu, are we ready? Yeah. So till he gets ready, so in the program or real success என்னவா இருக்கும்ன்றது லாஸ்ட் பேனல் டிஸ்கஷன்ல பார்த்தோம். நான் அகைன் ஐம் ரிப்பீட்டிங் அகைன், இங்க இருக்கிறதுல யாரோ 3 பேர் நெக்ஸ்ட் செஷன்ல இங்க வந்து பேனலிஸ்டா உட்கார்ந்துட்டு இருந்தீங்கன்னா அதுதான் சக்சஸ் ஆஃப் திஸ் ப்ரோக்ராம். You get it? The real success of this summit is going to be if you young people sitting here, யங்னு சொல்லும்போது வர எனக்கு இன்னும் பிரச்சனை என்னன்னா, whenever I go and address CII gathering, I proudly say young Indians. Okay. But when I say young Indians now, I really feel சொல்லலாமா வேணாமான்னு தெரியல, சத்தமா சொல்ல முடியல, because you are all younger than me. So you are the real young Indians here. So when I say it, you people should be here next time. இருக்கலாமா? யாராவது இருப்பீங்களா? So it doesn't matter first, second, third, fourth, fifth, விட்டுருங்க. Okay, your pitch which might be in top 5 or out of top 5 doesn't matter now, but take it in the right way, follow your dreams and never give up. அது மட்டும் எடுத்துக்கோங்க. Ready? Again, we are not going to give the rice or fund. We're just going to tell you where it gets. கடை சொல்லிடும், நீங்க போய் வாங்கிக்கலாம். சரியா?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Manish, for the introduction. Sorry, it took some time for setting up. So before going into the session, like I still remember last year in the same second edition in 2021 Startup Summit, we were speaking a lot about the scheme, where we were, or it was more on the theoretical side. So this year, like it gives us immense pleasure. Like the time it took for us over the last 2.5 years with the support of CII and all the stakeholders, the growth really, is focused more on the numbers, right? So this year I am very much looking forward to talk about the numbers and not more on the theory side. And also we'll also be showing across what are the future plans that we have, and how the scheme, the seed funding scheme and the presence of the incubation centers and the activities that we are doing have really created the impact in the Puducherry startup ecosystem. So other number startups kom paakalam, at the same time how students can also get benefited, because we have a lot of young minds here. So in that way we'll be looking into that. So I would like to start with the seed fund scheme itself. So initially, so Startup India Seed Fund Scheme is a flagship initiative of Department of Industries, Government of India, which comes under Startup India. எல்லாமே அதுக்குள்ள தான் வரும். So the major objective of that scheme is to support startups who are in the early stage. So here we, in the funding, pathina major it won't be more into the innovators side. It is more on the startup side. So it's a bit the next stage of an innovator, like where you can register yourself as a company, as a private limited company or in a partnership company. So once you reach that level, there are few eligibility criteria. Once you clear that, so you will be open up for 2 types of funding through the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. One is the grants, where startups are eligible for say a tune of 20 lakhs of grant funding for startups who are in the phase of prototyping, concept to prototyping for startups ka அந்த மாதிரியான funding support கிடைக்கும். At the same time, when startups who are discussing here, they are in a kind of a pretty mature stage, where their prototype has been done, it has been tested, and now they are planning to take it out to the market. Market la product launch பண்ணவோ, if not to take it to their end customers. So where they will need even more financial infusement, like marketing ku konja cost தேவைப்படலாம், or ad generation they might need some additional cost. So that type of funding we call it as debt funding. So debt funding anamora avங்களுக்கு loan illama, it will be on an equity basis, where we will be sharing the fund required in terms of equity shares of the startups. So there the tune is about 50 lakhs. So overall in this scheme, a particular startup can is eligible for a funding to a total amount of 70 lakhs, which includes 20 lakhs as a grant and 50 lakhs as a debt funding. So on the scheme we are talking about. So I would like to start with the process. So as Sir told, AIC was initially launched in one such startup summit, the first edition of the startup summit in 2019. So from there, I would just like to share where we are right now. So in 2019, we had the Aspiring Puducherry Startup Policy launched. At the same time, we had our first edition of Startup Summit, and AIC got launched in there. And in 2021 is the time where we actually matured as a startup ecosystem post the pandemic. We started with 2 startups in 2019, and now we are in a stage where we have around 25 plus startups in various stages in various industries and domain. And in 2021, we got the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. We presented the same in November. We got the funding in the month of December. And in 2022, we even more evolved. So moving ahead from government funding support to investor networks. So in 2022, we launched our first investor meet in Pondicherry called the Propolex. So that was developed with the support of Department of Industries, which was shown in the morning by Mohan Kumar sir. So Dick also supported us a bit in that, and we had a first investor meet in September 2022 this year, and that is where. And Pondicherry holds right now 153 plus Startup India registered startups and around 50 plus DPIT recognized startups. So whatever the grants that we are talking about or the funding that we are talking about are eligible for startups who have been recognized by DPIT, Department of Industries and Promotion of Internal Trade. So on the number startups government related funding schemes are available, and that support we are doing. So any startups here who haven't got their DPIT number can approach us anytime, so we can guide you how to progress ahead in getting the DPIT number. So coming to the scheme numbers. So last year when I was presenting, it was more on what the scheme is going to do. But this is the number that we have got so far. So last year we got the sanction of 3 crores of Startup India Seed Fund Scheme for Pondicherry through Atal Incubation Center PIC Foundation. And as on date, we have supported 6 startups as a startup grant, and 3 startup has been identified, and they have been allocated with debt funding. We are yet to release them because there are a lot of process involved in it, right? So this is how the seed fund scheme operations work. So initially DPIT is the funding authority, like as you can see, and then there is an selection committee within the ministry itself. So they choose the incubators as how you guys are pitching. We as an incubator do a lot of pitching for government schemes. So we did that last year, and then the incubators get selected from there. So we were in the top 40 or 50 incubators who have initially selected. Now I think there are more than 80 to 90 incubators onboarded in Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. And this scheme is 24/7, 365 days. So idhula vandu ungalku vandu oru restriction kadayadu. Any startup from anywhere can apply for any incubator. So it's not that Pondicherry startup should apply only for Pondicherry incubator. Pondicherry startups can apply for even other incubators like in Chennai or in Madhya Pradesh. So avanga or selection committee vachi adu edupanga. So that is how it works. And finally, through the incubators, the fund gets released to the startups. So this is the scheme, and this is how it works. So initially, incubators get selected, and then startups can apply for the scheme through the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme portal, and the incubator selects the startup, and the incubator releases the fund. So this is how the scheme works. So we have our incubator seed management committee. So these are the expert people who involves in selecting the startup for funding here. So starting with our director, Dr. Sundaramurthy sir, B. Manigandan sir from Schneider Prototyping, Sriram Subramania sir from Integra, Mr. Kalachalvan sir from Manatech, Dr. Ram Kumar from EDI Cell Pondicherry, and also a dean, past dean in River Institute. Ramakrishnan sir from Department of Industries, he was earlier assistant director there. He's also part of the scheme. And beyond this industries and academic expert, we have one investment expert, Mr. Anil Joshi, who's a management partner of Unicorn India Ventures, a leading venture capital firm in India. So they have even supported one of the 100 unicorn in India, Open, which is a neo-banking service. So that startup was actually funded by Unicorn Ventures. So the scheme and the execution that we do in Pondicherry is to the level where we can compete with any, kind of matured ecosystem. That is where we have created the selection panel also. Going in depth on the funding side, so far we have selected the startups like Never, Future Gurukul, Flowget, Varar, Olilogy, and Indigard. So these are the 6 granted startups. So overall quantum of funding being released for them is 60 lakhs. So average, I think 10 to 12 lakhs per startup has been allotted. And they have been using it in different stages in developing their concept to a product, and from product to an MVP or an MLP, we call it in our startup terms. So which is ready for market. So that is the 6 startups. And out of the 3 crores, the rest of the 2.4 crores out of the 3 crores, 60 lakhs is for grants and 2.4 crores for depth funding. So that has been right now allocated for 4 startups. 65 lakhs has been allocated. So these 4 startups are still in the various stages of scrutinizing. So beyond selection for depth funding, we do a lot of scrutinizing. So in which Infab is one such startup. It's almost in the final stage. They are a microchip manufacturing company, more into semiconductor. So one of the very deep tech based startup from Bangalore. So startups from Bangalore and other states are also looking into Puducherry, where they can set up some small, working space and put in some people here and work on their technology. Bfit is one another startup from Puducherry, and Jashpreet is kind of a cryogenic based startup found team, which is working on this hydrogen based cryogenic system. So it is something very unique, and they are based out of Andhra, and they wanted to set up another working spot here, and the funding will help them do that. So what we are doing is, though we have got this seed fund scheme and we are supporting startups across India, we are very sure and making it and point to the startups like whomever is getting funded here has to establish some kind of a small working unit here, right? It's of then no use for either the funding agency or for the startup. So wherever they are getting funding, it's not just for money. So we are trying to create some kind of an ecosystem here. Say once Jesuit gets the funding released, he might be having a small team over here who will be working on hydrogen cryogenic, and students and other startups who might be interested in space tech, working on a cryogenic based industry, they can get the exposure of the technology being used by the startup. So this is how this funding scheme is helping the ecosystem 360 degree, right? So funding doesn't mean only the money, and also startup doesn't mean only money. So startup is something on a larger perspective, creating an impact in the society, and that is how we are also planning to do. So the rest of the 80 lakhs of the funding, we are planning to kind of allot it in the next 18 months. So the entire project duration is for 3 years. So in which almost 12 months we are completing maybe next month. So in which we have already allotted 9 startups. So this is how the scheme is right now being implemented in Puducherry. So these are all the startups. Never System is one who got a grant for their prototyping. He was there in the stage. So his initial model was more of a 3D printed model. And it was more on just surveillance, as he told. So the Defense Expo, when they visited, they were able to create the same surveillance model into a defense related camera tech product in just, I think 2 weeks. He just took 2 weeks to, reiterate his existing model. So with the help of the fund. So this is how startups needs to utilize their grant, just not burning the money, but burning the money for the right cause. So Never System is one of the startup who is the grantee, and Future Gurukuls is one another young student-based startup of Puducherry Engineering College. In 2019 they started, and now I think they are clocking a revenue of around 5 lakhs per month. And the grant that we released for them was utilized more on developing their own training kits for the students. And Flowget solution, they're working on water technology, flow meter, and Olilogy is kind of working on another auto aggregator in Puducherry. And Varar Energy, who would have seen here, like Mr. Prabhu, he is actually from Vellore. He worked in Puducherry. I think his professional career was in Puducherry, but his hometown is in Vellore. So this is how the scheme has created an cultural ecosystem where people from other states are moving in. And now he has, using the fund, he is developing his initial patented technology on an EV vehicle. So that process is also going in the back end. And last month, I think he visited Puducherry, and he has now created 2 customer segments for him in the Puducherry market, specifically for his e-vehicle. So this is how the fundings are kind of basically helping the startup. So once again, the funding is just not money, it's on creating the impact for the startup. So beyond Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, which is just a government money which we get and we facilitate it to the students or the startup community in Pondicherry, the real development of the ecosystem depends on what we have done so far in the 3 years period since the Summit 1. So we have spoken a lot about the development of the ecosystem, the role played by the academic institutes or the government stakeholders that we have. But beyond that, what is the real impact that we are able to create in Pondicherry is something which we need to be more concentrating on. And that is what the numbers that we are talking so far over the session. And one important thing that I wanted to discuss about PropelX. So PropelX is one such event which we are planning to conduct on a regular manner. So where 5 to 10 startups from Pondicherry will be given an opportunity to meet one-on-one with an angel investor group and an VC. So we conducted the first edition in September, so where we had around 2 VC firms across India, like we had Unicorn India Ventures and CII funds, SEA funds, and we had 3 angels visiting us in Pondicherry. One was Mr. Amit Singhal, Puru Modani, and Chennai Angels. So we had around 5 investors in Pondicherry in the month of September, and we had around 12 startups pitching their ideas for external investment, right? What Naresh was discussing with during the panel, he wanted 2 crores now for converting his real prototype into a market-ready product. So one mold preparation for his product is costing around 50 lakhs. That is the recent quotation that we got for him. So it's not an easy thing for real tech-based startup to get funding just from government grants or academic grants, right? So I think even Balaji Ganesh sir shared, like he has got 3 to 4 government grants. That itself is an excellence for his startup product. But still investors are looking more. So that exposure is needed for the ecosystem, and that we have been able to create with PropelX. So 12 startup pitching happened in September, and I think we have 5 prospects right now, 4 to 5 prospects, which are in the early stages of discussion, and one was Never System. So they had a call with Chennai Angels, and one investment expert from drone technology had a call with them, and though it was not a deal closure for them, but that was shared with Naresh today, was to do more on their market study. So that is what investors are looking out for, not just in successful product or early, product test validation. What they're looking out more is the validation of their market. So what is the product that you're doing, and what is the scalability of the product, and how much traction you have had in terms of revenue. So when we say like our startups are having 5 lakhs per month, the expectation of an external investor like an angel or a venture capital to fund in your company, the minimal expectation of revenue, month-on-month revenue is close to 25 to 30 lakhs. So that is what they are suggesting, right? So if as a startup, if you're looking for external investment, it is much necessary for you to have a very strong traction on a month-on-month basis, where the minimum number expected is 20 to 25 lakhs per month, so that they are taking the risk of initial investments, right? So as an investor, so the first thing that they're asking is the validation of their market, the traction level that they're having, and how strong is the team. So do you have a real product development team? Do you have a real business development team that can help to utilize the fund they're putting in? Because the initial ask with the pitching from all the startups in PropelX was close to 50 lakhs to 1 crore. So it's not an easy money. So if I'm giving you 50 lakhs, what are you going to do with that? And what kind of progress that you'll make using that 50 lakhs? And once that progress is made, how are you going to repay that 50 lakhs to me in what X returns? So these are all the various questions that you need to satisfy the investors. Only then they'll be able to support. So with all these question marks, we organized PropelX. We wanted it to do, though it was not in a larger scale, but we were able to do that in September, and it was a great journey for all the startups. All the 12 startups are basically incubated at AIC. They started as an idea or in some part, and then now they had an initial level of discussion with the angels, understood what is their expectation. So PropelX is one success story of our journey with all the stakeholders that we do. And where the funding scheme comes in, right? So each life cycle, kind of a product as a life cycle, a human as a life cycle. So likewise, we do have a life cycle for startups, right? So it starts with the research process, where the initial grants are got through universities or education institutes. Ministry of Education is right now offering grants for students. One of our student team have got 8 lakhs for one of their idea. These are all which comes under research, and then they create that research into a concept, and that concept gets developed into a prototype, and from that prototype we create a minimum viable product, and then finally we go for production, piloting, and scaling up. So these are all the various stages that a startup goes through their life curve. So as I told, research work is more academic. Now we saw from morning, all the institutes in Pondicherry have some kind of curriculum in their courses, and they are even giving seed fund of 25,000, 50,000, 1 lakh for really good ideas. So that part is covered. So where SISFS is coming is in this POC and prototyping part. So this we need to understand really, because the innovation contest people who are sitting here, maybe later in the day you will get to know in which place you are. Irrespective of the places that you have got, if you are really passionate enough in taking this idea to the next stage, it is very much necessary for you to cross this research work stage and create a concept for your idea. So the concept generation will be supported by AAC. Whether you are winning the competition or not, you can approach us anytime. Once that concept is validated, only then we will allow you to register as a startup. And only when you're registering as a startup, you will be eligible for SISFS. So this is very important for all the innovation contest winners. Just having a product is not enough. Having a concept is not enough. Validating that concept is important. That is what AAC will handhold you for all the top 5 or top 6 or even top 10, whomever is coming in for the program, we'll be ready to support them. So SISFS covers this, both the part, like the concept creation and the prototype development with the help of the seed grant and depth funding up to 50 lakhs. And what next? Like, see, once the prototype is done for startups like Never or Karki, their prototype is ready, their beta version is down, 12,000 auto drivers are onboarded. But how they need to scale it up? So a product like Karki needs a lot of marketing investment. So that is where the piloting comes in, commercialization comes in, large scale production of drones comes in. So that is where we are targeting PropelX. So if you see the curve is going down, right? So that part we call it as valley of death. So where 99% of startups in India fail. So yeah, so the most of the incubation program handholds startups in the valley of death. So if you ask me why I am showing this curve, this is another case study of how Pondicherry ecosystem has evolved for startup support program. Earlier there were no grants, there were no startups. Now there are colleges supporting research work, and then we are supporting startups who are in the concept or prototyping stage, handholding them without going deep down the curve. And even startups who are moving from prototyping, we are offering program through PropelX with AAC, where we are even supporting startups to the GTM stage. So if you can see, the entire down curve part is being covered right now in our ecosystem. It's up to the startups now to identify the real potential area and the opportunities being given, and reach the right people to get it developed. So with this aspect, so this is one achievement as an Pondicherry ecosystem we did last year. So aspiring leadership category, 2019 we were nowhere in the ecosystem ranking. 2020 we were not recognized. 21 is a stage where we were able to create an impact in the national startup ecosystem, and we were termed aspiring leaders amongst the union territories across India. So in the category Y, so it's an achievement that has been done as a team, as as an whole ecosystem that included funding support, that included academic support, that included industrial support. So this is something like as an ecosystem that we have evolved over the time, and this is something which is coming up now. So morning you would have heard Mohan Kumar sir told about 100 events over the next 1 year. So this is the program which we are planning to launch very soon, Puduvai Startup Sprint, which is a complete program supported by Government of Puducherry and being evolved with the help of AIC PCF. So we have come up with 4 program pillars, and these pillars are very much in line with the national startup ecosystem. One is the institutional support. Second is the fostering of innovation across colleges and institutes in Pondicherry, and conducting regular hackathons, ideathon events for all the student participants, and the funding support, like EIR scheme, as our directors are told. So there are a lot of things in the kitty right now. So the program will be kind of executed in those process: outreach, bootcamp, ideathon, hackathon, demo days, then pre-incubation support, finally the pitch fest and startup creation. So this we have planned over a 12 months program, where we are planning to touch base all the colleges, irrespective of the domain, engineering, arts and science, medical, nursing. So we are segregating colleges in various domains, and specific programs will be run for each college students accordingly. So this is how we are planning to evolve as an ecosystem the next year. And by 2024, our goal is to reach the leadership category as startup TNs within the unitary ecosystem. And that is where, as in team CII, AIC, PTU, and Government of Puducherry is working together in realizing that objective. So thanks a lot for your patience. And if, as a startup, if you're having any queries on applying for the seed fund scheme or any other funding programs that we have told, you can reach us anytime directly. You can mail us, or you can call us, or you can visit our incubation center within Puducherry Technological University anytime. We are open Monday to Saturday, so anytime you can visit our center and get the things cleared up. So thanks a lot for the time.
Thank you, Vishnu. Kadasicha, rice or roti? Enga poi vaangradhu idea? We got the idea? Good. So, as we have seen from the morning, it's been a big day. We've guided you through from the ideation process till where you can get the fund and till IP. So, just take this with you. As I said, I want to see you guys here next year. இதை எடுத்துக்கோங்க. ஏன்னா நாங்கள் when we were there, when we studied during our times, எங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்ச விசிலாம் வந்து வைஸ் கேப்டன் ஒரு வைஸ் சான்சலர் தான். We didn't know venture capitalist ஒரு term தெரியாது, to be very frank. All we knew about MRF was a bad company, not a tire company. Okay, Sachin used MRF, அதுதான் எங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இன்னைக்கு MRFன்ற ஒரு பிக் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி வந்து பாண்டிச்சேரியில் இருக்கு. அந்த அதுலேருந்து ஒரு ஜெனரல் மேனேஜர் ப்ரொடக்ஷன் வந்து இன்னைக்கு உங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஜூரியாக இருக்க முடியுன்றது இட்ஸ் அ பிக் ட்ரீம் ஃபார் யூ ஆல். அது ஒரு கனவு தான். நாங்கள் படிக்கும்போது எங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்ச MRF அதுதான். பிச்சுனா எங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்ச பிச்சு கிரிக்கெட் பிச் தான். பட் யூ கைஸ் ஹவ் பிச்ட் ஹியர் இன் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் 10 big industry shots. Okay, so we can give that support system. Institution people are here, we are here, CII is here, Young Indians is here. So we can do that system for you. Idella support system we can provide. And good thing your education institutions are coming forward towards that. எனக்கு சார் கேட்குறது ரொம்ப வெல்கமிங்காக இருந்துச்சு. What do you expect as startup owners? இருந்தால் பெட்டராக இருக்கும்னு கேட்டாங்க இல்லையா? So you are in the right hand today. Okay, so இதெல்லாம் எங்களுக்கு கிடைக்காத எக்ஸ்போஷர் உங்களுக்கு கிடைச்சிருக்கு. Make use of it. We are here and AIC people are here to take it forward. So I would say in the ஒரு நாள் session வந்து it's a very big value addition for you. So that's it from my side. Thank you. என்னைக்காவது ஒரு நாள் ஞாபகம் வரும்போது you will realize how valuable this summit was in your life. Okay, ஏன்னா நான் இன்னைக்கு கீழே பேசிட்டு இருந்தேன் விஷ்ணு கிட்ட. 3 பேருமே அட்டல் இன்குபேஷனில் இன்குபேட் ஆனவங்க தான். ஸோ அவங்க எங்கேருந்து வந்தாங்கன்னு எங்களுக்கு தெரியும். டுடே வேர் தே ஆர் இஸ் ஹிஸ்ட்ரி, ரெஸ்ட் இஸ் ஹிஸ்ட்ரி. அது மாதிரி தான். ஸோ டேக் இட் ஃபார்வர்ட் வித் யூ கைஸ். ஸோ ஐ ஹோப் யூ ஆல் கம் அப் வித் ஃப்ளைங் கலர்ஸ் வித் நியூ ஸ்டார்டர்ஸ். பார்க்கும்போது தோணணும், ஓகே இவங்கன்னு தோணணும். ஸோ தட்ஸ் இட் ஃப்ரம் மை சைட். தேங்க் யூ கைஸ் அண்ட் வி வில் பிரேக் ஃபார் அ ஸ்மால் டீ பிரேக் நவ். டீ பிரேக் and அதுக்கப்புறம் we're up with the results, valedictory program. Okay, top 5 out of 12. From 333 we chose 34, then from 34 to 12, now 12 we'll announce the top 5 results. Okay, up for it? Ready? Energy pattula ready? Yes. Okay, we'll discuss the short tea break now. Okay, it's 4:50 now. 5 o'clock sharp we'll assemble back. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. Got some energy from caffeine? Coffee? No caffeine. Anyway, so welcome back for the final valedictory session. Before the session, we would like to hear it from the benefiters, the SPOCs. Maybe we'll start with the SPOCs. So any couple of SPOCs, we just need 2 SPOCs to share the experience about the whole innovation thing, contest, the startup summit. Any 2 SPOCs to share the experience? Two SPOCs, anybody? Jaikumar, so you want to? So he's Mr. Jaikumar from MIT.
Yeah, very good evening, everyone. And fine. Myself, Dr. Jaikumar, representing Manakalamana Institute of Technology, MIT. And a few days back, we have just witnessed this grand finale. And I was personally attending this grand finale just to witness my students' project. But those 1.5 to 2 hours of time, it was really a mind-boggling session. Reason here is the kind of scrutiny done by these CA delegates was excellent, because all these top 12 projects, it's from diverse fields. We have projects from engineering, medicine, and tourism, road transport. This is the first of its kind. We're able to see these top projects from all diverse fields has been exhibited. I can able to say, like it was a great knowledge sharing session. I personally experienced a lot of knowledge sharing those during this 1.5 to 2 hours time. And a big round of applause to all this scrutinizing team for selecting this top 12 projects from all the colleges. That's something important. And usually we'll see, even last year we were able to see very few colleges been part of this top 12. But this year I can able to see colleges starting from diploma college, from nursing, from medical, from engineering. All the colleges are being a part of this top 12. Another one surprising thing which I personally experienced during this grand finale here is, and they sequence this presentation based on the lot. Okay, once they put a lot, the first lot has been picked up by MNGP students. They are the youngest innovators. The moment they pick the call, okay, they pick the choice of being a first lot of giving a presentation. We all surprised. All these three guys walked into the stage and they presented, and they really mesmerized every one of us. Their complete presentation was full of English. I'm really sorry to say even some of the engineering college students can't able to give a presentation in English. And once this diploma students is done with the presentation, and I'm able to see big round of applause happening behind me, and I've just turned around and seeing who are those guys. They are 8 to 9 MNGP faculty members was sitting behind me for all these 3 diploma guys. Okay, thank you so much for all this. They are the maximum faculties from MNGP, not even from any colleges, and able to see. And why I'm especially mentioning this one, I'm a proud student of MNGP. I'm happy and thank you so much, guys. And I'm really impressed. And all the best. I'm not sure whether you will be taking up this top 5 or not. And you will go a long way. Another special mention about this jury members. See, this 1.5 to 2 hours, the kind of questions asked by the jury members on all the fields of diversified projects was very unique. Not even jury members can ask a question which can really sometimes demotivate or depress the presenters, but not even a single question asked by the jury members in such a way. All questions are very professional, very motivating, and they gave up a lot of guidance for all the project. They made them to stand confident in completing their presentation very confidently. And the final remarks by those jury members at the end of the session, it was completely motivating and very guiding for everyone. Hope everyone can understand. And big round of applause for all the jury members. And hey, you should give a big round of applause in the innovators. And very sure you guys would have had a lot of learnings from those jury members. Okay. Next. I already this CII Innovation Contest in the success story, there's no doubt in that, because it's all based on the nomination. First time, and they got very small nominations. Second time, the kind of nominations they got, it's already there in the success story. There's no doubt in that. And I can say, I've been associated with CII for the last 20 years. whenever we happen to meet any CII chairman or Franklin sir, we always request them for two obligations. One is, so could you please conduct any project contest? Nowadays, this buzzword is not there last. Nowadays, we're always talking about innovation. Before 20 years, there is nothing called. Okay, we always talk about, please have any project contest or any job fair. And they also trying to do all those project contests and this thing in some forms. But, okay, this CA Innovation Contest came into picture, has been realized because of great leadership by Vijay Ganesh sir, past chairman, Surendra sir, and nicely coined by Kalai Chelman sir. And I think we are being a part of this CA Innovation Contest because of all these past chairmen. I've been witnessing a lot of forums, but this is the only forum I'm able to see all the past chairmen are sitting in the first row. Almost last 10 chairmen are sitting here and being a part of one contest. I think, again, I'm telling all these past chairmen really deserve a big round of applause. Thank you so much. And nowadays we are happy, I'm able to see last 6-7 months, I'm always bringing my students and coming and sitting here and able to interact with you people because you people are making the institutions to coming closer to you, and we are getting a lot of interaction through this particular CA Innovation Contest. Thank you so much. And I also thank all the CA members, Divya ma'am, Franklin sir, and maybe all the YI members, Christopher sir, Modi sir. Thank you for engaging our students in a big way. Thank you so much all the time. And nowadays, we are the CII, YI, we are talking almost all the days. Okay, we just not been there for a long time. And my final note here is, I just want to thank some important people when you started the CA Innovation Contest, I got a call maybe years back, a call from CA saying that one of the past chairmen want to come and meet you and talk about one innovation contest. And Nandakumar sir came and met the principal and gave us a guidance about, he told about innovation contest and done some roadshow kind of thing. And he completely guided on this particular innovation contest. Similarly, I'm very sure all these past chairmen would have been visited all the colleges personally, would have been really guided them about this innovation contest. Secondly, even for, I can able to see during this boot camp and during presentation, I'm able to see either Syed sir or Kalai Chelvan sir or Shankar Narayan sir, everybody sitting and witnessing all the projects. Third thing, when our team has been got selected before this selection of top 12, and we got a call saying that one of our past chairmen want to mentor your project. All of a sudden, I'm able to getting a link and able to see Shankar Narayan sir, Moni sir sitting and guiding the students. What I'm trying to say here is, they all big legendary industrialist, very busy people. Okay, we always have a question, why all these people are spending this much of time coming all the way to the college, talking about this innovation contest and witnessing all the presentation, trying to guide them in a big way. And I don't know, very sure. And they are really supporting the ecosystem of all the students communities. And I would request all young innovators sitting out here, okay, all these big industrialists, really, again, I'm telling you, they are the backbone. They no need to spend this much of time with you guys, okay? Still, they're able to spend this much of time. It's only because they want to be there with you. They are just meant for guiding you through your future, okay? I think they really deserve, again, a big round of applause for all the past chairmen. And I think everyone should give a big round of applause for everyone, okay? Thank you so much for guiding us all the way, sir. And I'd also thank Syed sir from B10 for bringing our institutions closer to CII. Thank you so much. And I'll also thank Sundaramudi sir and Atal Vishnu sir. Everybody has really and making this Partnership Innovation Contest possible for our students. And we already started, okay, we already started talking about how we are going to get ready with our students for the next innovation contest. All the SPUs started talking. Very sure your effort will become very minimum in near future. And once everyone waiting for dates of third edition of CA Innovation Contest, you all automatically get a registration. You will get some better innovative ideas and projects next year. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jaykumar sir. Can we have one more SPOC? Just sharing a quick feedback. One more? Anybody? Okay. So, okay, we have looked at the one side of it. Neenga feedback share panniteenga. Now we want to look at the other side of it, how juries felt. Juries have been, starting from going through your presentation, shortlisting, till the end. The final 12 paakra varaikum juries have done a fabulous job. As sir said, that question, yosichu paranga edukku avanga time spend pananum. They all have their works today. But they're coming here and they're doing it now, that's for a reason. Okay, so you have to understand that at the end of the we'll listen from the juries as well. A couple of juries. Maybe we'll start with Dr. Karthikeyan, sir.
Thank you, current chairman, Mr. Surender, the energetic person who is doing a lot of good for the CII, and the presence of Professor Mahadevan, former dean of JIPMER, a renowned pediatrician. I'm happy to have been one of the jury. I thank the CII and the Atal Incubation Center for giving this opportunity. It was a new experience for me because I was called because a lot of health related and medical related innovative ideas and creative projects were being there. So I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I found that the participation was surprisingly from many quarters. From the nursing college, there were a few persons coming up with ideas which were, from their point of view, the practical problems they face. For example, and difficulties in changing the IV line. How in a hospital a nurse has to manage so many patients and run the IV lines. How they can monitor it more efficiently without making many mistakes, cutting down the errors. Somebody had come up with a project. There was from the government, Bharatidasan College, they had come up with a project. Many medical colleges had come. Aravinda Hospital, of course, Aravinda Hospital is a sophisticated center. They have their own system for encouraging all that. So it was a new experience for me. And I found a lot of creativity and talent in the youngsters, and that they need just a guidance. And centers like your Atal Incubation Center, they're doing such a profound job. It was an eye-opener for me. I really enjoyed the whole thing. And doctor was telling me how in the medical colleges, in the medical education system, the sort of creativity and entrepreneurship is not, in fact, even knowledge of finance and other, the real world is not there. Only clinical aspect is being there. In future, maybe as a little bit of entrepreneurship, how to do innovative and creative schemes, apart from their only clinical skills. Maybe that should be done in the future. The other thing I found was that this medical health care and all the general engineering and science, the projects were all mixed together. So I suggest that in future you can even do a project like this only for the medical colleges, the dental and the healthcare professions. So that will be an easier one. There will be more tapping and more encouragement, and a lot of people come forward with ideas. Because for a medical person to compete or to participate in a general versus industrial input where they have very limited knowledge, so they may feel hesitant and do not know what to do. So I suggest in future you can even conduct only for the healthcare professionals a separate encouraging or creative talent competition like that. So I thank you for the opportunity. I had an excellent time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One more jury, maybe Mr. Shankaran.
Happy evening to all of you. So it's a very big session, whole day. Let me, first I'll have to thank the panels of this summit, those panels for past 3 months, they have been working so hard. And I know Mr. Kalachandran now for how much he has been, day and night, he has been planning it, and particularly this event, last at least a week time, he has been whole night, he has been sitting and planning it perfectly. Congratulations and wish you all the best once again, and hope that it will continue for a long time. And there's a jury experiences, because I was asked to give, when scrutinizing around 300, 400 applications, every past chairman have been assigned to, go through it and select. So I was asked, I think, around 10. So it was a big experience for me. And there are different agriculture, different sectors, you know. So I was there, my son Monish was there as a computer engineer. Then I took my wife also. Then I took one mechanical engineer also beside me, my brother's son also. Four of us, we nearly studied 1.5 hours. Each project we took 10 to 15 minutes. And we scrutinized each and everything. And everyone's angle, what are the problems can be, how it can be solved, how it can be solved. So what marks we can give it. So we took 1.5 hours when at the selection point of time, at least. After that, we put the marks and we have forwarded it. Then when it comes to jury and it was a very big experience. Then after that, what was a mentoring also. After once the jury is completed, there are a lot of questions, there's a lot of experiences, children have been educated, but after that, the mentoring has been given to me for 3 applications. So we've been giving us mentoring for nearly, for 3 applications, we took 1 hour. So every applications we have 30 minutes, actually 1.5 hours, 30 minutes we are going on each application. So we have mentored clearly how to be and what is our expectations, what will be the jury's expectations, what is how you are going to scale it, what do you have a minimum prototype. If you don't have any idea what is the minimum prototype, you can at least give an idea. So this is what it will work out. So every proper mentoring we have given it. So such a lengthy process, this such a long time where each and every past chairman have contributed so much on this. Not only juniors, seniors also contributed so much with their experiences they shared with them. So that is the output of the final result. So when I sharing this, a few things I want to share with today's observations and my experiences, for the students community, for the startups community. See, the challenges, first question I want to address it to the institutions, how it can be brought into know that is very, very important, right? Questions Mr. Rangajalabdi was asking, it has to be part of a curriculum and on regular basis. Not only the science lab number, but it has to be, it should be a part of a curriculum. நம்ம பிளான்லேயே இருக்கணும் எஜுகேஷன் கரிக்குலம் பிளான்லேயே இருக்கணும் எவ்ரி மந்த் வி ஷுட் ஹாவ் ஒன் இன்குபேஷன் லேப் இருக்கணும் அங்கே போகணும் அண்ட் தட் பீரியட் ஷுட் பி அரௌண்ட் ஆஃப் டே 3 hours மினிமம் கொடுக்கணும் அப்போ தான் வந்து ஒரு they have to work properly, they think at least they apply their mind. So that is very, very essential in institutions. That is my practical experience. Since I am running a school, we are involved with students like that. 3 hours we are giving all the students. So that is very important as far as this part. And industrial visit for the colleges, particularly industrial visit, some kind of a sandwich kind of a thing, both practical applications. When you take to corporates, the students will think, yes, I want to be that managing director, I want to be that general manager. But when you take your MSME sector, yes, I want to be entrepreneur. So, and the thought to Varnana, you have to take MSME sector also, small scale industries. Because straight away you cannot start a bigger companies. You can start only small companies. So on the thought to Varnana, MSME sector, don't think I'll take only the large scale industry. And the thought varadu. Avana manager da agonu, general manager agonu, MD agonu thought to varum. But when you take an MSME sector, the thought will come, I want to be an entrepreneur like this. And the mindset you create பண்ணனும்னா MSME sector கூட்டு போகணும், சின்ன சின்ன industries கூட்டு போங்க. The challenges the main challenges students வந்து ஃபேமிலிக்கிட்ட பர்மிஷன் வாங்குறது தான் மெயின் சேலஞ்ச் இருக்கும். அப்பா ஒத்துக்க மாட்டாங்க, அம்மா ஒத்துக்க மாட்டாங்க, தாத்தா ஒத்துக்க மாட்டாங்க, பாட்டி ஒத்துக்க மாட்டாங்க, கல்யாணம் ஆயிருந்தால் ஒய்ஃப் ஒத்துக்க மாட்டாங்க. ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் த பிக்கஸ்ட் சேலஞ்ச் ஃபார் ஆல் தி ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் டு பி ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஸ் ஆர் ஸ்டார்டர்பிரினர்ஸ். ஸோ இதை ஓவர் கம் வந்தீங்கன்னா ஃபஸ்ட் சேலஞ்சு நீங்கள் இதை ஓவர் கம் வரணும். இது வந்தீங்கன்னா தான் நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டேஜுக்கு போக முடியும். ஸோ அதை நீங்கள் முதல்ல பிரேக் பண்ணணும். இது வந்துட்ட பிறகு அப்புறம் ஃபண்ட்ஸ் யாரும் கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க. ஃபண்ட்ஸ் nobody will give. How you are going to manage funds? So you have to plan it. அந்த அதையும் கொஞ்சம் ஒர்க் பண்ணி வந்தீங்கன்னா தான் வரலாம். இதையும் பண்ணி நீங்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா கான்ஃபிடன்ஸ், நெவர் கிவ் அப். தட் இஸ் என்டூரன்ஸ். இட் வில் பி டெஸ்டிங் யுவர் என்டூரன்ஸ். டெஃபினட்டாக டெஸ்ட் பண்ணணும். அதை டெஸ்ட் பண்ணி ஓவர் கம் வரணும். இந்த மூணுத்தையும் நீங்கள் ஓவர் கம் பண்ணி வந்தீங்கன்னா தான் யூ கேன் பி அ குட் ஆண்டர்பிரினர், யூ குட் பி அ குட் ஸ்டார்டர்பிரினர். எது சொல்ல வரேன்னா, இன்னைக்கு வந்து ஸ்கேல் அப் பண்ணும்போது ஒரு பிஸ்னஸ் நீங்கள் ஸ்கேல் அப் பண்ணும்போது ப்ராப்ளம் பாருங்கள், ஓலாவோ இன்னைக்கு ஸ்விக்கி அண்ட் ஈவன் பைஜூஸ் வந்து 4,500 crores லாஸ்ட் இயர். 2021 பைஜூஸ் லாஸ்ட் இஸ் 4,500 crores. சஸ்டைனபிலிட்டி நீங்கள் ஸ்கேல் அப், அதான் சொல்கிறேன், உங்களோட பிளானிங் ப்ராப்பராக இருக்கணும். சஸ்டைனபிலிட்டி இல்லைன்னா வந்துருவீங்க. ஸோ பிளான் இட் ப்ராப்பர்லி, அவுட் டு ஸ்கேல் இட் அப், கொஞ்சம் ஸ்டெப் பை ஸ்டெப்பாக. ஓவர் ஆம்பிஷியஸாக போகும்போது தப்புன்னு கீழே வந்துடும். ஸோ அதுவும் வந்து நம்ம கொஞ்சம் கேர்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கணும். மெஜாரிட்டி ஆஃப் யூனிகார்ன்ஸ் டுடே இன் இந்தியா இப்போ ரீசெண்ட் டைம் 2021 எல்லாருமே ஹூஜ் லாசஸ், ஹெவி லாசஸ். They are struggling now, they have to overcome, struggling to find out to overcome. Being an entrepreneur வந்து ஒரு two things வந்து, if you are an employee, you are thinking only you are about yourself. You are thinking only yourself, your wife, your family, brothers, mother, father. But if you are an entrepreneur, you are thinking the whole society. You are taking care of the whole society. You are taking care of the whole society. You are going to give employment, you are going to pay TDS, you are going to pay GST, you are going to pay income tax. It is a parallel government. இது இல்லைன்னா நினைச்சே பாருங்க, எம்ப்ளாய்மெண்ட் நீங்கள் கொடுக்கல, ஜிஎஸ்டி பே பண்ணல, இன்கம் டேக்ஸ் பே பண்ணலன்னா வேர் இஸ் தி ஃபண்ட் ஃபார் தி கவர்மெண்ட்? Think it over. So you are creating a society if you are an entrepreneur or a startupreneur. If you are an employee, you are selfish, your own family only you are taking care. Thank you, wish you all the best.
Thank you, juries. I would rather say that you people have given them the really toughest task because it wasn't easy. I was being a victim. So, but it was not an easy job. You people were really fabulous in your presentations. Okay. Maybe one reason innovation has taken a different dimension. 15 years back, innovation word we didn't know the meaning. Innovation word we knew Ohm's law, we knew Faraday's law, we knew Newton's law. Innovation, no. 12th innovation and at most innovation, வீட்டில் ஃபியூஸ் ஃபியூஸை மாற்றினா அது இனோவேஷன், சயின்டிஸ்ட் முடிஞ்சு போச்சு, அவ்வளோதான். அம்மா அப்படியே சயின்டிஸ்ட் ஆகிட்டா என் பையன்வாங்க. ஸோ தட் இஸ் இனோவேஷன் வி ஆக்சுவலி அண்டர்வெண்ட் அட் த டைம். பட் இன்னைக்கு யூ டாக்கிங் அபவுட் Arduino, யூ டாக்கிங் அபவுட் குவிக்ஸி, யூ கைஸ் ஆர் டாக்கிங் அபவுட் மைக்ரோ கண்ட்ரோலர்ஸ், மைக்ரோ சிப், ஸ்னாக் டிராகன். ஸோ இன்னைக்கு அப்படி மாறிடுச்சு இனோவேஷன். ஸோ அது மாற ஜூரிஸ் ஆல்சோ ஹேவ் டு எவால்வ். ஸோ தே ஹவ் லவ் த ஜாப். நான் நிறைய பேர் இன்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணேன், ஆல் த ஜூரிஸ், தே செட் தட் இட் வாஸ் வெரி டஃப். Okay, doesn't matter 5 or 12, you guys have done a great job. Okay, so with this, thank you juries once again, all the juries who have done a fabulous job in rating it. Thank you. So at last, the minister is arriving any time now. Before that, I just want to have a small interaction with young Indians innovation chair here, Mr. Shankaranand. So he is the chair of Young Innovations Innovation Vertical. So can you just share about your journey, because you were there also the boot camp, you and Vishnu and the team. So how did the journey actually be? And this is not the first year as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Monish. I'm here on behalf of Christopher, who is the chairman of Young Indians. Unfortunately, he's not able to come here. But I thank him for the opportunity. So my name is Shankar Anand. I chair the innovation along with Vishnu Vardhan. So Ajit படத்துக்கு எப்படி டைரக்டர் விஷ்ணு வர்தனோ அது மாதிரி ஸ்டார்ட் அப்க்கு விஷ்ணு வர்தன் சொல்லலாம். You have no need of any introductions to him. So he deserves that. So I just want to convey two things. One is about the boot camp and second is about the Young Indians. So about the boot camp, so I always used to say, Monish கிட்ட சொல்லிட்டே இருப்பேன், உங்களெல்லாம் பார்த்தா எனக்கு பொறாமையாக இருக்குது. ஏன்னா we never really got such an opportunity. So I'm a first gen entrepreneur. நான் இன்னும் ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு தான் இருக்கேன் கம்பெனியில். பட் I started my co-working called Pulse Bay. ஒரு 2 years ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். When I started Pulse Bay, I don't even know the word about boot camp or lean canvas, unit economics, nothing. All I had was just an idea. So we always have this thought, right? Okay, you have an idea. It's a very innovative idea. It's a super idea. It will work. It will work for you. But மற்றவங்களை ஒர்க் பண்ணுமா அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கொஷின் நம்மளே கேட்குறோமா? அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு தாட் ப்ரோவோக்கிங் கொஷினை கொண்டு வர்றது தான் இந்த boot camp. So boot camp is a overall thought process. Whether you win, whether you succeed in your startup, whether you're winning today, it does not matter. You can use this process, this boot camp process, to validate your current ideas, your current business, and in the future, if you come up with something, you can do it. So believe me, when I started my startup, I really had no idea. It was all start பண்ணி அப்படியே பண்ணிட்டேன். But thankfully, thanks to CII and Young Indians, I was able to enroll in a Stanford bootcamp kind of program, which is similar to this one. After going through that program, there is a vast change. Once you went through the boot camp of the Stanford, and it's similar to what Vishnuvardhan and all other speakers were doing in the current boot camp. I don't really see any difference. You are all lucky to have that. So now I'm able to transform a lot with my business. Now I'm going to start my 4th branch, and I've already crossed the unit economics and everything. I made my point. So I cannot insist more. In the boot camp, you won't know how much useful this is. With that being said, we are also happy to announce that we are starting this boot camp for schools starting tomorrow. So there are almost 80 students who has registered. Even students from government college schools have registered, and we are conducting a boot camp that is tuned especially for schools, and that's the first that we are going to do tomorrow. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Shankar. Before starting the valedictory, I would like to invite or welcome the guests here. Mrs. S. Chandrapriyanka, Honorable Minister for Labour and Employment, Government of Puducherry. Welcome you, ma'am. Pleasure to have you here. Dr. S. Mohan, Vice Chancellor, Puducherry Technological University. Pleasure to have you, sir. Thank you. So before starting the valedictory session, we would have a 3-minute presentation from one of the innovators here. Can we have Lohit? Yeah. From NIT, Karaikal.
Evening to one and all present here, and on behalf of Avion Navigation System. What is Avion? Avion provides a red carpet towards your destination. So we from Navion has developed a project, a road contour analyzer with SOS, so which solves a subtle issue in the existing navigation system. Next slide, please. So who are we? It's Avion is generally a joint venture of for 2 technophiles. So me, Lohit Prakash, and my teammate GV Sumesh. And unfortunately, he's unable to come to this particular event. And what is the problem in the existing navigation system? So like, here is a problem statement. So in order to test it, so we navigated using Google Maps from our college boys hostel to Pondicherry. So the result is this. So the navigation system suggested a route which looks exactly like this, which nobody prefers. So the route is so like abnormal. Nobody, it's very difficult for a common person to travel in that route. So next slide, please. So how do we overcome this? So what if there is a system which suggests which can suggest you about the upcoming distresses well before the approach of the incident, well before the distress, like for example, so if you are traveling in a road at 80 km per hour and there is a speed breaker ahead and you are not aware of it. So if there is a system that intimates you to slow down before the approach of the speed breaker, isn't that good? So it will be definitely helpful for every one of us. So this is the prototype that does that particular job. So next slide, please. So this particular prototype can map all the potholes in the existing roads and the speed breakers. So this prototype can take the data from, this will be mounted in all the cars, and this particular prototype can take the data, and that data will be common to the public. And everyone can view the data. So using that particular data, so people will be aware of the upcoming routes. So using this, for example, if there are two different routes, people can choose from that particular two different routes. So which is more comfortable for them to travel in that particular route. So if there is a route with more distresses and there is a route with a proper highway, so people definitely will choose a highway. But Google Maps right now or the existing navigation system cannot suggest the route, cannot intimate the user about the health of the road. It cannot give the health condition of the road. It just suggests the shortest route available in shortest route for the user to travel. So using this device, we can suggest better routes which are more comfortable, more fuel economical for the particular end user. So next slide, please. So who are the customer segment? Is the Indian Transport Service. So using this particular data from the device, so this data can be used to initiate the maintenance, road maintenance without even having a physical survey of the roads. And second is the navigation system. So every user can, the end users can use the existing navigation system and view this particular data to increase their comfortness while traveling in the roads. And previous slide. And the Ola and Uber services can also use this particular data to increase their customer comfort and experience. So next slide, please. And who are the data collectors? So initially, in order to scale this project, we'll be providing this particular device for free to the following people. First is the public transport, and second is the logistics and the taxi services. So these particular services will be collecting the data of the roads as they frequently travel in that particular road. So they will keep on updating the data of that road conditions. So, in order to scale this project, the initial phase of the project will be providing this particular module, like the commercial product of this prototype, for free to this these category of transport services. So for free. Next. And why people want to buy this product? What makes them to buy? So in order to make them to buy the product, we added few features like SOS and like crash detection feature. So whenever there is an accident, it automatically triggers an emergency call to the nearby emergency services. And the second thing is a car crash. If there is a problem of theft, so we can like track the car 24/7 using this particular device, and we can identify our car in a particular in a larger parking lot, and it can detect crashes also. So next slide, please. And on top of this, to make it more interesting, so for the users to buy the product, we introduce a scheme which is called the reward points. So where the users will be buying the product, and they will be provided with the initial set of reward points. And that reward points depends on the distance they travel. So more the distance they travel, more reward points they will be getting, and more data will be collected of data of the road condition, road health data. So that will provide the users, end users, more reward points. So it's kind of a win-win. So they will earn reward points and will be getting that data out of it. So next slide. So in order to test this particular prototype, we mounted the prototype in our bicycle. So, and driven across different terrain conditions. Like for example, we have a speed breaker, a road with a speed breaker. And during a speed breaker at that particular geographical coordinates, so we could clearly see the plot outcome of it. And off-road, the graph is so abnormal. So this is the outcome of this particular prototype. Next slide. And this is the roadmap. So for this particular prototype, so initially we'll be focusing on the design. So where we'll be making a commercial grade product out of the which will be, as it is mounted underneath the car. So it should be a weatherproof, dustproof, and temperature resistant. So we'll be focusing on the design part first. This will be traded or sold to the customer segment, and then then the process of the data collection will be initiated. So we'll be collecting the data, and in order to display the data to the end users, we'll be creating a common interface for them, so that interface will suggest the user which is a better route for them to travel, and which will lead where it can suggest speed breakers well before the approach of that, and it can suggest routes like for example how many speed breakers are there in this particular route, which route is better, which route will save you much fuel to you. And those sort of data can be viewed using this particular data from the device. So so these are the existing competitors, and so at last, so we wanted to scale this project keeping in mind safety is the first priority. So by adding a few features like safety features, and thank you for all. Thank you for giving this a great opportunity. It's been a privilege for me to present in front of you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, wonderfully presented. So let us get straight into the valedictory session. So I would like to welcome Mrs. S. Chandrapriyanka, ma'am, Honorable Minister for Labour and Employment, Government of Puducherry, to the dais, please. Welcome you, ma'am. So next, I would like to welcome Dr. S. Mohan, Vice Chancellor, Puducherry Technological University, to the dais. Welcome you, sir. So next, I would like to welcome Kalaiselvan, past Chairman CII, to the dais. And followed by our current Chairman, CII Puducherry, Dr. S. Surender, and Vice Chairman, Joseph Rosario. Over to Dr. S. Surender for the welcome remarks.
Good evening to all. Honorable Labour Minister, Government of Pondicherry, Madam Chandrapriyanka ji, respected Vice Chancellor of Puducherry Technological University, Dr. S. Mohan, Mr. Kalaiselvan, Chairman, Puducherry Innovation Contest and Startup Summit, and Managing Director, Manatech Electronics Private Limited, Mr. Joseph Rosario, Vice Chairman, CII and Director, Metalscope, Mr. Franklin, Deputy Director and Head CII Pondicherry, Mr. Monish Sankranand from YI Pondicherry Chapter, Mrs. Sadhana Rajarajan, Chairwoman IVIN, members of IVIN, past Chairman of CII, members of CII, the juries of Innovation Contest, Mr. Sundaramurthy, Executive Director of AAC, Vishnu Vardhan and Kamesh from AAC, panelists of different sessions, principals, SPOCs and other faculty members and students from different institutions. A warm welcome to you all for this valedictory session of the third edition of CII Startup Summit. On this day, November 18, 1963, a Bell telephone officially rolled out push-button telephones to the public. We are very happy that CII could arrange a startup summit on the same day, that is November 18. On behalf of CII, we take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Labour Minister for taking various initiatives in the Labour Department with regards to ease of doing business, renewal of licenses, flexi working hours for IT and ITES, and online submission of different forms were made possible due to our Minister's strong intervention and positive suggestions. Kindly give her a big round of applause, please. Thank you. Next 10 years are probably going to be the best years to build startups in India. capital availability, talent pool, support from regulators and government, stability in economy, and many other stars are aligned. India has almost doubled the number of unicorn startups since 2021, and we are among the top star hubs in the world. In this valedictory program, we'll be awarding the top winners of the CII, AIC, and Government of Puducherry Innovation Contest 2022. For the last 2 months, the journey of this contest was a real learning experience, not only for participants and also for the members of CII. Over the years, while guitar, DSLR camera, IT jobs, stand-up comedy, and startups have tried to get all the attention, startups are here to stay. Let us start, run, and grow our business. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So now I would like to call Mr. M. Kalachelvan, past Chairman CII Puducherry, to give the address here.
Honorable Minister for Labour, Madam Chandrapriyanka, Vice Chancellor of PTU, Dr. Mohan, dignitaries on and off the dais, principals of various institutions, past chairman here, office bearers, members of CII, students from colleges, ladies and gentlemen. Today's summit focused on stakeholder inclusivity in the startup ecosystem. We spoke about the role of government, industry, institutions, funding agencies, incubators, and startups. However, the promised land of our future startup is students. Without their participation, no startup plan for a state will ever succeed. We spoke about how institutions must play a crucial role through entrepreneurship courses, on-site incubators, innovation labs, industry collaborations, and so on. CII Innovation Contest is a step in identifying and bringing out the creative ideas of students of Puducherry. It is an important initiative to showcase the ecosystem stakeholders that Puducherry students have the potential, desire, and innovative mindset. Once we do this, the ecosystem value chain will come together and support the innovative ideas resolutely. It is with this objective, the CII Innovation Contest was announced on August 1st this year, and AIC PECF kindly consented to be our incubation partner, and Government of Puducherry also kindly consented to be our partner in efforts. Steering committee was formed, comprising members from CII, YI, and AIC, and also the government. The entire innovation contest ran for 3 months. We had 3 stages of contest, and this year we received 334 applications, 100 applications around higher than last year, and at the rate of 3 students per application. We are talking about student intervention of more than 1,000 students participated right from the first round of the innovation contest. So we could actually see the traction in the innovation contest. The interest shown by the students and the institutions, of course, is undeniable. There were about 24 colleges that had participated in this contest, and we were very, very pleased to see the diversity of colleges this time, ranging from engineering, arts and science, medical, veterinary college, nursing, and so on. More than around 30 jury members in total, right from stage 1, were involved in the entire process. 30 jury members from industry, academia, startup, R&D space, government, and also from the funding side. The final 10, in this case 12, in stage 3 competed for the top 5 winning positions. We were really excited to see the level of response this year, because last year we thought was great, but this year was super great. And all the ideas were amazing. And the jury, as I know, after the interactions I had with them, they really had a tough time, because we're talking about 334 applications. We found it so hard in the first stage to negate those 334 to bring it down to 90. It was not an easy task. And as every stage progressed, we were able to see the confidence level of the students increasing. And on November 9th, the top 12 teams competed and 5 teams were selected as winners. Now, we were also able, we saw MNGP, the Polytechnic College coming in for the first time in the contest, and those students also did exceedingly well in the. We didn't expect they turned out to the first team that to present, and we could see the anxiety, but they did well. The contest was a resultant of excellent work done by the college faculty representatives. I'm sure I'm saving it for the vote of thanks by Vice Chairman, but still I'll have to really mention about the college faculty representatives, SPOs, phenomenal job. Without you, I think this contest would never be a success. And the steering committee members, like I said, the past chairman, Nandakumar, Shankar, RR, and our members like Shan, all of them, I think it was a very, very good collaborative work from the CII past chairman and the current members. And of course, YI has been an integral part right from the beginning with the chairman of YI himself involved in the boot camp and others. Munish, the past chairman of YI here, did a fantastic job by taking us through the entire day. Atal Incubation Center, Dr. Sundar.
உட்காருங்க சார். இது நான் அப்படியே விடாதே. ஏன் கேட்க மாட்டேது? ப்ளூடூத் ஏதாவது பண்ணணுமா? இல்லை சார், நான் ப்ளூடூத்ல கனெக்ட் பண்ணல சார். இதான் அந்த லிங்க் எனக்கு கேட்குது இல்லை கேட்குள்ள இமெயில் எந்த இல்லை
space. If the policy comes out, I think it will help the startups, also our economy as a whole. One request is for you to consider CII as an interactive partner. We will take it offline, madam. I just thought I'll use this opportunity to talk to you on this. We also have Dr. Mohan, Vice Chancellor of PTU. Always been a big supporter of industry. We've had CA and the PTU have had a lot of interactions just like with any other institutions. Thank you for sparing your time here, Mr. Mohan. Thank you. And I wish you all the best. I think now we go back. Munish?
Sorry, Kalachharan sir, now announcement of innovation contest to 2022 winners.
That is
We give the
exactly
privilege
what
to you, yeah.
I wanted to check. All right, it's the moment of reckoning. The wait is over, and finally we are here in the stage where we are going to announce the winners.
So when the name is announced, I request the team members, along with the SPOCs, can come and collect the
The top 12 teams completed, and we have 5 winners. And these 5 winners are going to straight away get a pass to the Atal Incubation Center to get yourself incubated. And you are going to be getting an excellent support in taking forward your innovation journey. And of course, you will also carry a cash prize of 10,000 rupees per team. So can we go ahead? All right, okay. So in no particular order, the top 5 winning teams. To start with, team number 062 from Acharya College of Engineering for salt water lamp. The team can come along with their SPOCs. Please come forward. I request Madam to issue the check placard, and Dr. Mohan can issue the certificates, and the Chairman CII the cash cover, please. Sure.
You can come in the front here.
That's okay. Can you give a big round of applause? Can you all give a big round of applause, because it's been a phenomenal effort by all of you, and this is when they need that, excellent support. The next team making into the top 5 is team number 029 from Sri Manakula Vinayagar Engineering College for their flexible LED therapy patch using LED innovation.
Can they have a big round of applause for them?
A big round of applause to them. Yeah. The next team that makes into the top 5 is team number 064 from Indrani College of Nursing. The title Nurse Alarm Band for Patient Care. The fourth team that gets into the top 5 is team number 007, Puducherry Technological University, for their project SR Monitor. The final team, again, this is no ranking, this is in no particular order. The final team in the top 5 is team ID 009 from Aravind Eye Hospital for their project Eye Vector Do It Yourself Non-Contact Eyelid Vision. Once again, a big round of applause for all the top 5 winning teams of Innovation Contest 2022. You all did a great job, and we wish you all the best to take your dreams forward. Now, like I said, this year has been very, very tough. And generally, the last stage involves 10 teams competing for top 5. But like I said, the entries were so good. Instead of 10, we had to select 12 in the last stage. And the final results after the stage 3, we saw the results, and there were a couple of teams that were so close to the top 5. In fact, one of the team that came 6th in place lost the top 5 by 1 mark. So this time what we wanted is, as a part of the committee recommendation, we have taken 2 more teams that are very close to top 5, and we decided to recognize those 2 teams also. So as committee's recommendation this year, the team that made the 6th place is team number 023 from Puducherry Technological University for their Eversion robot. You missed the top 5 by 1 mark. These two teams will get access to Atal Incubation Center like the top 5 winning teams. They also carry a cash prize of 8,000 rupees per team. The 7th team, which was also very close, that made it to the committee's recommendations, is team number 024 from NIT Puducherry or Karaikal, if I may, NIT Karaikal. for their road contour analyzer with SOS. Once again, a huge round of applause for all the winning teams here. We had a team from Karaikal making it first in this contest, and also, of course, from the Polytechnic, and these are the first. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Dr. Mohan. Thank you.
Mr. Kalachelvam, we have the participation certificates as well. Can we give it?
The rest of the
Just five more teams.
Sure. Yeah.
So, Ms. Tamarichelvi C from Puducherry Technological University. I request your team come and collect the participation certificates. Mr. Srinivasa Murthy, team from Puducherry Technological University. Next, Ms. Nityashree team from Manakla Vinayagar Institute of Technology. Next, Mr. Kevin Ramakrishnan team of Motilal Nehru Government Polytechnic College. Pass. The final team among the top 12 is Mr. Prasanna Kumar team of Sri Venkateshwara College of Engineering Technology.
This time, as we saw, the winners are from diverse colleges, and we at one point thought, with so many applications coming in, will there be winners, from few institutions? But that didn't happen to be the case. It was so diverse, and that's the beauty of having a contest where all the colleges participate, and But like I said earlier, there are no winners or losers students in this. Just that, one of your ideas is better than the others. Otherwise, all of you are winners. You have come to this stage. That itself says that you are all winners. And my best wishes to take forward your dreams of innovation and becoming an entrepreneur one day. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Kalai sir. Next, I would request Dr. S. Mohan, Vice Chancellor, Puducherry Technological University, to deliver the special address.
Very good evening to all of you. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to join the valedictory function with Honorable Minister for Labour and Employment, Madam Chandrika Priyanka, and also Surender, Kalai Selvan, Joseph Rosario, and other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. In fact, there are many definitions of innovation, but I always go for something which is a very important thing. The innovation is something that which is not being used for a particular purpose, can we use it for something else? அதாவது மாற்றி யோசி தமிழில் சொல்லணும்னா மாற்றி யோசித்து அதை யூஸ் பண்ண முடியும்னா that is what is called innovation. I still remember when I was a jury for one of the school competition on the science. They have not made innovation, but they made a science competition. Two small boys have done a wonderful work. They have taken the hay or வைக்கலை வச்சு உள்ளார ஒரு பானைக்குள்ளே கீழே வச்சு மேலே ஒரு பானையில் தண்ணியை வச்சு அதில் ரைஸ் போட்டு வச்சா 1 hourல it becomes rice. There is no need for any heat or anything because the heat what it is there in the hay itself is enough for it. Maybe we may have to do that prototype rather than trying to use any power or heat. That is what is called innovation, in my opinion. The innovation is something that where somebody have innovated in fact, the road, wherever there is an indicator, the light, it has not come from somewhere else. It has come from nature only. Somebody, when he was traveling in the night, he found that cat with the 2 eyes, that eyes were very bright. So he just took that same idea and then put that, whatever nowadays, if you are seeing on your road, a blinking thing that has come from that idea. So what you are seeing from nature, try to innovate from that particular one. That is what my simple request to all of you. It is not that we may have to look for problems, okay? But we need to look for problems as such. I would like to say a few words about what is our thing. The Startup Summit is a very good idea that transforms your dream into reality. We didn't have the opportunity. When we were all students, we may have ideas, but there is nobody to take. But I think I am really feeling very proud that as a college student or polytechnic student, you have a chance for coming to such a wonderful thing and somebody to support you. I think thank you, CII, for making these two happen. And I request that it is not only should stop from college and polytechnic, the school is one where the idea will be bright, okay, without anything. So kindly look at on the school where there is no pollution, nothing is there. The ideas are very unique on that. So let us also spend one particular thing to the school also, because I find that there are many innovative ideas, they have come from schools as such. Okay, and to start up mission, I should have a perfect action plan. One is, first thing is, you should have simple idea. Don't make complex idea. The simplification, and also you should have a hand holding somebody else. Don't always think that you alone can do that. So innovation always comes with, idea may be yours, but you need people. You should have a hand holding people so that who can work on it. And that is one of the very great thing that all the team that they work, they never imagine that, he will get the name or I will get the name. So that is the uniqueness or the leadership quality that you are getting it out of these particular thing. And also there is a good, I find after we come out with these startup summit side, the industry academic partnership has come out very well. Earlier, we always tell that the industry is not coming forward, and industry says that academics are more theoretical, but I think this is a platform where the startup or entrepreneur thing, that makes a lot of difference as such. The second is that during these interaction, I think we can solve some of the important problems. I always feel this, which is not being addressed. One is, okay, we go for technologically very high, but what about the common problem of solid waste management, water management, and also our traffic management? Can we not brainstorm that particular problem, which is right under my nose? And that is where we may have to also put the industry, CII, and the institutions should come together and then come out with a solution. Don't expect everything from the government. So I think we should come forward to come work with a particular plan. The students, you have a very young mind. Please work out some solutions for the current problems what we are facing. If we are not able to do, who else will do that? And then give them as a solution that will form the part of the smart city solution. Then only we can see Pondicherry as a smart city. So unless we start working unison, it may be very difficult for us to do that. And also, we are all very good in talking about problem solving. Okay, but we don't learn how to find out a problem. This is the problem which is people are facing. And also, as an engineer or technocrat or scientist, we have to solve a problem of a common man. Please look at on that. And I don't want everything should be technologically hi-fi. It should be first let us solve some day-to-day problem, which is really facing the people, pollution, and also the solid waste dumping, or even within house. How am I doing it? We are go on cutting trees? Can we not do something on that? So this is what I wanted to make it as a thing. So I always say that to make a great hero, we need a great villain. So villain is a problem. So if you want to become a hero, take up a problem which is really very, very much everyone concerned about it. So actually the hero gets named because of the villain. So the problem is there. Please look at and then try to work on that particular one. And I always feel that many things has come up very well. There are many names people might have told, Paytm or shop with Google Pay, or many things which have come as enterprising. So there will be criticism, but try to go over it and then try to do that. I still remember நாம் படிக்கும்போது உள்ள செய்யுள் இப்பவும் படிக்கிறாங்களா, இப்போ சிலபஸில் இருக்கான்னு தெரியலை எனக்கு. மெய்வருத்தம் பாரார், பசிநோக்கார், கண் துஞ்சார், எவ்வவர் தீமையை மேற்கொள்ளார், செவ்விய அருமையும் பாரார், அவமதிப்பும் கொள்ளார், கர்மமே கண்ணாயினார். So why I am saying this is, if you want to do a good work, you need to have all these things. உடம்பு எப்படி ஆகுது அப்படின்னு பார்க்காம உட்காந்து உழைக்கணும். தென் பசி நோக்கார். எப்போனாலும் சாப்பிட்டுக்கிட்டே இருந்தாலும் ஒன்றும் வேலை நடக்காது. ஸோ பசி நோக்கார், கண் துஞ்சார். இன்ஃபேக்ட் we should recall the young days that we can do all these things. And எவர் தீமை மேற்கொள்ளார். So you don't look at what is happening or அவனோட ப்ராப்ளம் என்ன, இவனோட ப்ராப்ளம் என்ன. Let us not poke the nose into other people. And also செவி அருமையும் பாரார், தன்னோட சுகத்தை மட்டும் பார்க்காம இருந்து அவமதிப்பும் கொள்ளார், யார் என்ன பேசினாலும் கொண்டு வந்து. So these are all will hold good for if you want to start an entrepreneurship. These are all will be there. But you may have to overcome that particular one and then try to come out on that. You know, I am really very proud to say whenever I have a problem, your Sundaramurthy will always say that don't worry about sir, everything will be solved on that particular thing. And Sundaramurthy is one kind of a thing. He never worried about அவமதிப்பும் கொள்ளார். ஸோ யார் என்ன சொன்னாலும் நம்ம பாட்டுக்கு பண்ணுவோம் சார் அப்படின்பார். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு தென் ஒன்லி யூ கேன் பிகம் எ குட் என்டர்பிரனர். தட்ஸ் வாட் ஐ வாண்டட் டு டெல். அண்ட் ஆல்சோ as somebody said, I also learned after I come to PTU only, the boot camp and pitching, all those things I have learned myself. You are all I am on 62 years. Now you are all learning at 16 years. So I think that is a development that you have to understand. So there are a lot of things that you can do it, but there will be always. Please look at one example which I always quote to my students, fisherman. Okay, you know how much risk that he is taking every day. Okay, every day he goes with the hope that he will come back, but there are a lot of risk. We don't know when the waves will come, when tsunami will come, or when the high, but all those things he is doing his entrepreneurship. Please remember that you are not taking that risk, but you are taking only 10% of his risk. So let us take the risk and then do that very well. That is a sportive that you should have for any particular thing. And also, we should be very proud. India is a country with almost around more than 60% of the people are 35 years and below. So you have the great potential for making that as a youngest country or country with younger people. So if all of you become good entrepreneurs, then I think our country will become developed country. Otherwise, you know, we can be on saying that our country, but there will be always a problem. So without problem, you can't achieve the higher thing. Even if you achieve higher thing, there will be some problem will be there. So problems will always be there and you have to make a move on that particular one. Okay, so if the fisherman also wait for reducing the waves, he never goes into the sea. So you should always venture into the sea and then start working on it. That is my sincere request, whatever you have on this. And I would like to normally tell you a story because story is the best way of teaching. So story goes like this. A frog was wandering in a lake, and suddenly one crane came and then took the crane took the frog. And immediately the frog said, no, please leave me today. And I am having my PhD Viva on next week. And after PhD Viva, I will come and join. And immediately the crane asked, what is the topic of your, how to evade from my enemies? Okay, so that was the topic. Then the crane told, no, it is not at all possible. We have a long beak, and if you want, we will catch you. No, I have a great guide with me, and the guide, we have found out a good research how to evade from the enemies. And he said, okay, I would like to also see your guide. Possibly I may also register for your PhD. Then he took the crane inside, and after some time the frog alone came, the crane is out. Then it's next day, a snake got hold of this frog. Again, the same story repeated. So every day it happens, and one another frog was seeing that, and then asked that, how come that you are every day you are taking your all enemies inside, and then finally you are coming up, how come? So then he told the story, I am finishing my PhD. This week I'll have the Viva OC and all those things. So at that time then he told, I want to see your guide. So when that frog and another frog, when they go inside, there is an alligator sitting inside. Alligator ni modalai. Okay. So whenever there is a problem, it takes it as if there is a guide and then go and solve. So I would say that our PTU incubator will be an alligator, and whenever you have a problem, come to us, and like Sundaramurthy and Vishnu Vardhan will solve as a guide. So thank you very much for giving an opportunity. Right.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for the thought-provoking speech. நல்ல வேளை நீங்கள் சொல்லிட்டீங்க, இல்லைன்னா நாங்கள் மண்டை குழப்பிட்டு இருப்போம் யார் என்னன்றது நைட் தூங்கிருக்க மாட்டோம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Thanks for the speech, sir. Now I would like to invite Mrs. S. Chandrapriyanka, Honorable Minister for Labour, Employment, Government of Puducherry, for the keynote address, Chief Guest address.
குட் ஈவினிங் எவ்ரிவன். ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்குது. ஏன்னா இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு நிகழ்வு ஏற்படும் போது தான் உங்கள் எல்லாரையுமே ஒரு இடத்துல வச்சு பார்க்குறோம். ஏன்னா அப்பப்போ ஏதாவது ஒரு எங்களுடைய டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் மூலியமாக சிஐஐ மூலியமாக நம்ம கூப்பிடுறப்போ ஒரு 1 or 2 people வருவாங்க. ஏன்னா நான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பதவி எடுத்ததுக்கப்புறம் எல்லாரையும் ஒன்றா பார்த்தோன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் இந்த மாதிரி நிகழ்வுகளில் தான் பார்த்துட்ருக்கோம். ஸோ ஹாப்பி. நம்மளுடைய சிஐஐ புதுச்சேரி ஸ்டார்ட் அப் சப்மிட் 2022 எக்ஸலண்ட்டான ப்ரோக்ராம். நான் வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம் ஆக்சுவலாக இது எல்லாத்தையுமே நாங்கள் வந்து ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு வாட்ஸ்அப்லையோ கூகுள்லையோ சர்ச் பண்ணி பார்க்குறப்போ என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு யோசிச்சுட்டு இருக்கிறப்போ இந்த மாதிரியான இன்னோவேட்டிவான விஷயத்தை வந்து சிஐ இவ்வளோ எடுத்து பண்ணுறாங்கங்கும் போது ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஐ ஷுட் அப்ரிஷியேட் உங்களுடைய சிஐ மெம்பர்ஸ் எல்லாரையுமே நான் அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஸ்டேஜில் உட்காந்துருக்கக்கூடிய சார் வந்து டாக்டர் எஸ் மோகன், வைஸ் சான்சலர். சாரை பற்றி சொல்லவே வேணாம், அவர் நல்லா பேசுவாருங்க. ஸோ அதனால் அந்த இந்த ஸ்டேஜை வந்து அவர் ஃபில் பண்ணிட்டு போயிட்டாருன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். எல்லார் முகத்துலையுமே ஒரு சந்தோஷம் இருந்துச்சு. அதே மாதிரி நம்மளுடைய சேர்மனாக இருக்கட்டும், சிஐஐடைய சேர்மனாக இருக்கட்டும், வைஸ் சேர்மனாக இருக்கட்டும், மற்ற ஸ்டேஜில் உட்காந்துருக்கக்கூடிய அத்தனை பேருக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றிகளையும் வாழ்த்துக்களையும் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா இத்தனை குழந்தைகள் இங்கே இருக்கும்போது எங்களுக்கெல்லாம் சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது. இதெல்லாம் நாங்கள் பண்ண வேண்டிய வேலை. நீங்கள் எடுத்து பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறதே உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு பிக் ரவுண்ட் ஆஃப் அப்ளாஸ். ஐ ஷுட் தேங்க் யூ ஆல் ஆக்சுவலாக. ஆனால் என்ன எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு குறைனா, இவ்வளோ சந்தோஷமான நிகழ்வு, எல்லா பிள்ளைகளும் நல்லா பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க. சில பிள்ளைகள் வந்து அவார்ட் வாங்கியிருக்கீங்க, சில பேர் வாங்காமல் இருக்கீங்க. இட்ஸ் அ பார்ட். ஒரு காம்படிஷன் வரப்போ எல்லாரும் வின் பண்ண முடியாது இல்லைங்களா? எந்த அளவுக்கு நம்மளோட பார்ட்டிசிபேஷன் இங்கே இருக்கணுங்கிறது தான் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். அதே மாதிரி காரைக்காலில் இருந்து ரொம்ப கம்மியாக ஒரே ஒரு காலேஜ் மட்டும் வந்திருக்காங்க. அது கொஞ்சம் வருத்தமாக இருந்துச்சு. நான் வந்து பீங்க காரைக்காலேன்னு எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் அது ஒரு வருத்தம் இல்லை. அதனால் நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம் சிஐ எப்போவுமே ஒரு என்கரேஜ் பண்ணிகிட்டே இருப்பாங்க. எந்த ஒரு விழாக்கள் பண்ணாலுமே வந்து நாங்கள் எது கேட்டாலும் உடனே செஞ்சுருவாங்க. இப்போ கூட நாங்கள் வந்து ஒரு அனௌன்ஸ்மெண்ட் பண்ணோம், அதாவது சக்தி ஆட்டோ அப்படின்னு பண்ணோம். அதுக்கான ட்ரைனிங் இப்போ நாங்கள் டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் மூலியமாக பண்ண போகிறோம், இ ஆட்டோ. அதுக்கு எங்களுடைய ஸ்பான்சர் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சிஐ தான். அதுக்கும் நான் என்னுடைய நன்றியை தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேன். அவங்க வந்து ஆட்டோ எங்களுக்காக ஸ்பான்சர் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. தேங்க்யூ. அதுக்கும் நிறைய நன்றிகள் தெரிவிச்சுட்டு இருக்கேன் இந்த ஸ்டேஜில். அதனால சீக்கிரமே அடுத்த நன்றி சொல்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி நீங்கள் காரைக்காலில் இதே மாதிரி ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ப்ரோக்ராம் பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா அங்கே வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் அங்கேயும் ஒரு நன்றிகள், இன்னும் நிறைய 100, 1000 அந்த மாதிரி நன்றிகளும் சொல்லுவேன். பிகாஸ் எக்ஸ்போஷர் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் இல்லை. படிச்சுட்டு இருக்கிற ஸ்டேஜில் நம்மளுக்கான மேடைகள் கிடைக்கிறது ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி மேடைகளில் நம்ம ஒரு இடத்துலேருந்து வரும்போது இங்கேருந்து போய் நம்ம அமைச்சு கொடுக்கலன்னா அப்போ நம்ம இந்த இடத்துல இருக்கிறதுக்கான எந்த ஒரு அதுக்கான வேல்யூ இல்லைன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஸோ அதனால அந்த மாதிரி மேடைகளை எங்களுடைய பிள்ளைகளுக்கும் அமைச்சு கொடுக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஸோ யூ ஆர் ஆல் குட் டீம். ஸோ சீக்கிரமே அங்கே வந்து அடுத்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ப்ரோக்ராம் எப்போ வச்சுக்கலாம், டேட்டை நாளைக்கு கன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிவிடுங்க சார். அண்ட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாருமே ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக வாங்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஏன்னா வாங்கினோடனே இப்போ எல்லாம் நாங்கள் வீட்டுக்கு போக போகிறோம், உடனே மொபைலில் இன்னைக்கு ஃபோட்டோஸ் எல்லாம் அப்லோட் பண்ணியாச்சு அப்படின்னு சந்தோஷமாக போயிட்டுருக்கீங்க. நிறைய இன்னோவேட்டிவான திங்கிங், இங்கே எல்லாருமே ஒரு பயங்கரமான பிரெயினி எல்லாம் உட்காந்துருக்கீங்க. ஏன்னா இத்தனை பேர் குழந்தைகள், கிட்டத்தட்ட 365 பேர் கலந்துட்டாங்களா சார்? 1000 பேர். 1000 பேரில் இவ்வளோ கம்மியாக ஷார்ட் லிஸ்ட் பண்ணி இவ்வளோ பேர் வந்திருக்கீங்கன்னா யூ ஆர் தி பெஸ்ட். ஸோ உங்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய பாராட்டுகளை நான் தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேன். ஸோ இத்தனை பேர் இங்கே வந்திருக்கீங்க. ஸோ இன்னைக்கு நாங்கள் வந்துட்டோம், இதை வாங்கிட்டோம், எங்களோட இன்னோவேஷன், என்னோட திங்கிங் இதோட முடிஞ்சிச்சா அப்படின்னா கிடையாது. இதுக்கப்புறம் தான் இருக்கு. இது ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு அப்ரிசியேஷன் தான். உங்களை நாங்கள் ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு கீ நோட் பண்ணுறோம், ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு கீ கொடுக்குறோம். இதுக்கப்புறம் இதை நீங்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி அடுத்தடுத்த லெவலுக்கு உங்களை போகணும். ஏஜ் வந்தோ, இப்போ நீங்கள் செகண்ட் இயரில் இருப்பீங்க, தேர்ட் இயரில் இருப்பீங்க, ஃபைனல் இயரில் இருப்பீங்க, இது எதுவுமே மேட்டர் கிடையாது. இட் டசன்ட் மேட்டர். நீங்கள் வந்து ஃபஸ்ட் இயரில் இருக்கீங்களா செகண்ட் இயரில் இருக்கீங்களாங்கிறது முக்கியம் இல்லை, ஆனால் யோசிச்சிட்டே இருக்கீங்களாங்கிறது தான் முக்கியம். உங்களோட யோசனை 60 வயசு 70 வயசுலையும் நீங்கள் நிற்காம ஓடிக்கிட்டே இருக்கணும். நிறைய பேர் ஒரு லட்சம் பேர் வெளியில் போவாங்க, இன்ஜினியரிங்காக இருக்கட்டும், டாக்டராக இருக்கட்டும், லட்சம் பேர் வெளியில் போவாங்க ஒரு ஆண்டுக்கு முடிச்சுட்டு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா. ஆனால் எத்தனை பேர் ஷைன் ஆகுறாங்க? எத்தனை பேரை நமக்கு தெரியுது? உங்கள் பக்கத்து வீட்டுக்காரன் இன்ஜினியராக டாக்டராங்கிறதே நிறைய பேருக்கு தெரியாது. ஏன்னா அவங்களுக்கு அந்த ஷைன் ஆகலை. அவங்களோட ஃபீல்டில் நானும் படித்தேன், நானும் முடிச்சேன்னு வந்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. அந்த ஷைன் ஆகலை. எப்போ நீங்கள் ஷைன் ஆவீங்க அப்படின்னா, உங்களோட அந்த அப்கிரேட் உங்களை நீங்கள் பண்ணிக்கிறப்போ, நிறைய விஷயங்கள் புதுசாக யோசிக்கிறப்போ கண்டிப்பாக ஷைன் ஆவீங்க. இந்த ஸ்டேஜில் நாங்கள் மட்டும்தான் உட்காரணுங்கிறது கிடையாது. நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே, நீங்கள் உங்களே யார் ஸ்பெஷலாக இருக்கீங்களோ, உங்களில் நீ யார் பெஸ்ட்டாக இருக்கீங்களோ அவங்கள கொண்டுட்டு வந்து இந்த ஸ்டேஜில் உட்கார வச்சு கண்டிப்பாக அழகு பார்ப்போம். ஸோ டோன்ட் உங்களோட திங்கிங் தாட் ப்ராசஸை யாருக்காகவும் வெக்கப்பட்டு விட்டுறாதீங்க. நிறைய இடத்துல வந்து இது தப்போ சரியோங்கிற ஒரு யோசனை நம்மளுக்குள்ள இருந்துகிட்டே இருக்கும். அதனால முன்னே வர நம்ம யோசிச்சிட்டே இருப்போம். நீங்கள் முன்னாடி வரணும்னு சொல்கிறப்போ நீங்கள் பக்கத்தில் இருக்கிறவங்க யார்ட்டு கேட்டிங்கன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன், நாங்கள் பண்ணுறோம் இது போகலாமா அப்படின்னா கண்டிப்பாக அவன் வேண்டாம் தான் சொல்லுவான். தப்போ சரியோ அது மேட்ரு கிடையாது. நீ அந்த இடத்துல நின்று நீ என்னவா இருக்கிற, நீ என்னவா பண்ண போறங்கிறது முதல்ல நீ உனக்கு கான்ஃபிடென்ட் கொடுத்துக்கோ. ஸோ ஆல் த பெஸ்ட் ஃபார் யுவர் ஃபியூச்சர். இந்த மாதிரியான சிஐ மாதிரியான நிறுவனம் நிறைய உங்களுக்காக சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ரெடியாக இருக்கும். எங்களுடைய கவர்மெண்ட், புதுச்சேரி என்ஆர் தலைமையிலான கவர்மெண்ட்டும் உங்களுக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணும். ஏன்னா இந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு டீம் அமையாது. ஒரு அருமையான கவர்மெண்ட்டும் அமைச்சிருக்கோம். உங்களுக்கு நாங்கள் எப்போவுமே சப்போர்ட் கொடுப்போங்கிறது இந்த இடத்துல சொல்லிட்டு, இந்த விருது பெற்ற அத்தனை பேருக்கும் இன்னும் அடுத்த வாட்டி, இந்த வாட்டி வந்து ஆறுதல் பரிசு இருந்துச்சுல, ஆறுதல் அந்த பார்ட்டிசிபேஷன் சர்டிஃபிகேட்லாம் வாங்கினீங்கல்ல, நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம் நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே ஒன் ஆஃப் த பெஸ்ட்டாக வரணும் அப்படின்னு கடவுள்கிட்ட பிரார்த்தனை பண்ணிக்கிறேன். தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச்.
எக்ஸலண்ட் மோட்டிவேஷனல் ஸ்பீச் மேடம். இந்த 3 months வந்து உங்களுக்கு எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியும், ரொம்ப நிறைய பிளானிங் இன்வால்வ்டு அண்ட் ஸோ மெனி பீப்புள் வர் இன்வால்வ் இன் திஸ் என்டையர் ப்ராசஸ். மோஸ்ட்லி வந்து நான் வந்து இந்த இயர் வந்து மென்டாரிங் பேசிக்லி வித் மை எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் மென்டார் பண்ணுறதோடு நிறுத்திக்கிட்டேன். ஆனால் வந்து ஒரு சிரித்த முகத்துடன் 3 monthsம் எனக்கு மட்டும்தான் தெரியும் அவர் எவ்வளோ ஒர்க் பண்ணாருன்னு. அந்தளவுக்கு ஹார்ட் ஒர்க் பண்ணி ஒவ்வொருத்தங்களும் ரீச் அவுட் பண்ணி ஈவெண்ட்டை சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல் ஆக்குனது நம்ம சிஐ சேர்மன் டாக்டர் சுரேந்தர். நிஜமாவே, பிகாஸ் ப்ரீவியஸ் இயர்ஸ்லாம் நாங்கள்லாம் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், இதில் எவ்வளோ கஷ்டங்கள் இருக்குன்னு எங்களுக்கு தெரியும். ஆனால் அவர் வந்து இந்த வருஷம் அருமையாக பண்ணியிருக்காரு. ஹேட்ஸ் ஆஃப் டு யூ சேர்மன்.
Thank you, ma'am, for the power-packed speech. Before just giving the closing remarks by VC, ma'am,
Srimati S. Chandra Priyanka, Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment, Government of Puducherry, Dr. S. Mohan, Vice Chancellor, Puducherry Technological University, Dr. S. Surendra, Chairman, CII Puducherry and Director, The Flavors India Private Limited, Mr. M. Kalichelvan, Past Chairman, CII Puducherry and Chairman, Innovation Contest and Startup Summit 2022, Managing Director, Manatech Electronics Private Limited, Senior Government Officials from Government, Past Chairmen and Council Members from CII Puducherry State Council, Chairman, Vice Chairman and members from IWIN and YI, speakers for the day, team from Atal Incubation Center, principal, spokes and faculty members, startups, academicians, students fraternity, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good evening to one and all present here. It gives me an immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks at this memorable day and the valedictory session of third edition of CII Puducherry Startup Summit 2022, where the process of transformation from an idea to startuppreneur was experienced. On behalf of CII Puducherry and my personal behalf, I would like to thank Srimati S. Chandra Priyanka, Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment, Government of Puducherry, for gracing us with your presence, for sharing your insights and thoughts with us. Your address was indeed very encouraging, ma'am. Next time, we will invest more efforts in bringing more startuppreneurs from Karaikal, ma'am. I would also thank Dr. S. Mohan, Vice Chancellor, Puducherry Technology University. We request the young thinkers keep in mind when they innovate, keep nature in mind, which enlightens and ignite your thoughts. The entrepreneurial risk of a fisherman taken is mind-boggling example, sir. Again, your example to evade enemy from enemy is also from nature, which is great, sir. We will analyze the process towards managing our daily work environment, change in one factor which drives our activity from past to future. If we analyze, earlier we are rather slow to adopt, and today we have changed ourselves how to adapt quickly. From our centralized innovation, we are moving towards innovation anywhere and anytime. Earlier we used to run on premises, now we operate through cloud system. In a nutshell, it's a points to adaptability to change through innovation and technology that needs to adapt quickly from today's environment. I would like to thank our beloved chairman, Dr. S. Surendra, for giving the startup panel free hand for his excellent initiative. Under his chairmanship of CII Puducherry, this initiative will set a benchmark and create more histories in coming years. I would like to thank Mr. Kalichelvan, Chairman, CII Puducherry Innovation Contest and Startup Summit, for the guidance throughout the process, and your impetus on curating the contest model was mind-boggling, sir. I would also like to thank the steering committee members, Mr. Nandakumar, Mr. Samir Kamra, Mr. Manigandan, Mr. Shanmuganandan, and Alligator, Dr. Sundaramurthy, and Mr. Vishnu Vardhan, and Mr. Vijay Ganesh, Mr. Krishna Pratap, Mr. Christopher Prasant, Mr. Shankaranand, and team from Young Indians Puducherry. Our steering committee members had personally visited all the institutions in Puducherry and briefed about the contest to head all of the institutions. This initiative is well driven by Young Indians Puducherry and Atal Incubation Center. Without their proper support on boot camp and mentoring, participants would not reach the grand finale. May I request all you are present here to join me in congratulating Mr. Kalichelvan and Dr. Surendra and the whole team behind the Innovation Contest and Startup Summit for their excellent efforts for gearing up and even a grand success. Juries plays the vital role on selecting the ideas from each stage and also the final winners. Would like to thank our past chairman, sharing committee members, Mr. M. Shankar Narayanan, past chairman, CII Puducherry, Dr. S. Ramkumar, Director, Entrepreneurship Development Cell, Puducherry, Dr. Kunal Mandlik, Cornea Consultant, Arvind Eye Hospital, Professor D. Dr. B. Karthikeyan, Dentist and Oral Surgeon, Karthik Dental Clinic, for being part of the jury panel for the stage 1 and stage 2. The grand finale had set of 5 juries from various sectors. I would like to thank Mr. S. Govindarajan, Plant Manager MRF, Dr. Syed Jajali, Managing Director, Eaton Power Quality, Dr. R. Venkateshan, Chief Medical Officer, Arvind Eye Hospital, Mr. Kannan UV, Executive Director, Apasami Group of Companies, Mr. Srinivasan, Board Member, Zemuria International. I would like to thank all our past chairmen of CII Puducherry for their continued support to CII Puducherry for all the initiatives. Congratulations to all the contestants who participated in the second edition of CII Puducherry Innovation Contest 2022. I must also thank all the sponsors and partners, Atal Incubation Center, Pondicherry Technology University, Manatech Electronics Private Limited, The Flavors India Private Limited, Liberax, Kosh Innovation, Touch Energy Technologies, Skimler Technology India Private Limited, True Cottons, Suryan FM, Young Indians Puducherry chapter for partnering and supporting us in this initiative. We are very happy to sheer number of participants engaged in creating better future through entrepreneurial education and sustainable innovation. A record number of contestants joined us this edition. We would like to thank all the participants for this enthusiastic participation in the contest. And ignited mind is the most powerful weapon on the earth, above the earth and under the earth. This has got through education. We hope this experience helps you to stay concerned and motivated to address problems on sustainability by providing new ideas, products, and services that reduce the exploitation of natural resources and benefit humanity. You all made the contest more interesting, and we hope you have gained valuable experience and life skills. Our wish to young thinkers: believe in yourself and you will be unstoppable. It's already yours. You never know who you are inspiring. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
So that marks the conclusion of this year's CII Puducherry Startup Summit 2022. So we'll take it from ma'am. Minister ma'am சொன்ன மாதிரி இந்த ஜர்னி இங்க முடியல, இங்க இருந்து ஆரம்பிக்குது. So let this be an amazing startup journey for your life. Okay? Wish you all the best, and we'll have a group photo.
இல்லை ஒரு விஷயம் அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்ணணும்னு இங்கே சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தேன், ஒரு மைக் கொடுத்து சொல்லிட்டாங்க. ஆக்சுவலாக விமன் ஃபோட்டோகிராஃபர், ஆக்சுவலாக அதுவே ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு. இல்லை ஒரு நம்பிக்கையும் இருக்கு, அப்போ என் ஃபோட்டோ மட்டும் ரொம்ப நல்லா விழும்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
I call upon all the SPOCs for a group photo. And faculties, principal, whoever is available from the institution, please join for the group photo. Student அடுத்தது. Students, the young innovators, please join for the group photo. Come on, guys, bit fast. For the one last photograph, we invite all the juries alone. Juries. We have 30, close to 30 juries, yeah.